Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes broadcast on a wonderful Wednesday evening. So excited to get back into our top 8 team playoff bracket as each team is looking for a spot and the title of our spring season finals. I'm, of course, Tiny Shiny, joined by Twin Salty, as we get to break down our 6 remaining teams in our upper bracket.
Yeah, 6 teams remain by the end of the night. We will be down to 4, with 1 guaranteed to be playing in the championship. But that is, we'll push that off a little bit. That is our last game of the night, but to kick off tonight, we got 2 fantastic games in the lower bracket, which are sure to be good.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited. I mean, we love Calling All Heroes. Anytime this broadcast is here, it is certainly a happy day for many, many players, whether you are participating in the tournament, watching it, or in our case, getting to watch and talk about it at the exact same time. So, as we get to go ahead here, we talked a little bit about where we're at now for our top 8 playoff bracket, but in terms of how these players got here, they participated in a Swiss stage matchup. So, I believe there was 17 teams, there we go, that participated in the Swiss stage for our challengers bracket. 8 of those, of course, qualifying in what we have now, leading to our top 6 in our W Lib.
Yeah, so now we are down to 6. We are now in stage 2 and already in the second week of stage 2. Time is flying by during this spring season. Now, as we're getting, closer and closer, it's the fact that, hey, we're getting so close to actually naming a champion next week, but now is see what they're fighting for a little bit here during the spring season. Some money on the line. 3.5K for first place. Second, not too shabby with 2, and third and fourth still not some bad change. So obviously, if you win today in either of these lower bracket games, you're guaranteed to at least be in one of these top 4 places.
Yeah, there's some serious stipulations that comes with these games. So pretty much anybody who wins a game today, unless you're already in the upper bracket, is guaranteed a little chunk of that prize pool that we've got going on. Of course, very cool to win the tournament alongside it, as well as this is our second sort of tournament of the year. We did have the Radiant Academy 101 back in March and a little bit into April, and now we get to head into our second spring season, which, Jesse, is really been heating up. We've been following the story of, for the most part, these top 3 teams, right, that we've been looking at, and it's been defined a lot by the map pool, by these hero bans, by these other things that have been added into the tournament. So let's actually look at the maps, because this is actually an interesting pattern that we got to see last week, especially on Control. Every single series, we got to see Ilios. Every single series, we got to see King's Row.
Yeah, it was a lot of repetition. The third map, we got to see a little bit of a difference, and even into the fourths, but we dug into the bracket. Almost every other game we didn't cast. The first map was Oasis. So maybe that changes a little bit tonight. Maybe for the first time this tournament, Busan is played. It is yet to be played once we get to the bracket stage of this tournament. But the rest of it, yeah, you have quite a lot of variability. We're seeing a lot more teams picking Watchpoint and Circuit Royale more than ever. So I'm really curious if that trend also continues tonight. With, Freya, a little bit of a nerf recently. but I don't think she's still going to be fantastic on maps like that.
Hey, we like our dive in the Colonial Heroes household. What can we say? In many forms of dive, which is actually enjoyable. It's not just, okay, I'm gonna play Winston, Genji, Trace, or whatever. No, we get some spice that is thrown in the mix there. So it's been quite enjoyable to watch. And speaking of kind of being enjoyable to watch, I'm sure y'all are here very excited to see our teams play. But of course, this is exciting for you as well, because you, in fact, get the chance to add these viewer incentives that we have. Very exciting stuff. And it was kind of funny, is Jesse, we were talking a little bit before call time, and you're like, you know what? I really want to get my hands on these incentives. And Jesse, why don't you tell the people what you ended up doing there?
Yeah, so I, totally, not selfishly was like, yo, hey, Blizzard, can you hook some casters up here? Because, sometimes, casters will have it going on in the background of the stream. My internet, I think, would combust. So I'm like, shoot your shot. Because why not? You got to shoot your shot occasionally. We'll see if Blizzard holds true. But last week we had the plant pot. This week got a little bit of a cute spray going on with the Pachimaris chilling out in the desert. Next week's is a great little summer vibe as well. So make sure you got everything connected, whether you're watching us on YouTube. Most of you are going to be watching us over on Twitch, but make sure you have everything linked up so you can get all those drops.
The cactus in particular is kind of special because we see a lot of Hazard. We kind of joke that his jagged wall is kind of like a big purple cactus. Like, you can also participate in this cactus type shenanigans. But this isn't the only thing, actually, that we have going on for this event, because we also have a wonderful sponsor that has been with us for all of this tournament. Pura Vida is partnered with Calling All Heroes. Look at these lovely bracelets. They're so pretty, and we'll talk about them a little bit later on, because we will have, hint, a special giveaway later on the day. So make sure you stay tuned so you can have a chance to get your hands on some wonderful Calling All Heroes and Pura Vida merch.
Oh yeah, like we got ours on right now, and we'll show them off a little bit. We showed it off last week. We'll show it off again a little bit later on, but yeah, make sure you stick around. The giveaway will be around the third matchup of the night, so make sure you stay tuned all the way through while getting your drops. Might as well get a little bit of free merch here from the Pura Vida site, so make sure you stick around, because yeah, the bracelets are great, and you can get a little bit stylish here as we're entering into the summer.
Certainly can. And it's like a perfect summer vibe too. Like, I'm kind of down for, like, I know this is the spring playoffs, but like the colors of it's so exciting and bright and colorful and fun, just like this bracket. I know that was a wonderful transition on my part, but seriously though, this bracket has been very thrilling to watch, because of course we have some interesting things that have gone on, especially within this upper side, where our 1, 2, and 3 seeds have been in a bit of a tussle. More specifically, our 2 seed ended up taking down the 3 seed. Pretty expected, but we also have the upper finals match tonight, which might not go the way that a lot of us are expecting it to.
Yeah, DK and Avidity to finish off the night is sure to be a fantastic matchup. DK have been on an absolute tear as of late. Even though they did drop a map to Mouth Genesis, I will say, we said a little bit last week, I think they're the number 4 team right now. They're kind of just lurking a little bit, trying to see how everything plays out. Might try and steal a game or two here and there, but we'll get to see them a little bit later on in Avidity. We look at this roster. It's fantastic. Okay, we'll look at that later, but that is sure to be maybe even a finals preview tonight.
Yeah, and that's a game that, I mean, that's our 3rd game, so we have a long ways to get there. Before that, a little bit more sad, I guess, because we have to say goodbye to some of our teams, and that's something that's never a very fun experience here, because, we are on the lower bracket of this. Each of these teams have lost one of their matches and are looking to fight to stay alive, most notably Exo Sakura, that 3 seed that finds themselves in this lower bracket. Not a spot that they want to be in, but our expectations are also high to see them completely run it back, even potentially to the Grands here.
Oh, easily. Like, this is a team, they just won Academy 101 just before this event started, so obviously a hot team going into this tournament, but it's not always a guarantee that you're going to carry over that momentum. So as we start getting ready for this one, yeah, it is obviously Exo Sakura, they're in that top 3, like, hey, we think any of these 3 teams, depending on the day, can win this thing. But now it's really showing here, you're in the lowers, can you start battling your way back to get into that grand final?
Yeah, this is a strong team, right? But
oh my God,
unfortunately, your path to get there, it's not going to be the smoothest. You got to be real with yourselves, right? So this first matchup, though, it has on paper, the looks of a one-sided matchup just because of how often we've seen Exo Sakura in these top positions. Heck, they won the previous tournament for Radiant 101 Academy. So this team clearly no slouches within themselves, and finding themselves in this lower bracket early, it might be a little bit of a shock, and they have to work even harder now to prove why they deserve to continue playing in this tournament.
Yeah, they just need to keep their eye on the prize. Don't get too far ahead, though. You have to make sure you still take this map by map, match by match. We've seen time and time again, whether it be here, especially in OWCS this split, upsets can happen. And they can happen in an instant before the teams even realize it. So I do think this is a team that, hey, they can make the run, but they still have to keep their eyes forward. And they can also be a team that shows a lot of looks, a lot of Sombra from Phone. But it got dealt with against Divinity. So I wonder if Quick Nova took some notes on how, you know, the Phone Sombra kind of got shut down a little bit last week.
Yeah, that's like a core piece of this team. I mean, Phone, one of the best, if not the best Sombra that you're going to find within this tournament, and Exo Sakura clearly using that as their X factor. Is Quick Nova going to be ready for that? Is sort of the question that we want to come into this. We got a little bit of a glimpse of Quick Nova last week in their upper bracket match against Moth's Genesis. It was a 3-0 in favor of Moth's Genesis, the second time they had played that team, and with this roster in particular, outside of Unlucky Main, this is kind of the first time we're seeing the majority of these players at a challenger's level. So making it to this far in the tournament is already a big achievement within itself, but they're going to have to work even harder. They are coming into this off of a win over the 8-seed Hypnos Iceless, so there's some momentum to be gained there, but we're looking at a whole different beast in Exo Sakura.
Oh, this is definitely not, you know, Hypnos Iceless. Like, this is a team that they're going against that they're going to be ready from the jump. Like, this is going to be a very hard game for Quick Nova, but it's not impossible. You know, we saw a lot of times, you know, Laser did a great job last week, especially. Pingu also had a lot of plays here and there. So if they can start early, if they can have maybe an early punch here in map 1, even though it is the map pick of Exo Sakura, if they can find just even those little advantages early on in this series, they at least are giving themselves a chance later on. Because Exo are a team that get better as the series goes on. Quick Nova need to match that kind of improvement.
Yeah, that is kind of a pattern with Exo Sakura. Is they take a while to figure out if something isn't going their way, what needs to be changed. How can they actually fix that? So that is something that we'll have to see. Can Quick Nova kind of come out of these gates strong? Will be the question. We are going to break our 100% pick rate on Ilios for broadcast, and we'll go to Oasis. This is Exo Sakura's map pick. So Quick Nova, definitely a team that has preferred Ilios since they are so heavily set on playing this diva in the past. But as we get those bans in, Jesse, what do we really make of this? The Freya and the Orisa?
So the Freya, it's not a shock, especially for Exo Sakura. They're a team that likes to play, maybe lean a little bit more to the Sojourn. So they're not like super reliant on the Freya. So banning that out, it takes a lot of that pop-off potential that we know Freya has right now away from Quick Nova. On the other side, you know, Exo Sakura, they also play a lot of Orisa when they're not on hero like JQ. Mari, we see a lot of JQ from her. So that could be something that, hey, we want to take at least one of those brawlier tanks away, especially when we get over to University on this map and even Gardens. So it at least opens it up a little bit here for Quick Nova to be at least against compositions that they are super familiar with.
I don't think that you're necessarily going to be too shocked by what is happening, even if there's a decent amount of flexibility in this meta. There's still a standard, right? Like, you're not going to be pulling out some Metro Bastion, right? I mean, you could. Yeah. I would love to see that. I think it'd be hilarious. But Exo Sakura should not be doing that. So they have very flexible talent on their team and can pivot at any point. So Quick Nova, they got to show us too. Where are those flexible muscles that we kind of want to see heading into today? I remember Pingu's Tracer looked particularly strong, partnered with the Diva of Laser when they were able to get those dives coordinated. So kind of keeping an eye out for those small types of synergies that Quick Nova can control is going to be kind of the main point of this team, of this map. Because especially Oasis, Jesse, with the way the mini rounds are, it's similar to Lijiang, where you have two dive-ish points, and then you have this brawl point that we're looking at now in University.
Yeah, you could even argue Gardens. If it's really a brawl meta, you can play it, but especially in the meta we're in right now, it is so versatile. Even if teams are slightly leaning to dive, and especially here, like you said, in calling out heroes, dive is everywhere in this circuit right now. So I could easily see whether it be the D.Va or the Winston, maybe Laser pulls out the Doom. You know, I wouldn't be totally shocked if she's like, hey, why not? Pull out the Doom Fist, pull a little bit of a 180, but against the Sombra on the other side, the odds of that maybe go down a little bit.
Yeah, no, that'd be a little scary, you know. But you know, we could very well see it. We're missing a key point though, Jesse. Where's the hazard in all of this conversation?
Yeah.
Like anytime we've seen a hazard go into a D.Va, the team that's playing the D.Va has lost. And it's 100% across every match that we have seen. Quick Nova, they're that D.Va team, and when Exo Sakura had the mini rebound back in those semifinals, the upper semifinals there, they decided to mirror that hazard that Hitori was forcing the team to play. So if we're going to stick by that pattern where the hazard just has so much more presence than this D.Va, is this something that we need to look forward to for this game as we are getting ready to roll out on round number 1, City Center to kick it off.
And look at this Exo Sakura, even though it is City Center of all of them, Mari will still run onto the JQ, and so far it's worked.
Yeah, Mari's attitude of I'm JQ, you can't touch me, I have abs kind of thing, just intimidated weather and completely just blew them up. So yeah, Quick Nova weren't quite able to get their Sojourn rotated to the high ground in time. And when Exo Sakura, their comp is so fast, Jesse. Like every player has some sort of mobility cooldown. In fact, 2 universal speed cooldowns to work with. And go ahead and shred through the D.Va mech. Laser got hooked in with Mari's knife playing fishing rather than just chucking sharp objects at people instead. And Exo Sakura showing this JQ comp early on the map. We didn't expect to see it too.
Yeah, of all the rounds, this was not the one I expected to see it. But hey, so far, working fantastic for Exo Sakura. They even get Natnif, an unlucky main on the staggers. So a great start for Exo. And now if you're Quick Nova, you gotta figure out, hey, what is the change here? Pingu has a lot on their plate. They gotta continuously put pressure onto Winter and Phone, which is way harder to do than it is to say. And Laser, she may have to play a little more counter dive because you can't really commit to a backline if you're leaving it wide open for JQ.
You really can't, but if JQ walks at you, what realistically can you do as a D.Va? You end up burning all of your defense matrix just to try to keep her away from your backline, and then there's Winter and Phone poking in from these off angles. Like, there we go, Natnif escapes with a sliver of HP to spare, but because the Kiriko's out of position, there's no support available for Laser. Winter just goes ahead, takes down 2 while we're watching it, and Exo Sakura remaining flawless so far.
Yeah, Winter, she's just everywhere right now. My God, just picking up everybody off point, and no ultimates needed by Exo Sakura. Now they will have practically all 5. Natnif will have that Kitsune Rush to try and get Quick Nova into this fight. It is last fight territory, so there's no reason to not pop it early. But there's an early EMP.
Yeah, you can't use any ultimates if Phone just says lights out. You can't push your shiny buttons, and yeah. Quick Nova, not too much of an opportunity in this fight. Laser's even going to get a bit staggered too, so that might deny the tank from the final fight completely.
I think this is done. I don't even know if somebody can touch. Maybe Pingu can get around. But yeah, unlucky main tries to get there. Kitsune Rush to try and go away, but it will be a touchy from Pingu.
Pingu will get there, Laser's over to the Wrecking Ball, so there is a bit of a chance for Quick Nova. I mean, Natnif, Kitsune Rush was actually just used to speed the team past the choke point. Pingu could only really last so long, getting the pressure of both Winter and Phone. There's just so many ultimates on the side of Exo Sakura. There's not too much that Quick Nova can do other than kind of hope for a miracle. Martian will return towards this point, has a sound barrier, only really applies to themselves since everyone else is buried 6 feet under. Yeah, Exo Sakura gonna go ahead, take round 1. I don't think any of them died, Jesse.
I think they maybe got 1.
Did they?
I think there was maybe 1 at some point, but we'd have to... Fact checkers can maybe get us on that. But what a dominant first round. Again, on the 1 round, we didn't think that was going to show up. No, never mind. I'm wrong.
Yep.
Yeah, 0 deaths across the board for Exo Sakura. The golden round, looking maybe free for a golden map, is this is the stage if you're Quick Nova you did not want next, because it is University where this comp is going to work the best.
Yeah, this hurts. This is
This-
unlucky.
yeah.
Unlucky. We could get those in the chat for Quick Nova and Exo Sakura. They're perfectly fine to keep running with what was working, and it seems that Quick Nova, they weren't exactly sure where they should turn, what point to focus on, because there was just some sort of elimination that happened before they could fully get themselves together to fight.
Yeah, this is gonna be super awkward for Quick Nova, regardless of how you go at it. Whether a little bit late on the rotation,
Ooh,
and they're gonna get punished.
Man, I love Mari Junker Queen. I love the Mari Junker Queen.
It's so good.
It's so pretty. Like, she just doesn't miss these knives. The Suzu goes out to de-knife somebody. Like, this is a problem. She's getting away with so much on this Junker Queen, and it's just, she's home. It's university. Oh, Laser.
Yeah, this is going to be hard. I won't lie for Quick Nova, especially Laser. They're out on back and trying to get the boops off it. Well, it's not Laser, but it's not Regime. That is rude. But already 15% phone. Well, there's the first step.
There's the death. Okay. You got one. You got your one. Time to push. Oh,
Hey,
there's two.
Hey.
Okay. We're cooking now. We're getting somewhere.
Winnable.
Quick Nova, I mean Pingu will drop back to get a bit of healing. And Winter didn't burn the recall there, so it's pretty good in terms of the aspect of the Tracer 1v1. However, no one's been able to move towards point. Natnef had to Suzu themselves just with the amount of pressure that's been happening. And eventually Laser swaps over to this Hazard that we've been seeing so much success on throughout the weekend. And perhaps Quick Nova can get a flip cooking here. There we go. Some percentage to the orange side.
And hey, you know, the Hazard, even though we talked about a lot last week, is the Hazard always beat the Diva, but now it's the Hazard instead of the Diva because of the fact that, yeah, Hazard can at least find some of that pop-off potential if they can find Regime or Proto especially. Jump in, maybe force an early Suzu, and opens up a lot more playmaking ability for Pingu and Weather.
Yeah, I don't think Bone checked the weather on that one.
No.
Did not expect to see the Cassidy up there.
days.
Got taken out. Yeah, Kitsune rush for Quick Nova. More defensively. Oh no, there's the pulse bump stick. Winter blows Weather the smithereens, and Quick Nova the control on the objective slowly slipping through their fingers. Exakura, wonderful pulse bump stick from Winter to deny the Deadeye completely.
And she's not done.
No.
She wants even more, but I don't think maybe they get unlucky, main. They're playing a dangerous game, but you know, it will be the end of that fight. As at least now for Exo Sakura, it's still both support ultimates. The AMP can shut a lot down, but never mind. Early Kitsune.
If there's one thing Exo Sakura like to do, it is go first, and that's exactly what happens there with that Kitsune rush. Shoves Bingu into a locker, and yeah, everyone Quick Nova's like, get back in spawn. We can't afford a stagger here.
No, especially it's one fight territory now, and Phone will look for another early fight. Is there just trying to lurk, trying to find this early EMP to maybe go with Mari's if she can build up the last 5.
There's the EMP, but it only ends up hitting onto Natnef. Martian was able to land the sound barrier, and instead Regime was hitting the deck. Exakura have no supports remaining, leaving Mari alone to pop the rampage, heal herself up, and get Phone in there to follow up on the anti-healing effects. Wonderful 1-2 punch from this team, expecting the DPS to be in position to assist Mari's gameplay. Now with this hitting overtime, Quick Nova, those health bars dangerously low, and without any real sustaining presence, all Pingu can do is touch a toe in, touch a toe out, and hope to stay alive as long as possible. You do end up getting Proton for this, but I mean, Exakura, they're sitting on the sound barrier. You have all the health in the world, and it will be a 2-out, giving Oasis to Exakura.
The fact that the one pick Mari was able to get early when they lose 2 is the opposite Kiriko. So the fact that, hey, don't have to worry about Suzu. It's the one thing that can shut everything down. Sound barrier was already used, and that is just the instant win condition, especially when you're a Junker Queen as good as Mari. And we at least saw a little bit of a fight back from, you know, Quick Nova. Like, hey, showing a little bit of fight, pushing Exo Sakura a little bit. And the Hazard did show at least some early purchase. Now it is just trying to extend that out. But man, it's a lot of pressure now on the Quick Nova to try and figure out what map 2 could at least get them the best chance to even us up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, it's a tough round, right? We kind of went into this match knowing that, you know, Exo Sakura, very much the expected winner of this particular game, their experience. Heck, they won the last Calling All Heroes event in the Radiant Academy 101, where, as quick note, a bunch of newcomers to the scene who have showed amazing potential, and to get this far has been great. But now that they're getting a real taste of what the top level of Calling All Heroes has to offer here, the Hazard, as you said, Jizzy, gave them some signs of hope there. Perhaps Phone taking a dip off the map there for a second, but you made something work. You were able to get some percentage and perhaps something to work on going ahead. The nice part is you get to pick from any map that is currently in this pool, and is one of the biggest decisions that you're going to be able to make in the remainder of the series.
And what is the first ban too? Like, you have to start those conversations, because you want those conversations to be at the same time. Like, hey, if we're gonna pick this map, what is the ban going to be? You want to plan that out ahead of time. Last time they were in this position was against Mouse Genesis up in the quarterfinals. When they lost the first map, they went to Watchpoint for the second map and banned Winston, kind of forcing either the Hazard or the Diva. I could kind of see them doing that again. EXO did not show any sort of dive during that first map, and that was kind of one of their Achilles heel against Avidity too. They weren't able to really be as confident in the dive as Avidity, so I wonder if that will be the play here for Quick Nova. They've also picked, King's Row before, which, like I can understand it, but against, everything that you just went against in Oasis, I wouldn't maybe suggest that, at least yet.
You steer clear from that for now. The Junker Queen should be the last thing on your mind, and that will be the last thing on your mind on Watchpoint Gibraltar, unless you're Mari and she just decides, I'm her today, and I'm going to play JQ here. Watchpoint Gibraltar, kind of following that same script as we mentioned before. Forcing this Diva is where Quick Nova want to go. But, I mean, Exo Sakura, Jesse, they're so flexible. Like, I don't think there's a map that you could have picked that would have made Exo Sakura comfortable. Quick Nova recognized that, so they went somewhere where they can feel safe.
Yeah, this is probably the best chance here for Quick Nova. I will say, though, when they went against Mouse Genesis, the plan went awry. They did not cap first point. So it brings me some nerves, them going to this map, but I do think compositionally, it is their best case scenario. Right? Because at least you're giving yourself a chance. You don't have to worry about the JQ, right? Maybe third phase, if either team gets there, you may have to worry about it. But other than that, you don't have to worry about a Junker Queen during this map. You can play a little bit more of your style with the traditional dive, or even if you want to lean back onto the Hazard. It did look good. Like, it looked decent over at University. It just, at that point, the snowball was kind of already in full swing, and Exo Sakura, they were never going to not win that map at that rate. So a lot of questions here for Quick Nova on what they want to ban, or do they also protect maybe something they're wanting to keep in their back pocket for this map, and maybe ban just a random, like an Ana. If they don't want to deal with the Ana, they can kind of ban that out to also keep, that Brig, Kiriko, Lucio, Juno, those kind of backlines alive.
I feel like it was a ban a tank just to protect the Diva, because Laser does not play Winston.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
It's kind of a necessity. Granted, Mari doesn't play a ton of Winston. I know her more for Diva out of those two heroes, so this would be perfectly fine with her. I don't think it would be banned, but just to be safe, yeah, you go ahead and take it off the table entirely, and yeah, this makes a lot more sense. The Brig, though, that kind of shakes up this on a Brig backline that we're super used to seeing on this map.
Yeah, it keeps the Ana ban available for later, which I don't mind. I actually really like the ban idea here for Exo Sakura, because there are some maps that, the Ana Brig is nice, but you don't always need the Brig. On this map, you need the Brig. Like, if you were going to run Ana, you need Brig. Kiriko can work, but it is a lot harder to pull off because you need to time those Suzus perfectly to save the Ana. So I really like the Brig counter ban here from Exo Sakura, but at least, we should have Diva or Hazard dives coming in. This is exactly the type of play style that Quick Nova are wanting, and this gives them the best chance to even us up. It's just, can they actually get this first phase going? Because it really was slowed down early by Mouse Genesis. A lot of that issue, to be fair to them, was Paul and Jeremy popping off, right? Like, Paul and Jeremy had, like, insane maps for Mouse Genesis when Quick Nova and Mouse went against each other. So if you can deny that kind of value, maybe you get a little bit farther, but this is also a very good Sombra map So I don't think Phone is going to be very mad that we're heading to Watch Point.
Well, I think the happiest camper for them all might be Regime, because they hate playing Brick.
Yeah,
we know that for a fact. So, like, does Lucio Curie just make sense? Like, I feel like that just... You can't really run the Ana Super Bowl. Or you can do Ana Lucio, like, kind of that OG
It's
Reinhardt
risky,
thing.
though. Yeah, it's really risky if you want to run the Lucio Ana, because if your Lucio is really trying to help your front line get to where they need to be and almost be like a mini taxi, who is going to protect your Ana? Like, you really have nobody unless your Tracer, instead of being aggressive, is playing bodyguard, and that's just a giant risk to take, especially if it doesn't work. But you're taking away a lot of offensive capabilities and finishing power on your dives. So I do think, I agree with you, we're probably going to see a lot more Lucio Kiri. Maybe we see somehow like a Kiri Juno, but that'd be kind of random if we saw it. But I've seen it a couple of times in scrims. But yeah, I think this is going to be a lot of, D.Va, Lucio, Kiriko, and it's going to be a lot on whether it be the Tracers or the Sombra to really get that backline pressure.
Talking about that Tracer matchup a little bit too, I mean, that was heavily Winter favored. Pingu did their best to kind of take this space, but it was so hard because Pingu was out on an island most of the time, trying to split push, where we're looking at Phone and Winter kind of tag teaming that. There's not too much that Pingu was able to accomplish, and I'm thinking that we see one of the DPS stick Tracer here, but Winter's also a very heady hitscan player, right? Like, that's something that she's probably the most known for. Is that something you're going to want to repeat if you just want to stick with, like, this Tracer Sombra, likely D.Va died? I don't even want to talk about this Roadhog that Mari's kind of thinking about.
It's just the initial, it's probably just the initial, hey, we're going to TP to bridge, see if we can find somebody, and then swap. I'm hoping that's just what they're doing. So I'm not even going to, like, pay attention to it, because also... we've casted a lot of these players through Collegiate over the years, and a little bit of a memers, some of them. Looking at Regime in particular.
Hey, you're calling them out like that. That's crazy.
I am calling them out a little bit. But, they love to have fun on Extra Sakura. So we'll see if they can get a little bit of value here from this early Roadhog, and here we go.
All right, TP, hook. We got anything in?
They got it. Oh my God, they got it.
The complete opposite. Quick Nova sniffed that out well before it could happen there. So, there we go. It was fun while it lasted. Let's play some more traditional Overwatch.
Yeah, you can tell they were waiting for it. It's like, we know you guys. Come on. Let's not try this. So, it is the Freya's now online, and now that she is not banned, it is a lot onto Weather and Winter. Winter's already trying to play catch up.
Yeah, I mean, Winter is already surpassed Weather's ult charge, despite getting the elimination. First, Pink is dead. Bit of a problem. Pingu was attempting to stall the payload underneath, ended up getting caught out by the likes of Phone and Mari. So I'll start the snowball, clearing off the high ground. Nexus corrupt. They're on the move.
Already on the move, and Mari super uncomfortable on the D.Va. Like you said, it's not like she's gonna play the Winston anyway. If she has to go Winston or D.Va, she's going D.Va 99 out of 100 times. So it's not the most awkward spot here for Exeter. And already they are gonna keep this Juno, by the way. Juno does not swap, and Ana. So a lot of pressure here on a Natnip to find those cleanses, but already this card almost through first phase.
And Quick Nova, they are going to attempt to contest. Again, Natnef is preoccupied with Phone in the backline, so they couldn't really get the support over to Laser that was needed. And same goes for Lucky Man, who is Captive Sun, by the way, just under a streamer name. A little bit difficult to get the healing in. Exosakura got first point. We're looking at 5 minutes for second point.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of time, Molly. That is a lot of time for Exosakura. Yeah, especially considering the issues Quick Nova had on their attack on this map just last week, as Mari, she's just trying to lurk a little bit, trying to put a little bit of early pressure, and forces an early recall out of Pingu, but already has the self-destruct. If they want to go very aggressive, they have that as an escape, but Pingu, the pulse bomb, missed.
Yeah, no, Pingu. Oh, and Mari chases them down again. She's just been on Tracer patrol. Like, that's all she's done. And she's just runs over Weather like a little traffic cone to the high ground. That's not good. And Mari's dominating the space control on the second point. And, I mean, if they get Captive Stun here, too, I mean, these are some massive stackers for Sakura.
Yeah, these are massive here. Mari just doesn't care anymore. She pops the self-destruct. A few kills are going to follow. Not exactly from it. And now she's done. that second phase done. 5.5 minutes still here for final phase, and they get this stagger on him, Natnip too.
You know, quick Nova, you know, your backs are against the wall. You gotta get creative. You gotta try something new. We have a Life Weaver on our screens, Jesse. We've seen this work with people like GK Esports. They're the only ones that have managed to make it happen. Is this the answer for quick Nova?
Hey, you won't know until you try, right?
That's
like,
true.
you might as well at this point.
Oh,
There's nothing that can go worse, says Mario. Okay, she is just everywhere to start off, and now Regime, if they want, can just pop the orbital ray to start us off, and well, Weaver's already gone.
Yeah, Mari, that is now her third final blow of the fight. Not too much to be saying so far. A little unnecessary, Winter. Not very much needed. I think actually they just want to speedrun. They want to gain time on this.
They gain time. That's
They could. It happened last
It
game.
is very possible. They're going to have another self-destruction to throw on point, but Natnip with the Kitsune just to try and fend them off for now.
Ooh, but Weather, full shotgun line smack on top of Rhoda. One less support inside of Extra, but what did they really make work with it? Mari just trying to get her mech back in order to do, but at this point, is it really worth it? They're committed to the orbital ray despite being down 2 players. Extra is super confident in finishing this fight in front of Quick Nova spawns, and I gotta say, that is a very ambitious decision, given those respawn timers, and Extra surely regretting it.
Yeah, they're obviously a little bit confident right now in how they're playing and wanting to have a really high time bank, but yeah, it was not the best decision overall, and already some swaps going in. Winter goes over to Soj, phone back over to the signature Sombra, because they'll be looking to cause a little bit of mayhem now, and if Laser's life wasn't already hard enough, she will now be in hell, because this is going to be this constant damage onto the Diva.
I will say, out of all tank heroes, though, it is easiest to mark a Sombra on Diva to prevent the hack, but then you just gotta constantly have your head on a swivel. There is no downtime in between that and Mari, and heck, they just ignored Laser entirely. Natnip has been the target that they don't like. They've taken their lunch money like 50 times at this point in the map. Sakura gonna go ahead and walk through. Triple kill for Winter, mind you, on the top of that. And there we go. About 2-ish, a little bit, almost 3 minutes, excuse me, on this time bank as they clean up the last straggler. That was a roll out of Sakura.
Yeah, it's all EXO all the time. That was unreal from EXO Sakura, and again, this shows why they are a team that we've been talking about. They could win this whole thing, right? They just won Academy 101. Yes, they have, you know, a rough game against Divinity. They get knocked down to lowers very early, but this is still a team that is very confident in what they're doing. They have their very unique style, and unless you scrim against them often, or you scrim against a team that's even remotely like them, it's just so hard to try and, you know, simulate their kind of play in scrims for when this type of matchup comes up, and I think that's what Quick Nova is finding out right now.
There's a bit of a tier break, you know, that we've been talking about throughout the weekend, that we have our top 3 teams that they just kind of sit above everybody else. And then you have Moss Genesis, another tier break. And then I think Quick Nova kind of sits around closer to that line. So
yeah.
There's some distance that had been between these teams previously. And I think the playstyle, like, I look at Mari in particular, a shining star amongst many stars. Best tank right now, though you're going to find in Calling All Heroes next to the likes of Hitori and Kindred. So, she's just going to pull out the Junker Queen on this defense, trying to deny this space up close and personal. Like, Jesse, this very well can work with how well EXO Sakura have been playing their own tempo.
It's a dangerous game, but at this point, why not? Like, you have the time bank to lean on. They're waiting to see who will pop up top. It's probably going to be Laser, as Regime is like, hey, look at me, come up here, it's just me. It did not work.
They're trying to be like, I'm the best bait. Like, really dangling the carrot there.
Oh, Weather went up.
We're not that silly. Oh, Weather, no! Weather tripped the trap and paid the price for it. Mari drops down to the low ground, throws a couple knives, swings a couple axes. Goodbye, Pingu. Yeah, Extra Sakura. How do you break it? Like, you don't scrim against this ever.
No. Especially on this map? Oh, no. Like, you'll see some teams,
Whoa.
let's face it, run this, but with Rhine, like, they'll play very up close and personal. It's almost like the old Circuit Royale spawn hold
Yeah.
that they would run before Circuit Royale got reworked. But yeah, this is so hard because you have so many angles you want to try and pull through. Unlucky Man will just run the Life Weaver to try and have an escape key for somebody, but Yeah, this is going to be really rough.
Yeah, I think it's easier to play into a Junker Queen, and if somebody gets hit with a knife, I'd say it's easier to kill them. Winter, though, just kind of decides, you know what, I want to touch the spawn doors, and she paid for that ticket with her life. Not a great trade if you're Extra Sakura. Both your DPS are currently down. Quick Nova can take the most that they can out of this opportunity. Crota able to kind of slip out of Laser's clutches here as they're finally going to get this payload through the tunnel.
It's this final phase, though, where they had troubles against Mouse Genesis, was just getting over the line, actually getting the tick, and especially when you have Mari. She'll just be running around, especially antagonizing anybody on carts, which she already did, as this cart is stuck on the underpass, and Quick Nova, yeah, you have high ground, but the cart is stuck. You have to find some way to break through.
It's been Weather so far. Weather's been finding some really nice eliminations. I mean, they just got full supports just by switching over to this Cassidy. A bit more tanky to handle these dives. You got the flashbang to slow them down. Oh, what a sleep and a couple headshots on the way down. Nighty-night, Winter. Quick Nova, they're pushing.
Yeah, they're actually, you know, it is a lot of Weather right now. Like, Weather is just running this show. And yeah, oh my god, it's just, you look at the scoreboard, it's still just such a difference. But if they have the Deadeye here, there is no DM. All you have to worry about is the cleanse and the hack.
No, this is doable. And like, if we got to see the life grip there, it was very helpful for when Weather was in a bit of trouble. Have all of this overhealth from the tree coming in. Granted, that's going to explode pretty quickly, but no! The self-destructive buys the space. Extra Sakura, they just committed 3 massive ultimates. Not only do they lose this fight, Jesse, but they're losing the payload. That is a terrible C9.
Man, that's 2 weeks in a row now.
Oh, that was a bad one.
That's painful. Necro, I'm sorry. I think we took it. Hopefully you don't have any next week, in this weekend in OWCS. We've taken the curse for a little bit. But what a fight though for Quick Nova. Like, this is the kind of start they needed to at least give themselves a chance. Because yes, they used a lot of ultimates to throw everything there, but so did EXO. So now it's only the EMP you have to worry about, and already Mari's half.
Yeah, Mari's not having a great time. Laser isn't allowed to escape, though. It was a hack that interrupted for boosters, so Extra Sakura, they're okay. That you have plenty of people to sit up on this high ground, and Bone's been kind of keeping this EMP in the back pocket, too. So this next push, Quick Nova, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, this could be hard for Quick Nova. They're trying to wrap around top of Regime already. Deep into the back line, Natnif gone, so is Unlucky Main.
That's teamwork.
And the fight is just done. The seed is there, but nobody is there to collect. And oh my god, they're just gonna spawn hold again here on second phase.
Oh,
why not? If you're
Unlucky
Extra
Main,
Sakura,
no. That's tragic. Yeah, that's
rough.
I think Regime just happy to play Lucio, honestly. Like, you could just see them flying around the map. Like, la-di-da-di-da. Happy day for the Lucio player.
You can see they're just, everybody's just showing up here. Mari almost lands the blade, but they still have EMP Molly. They didn't even need it last fight. So depending on who they find, this time it's Unlucky Main, but they get the spawn in time.
Yeah, I mean, Natnif can't leave the spawn. Mari is asking for the on attacks, and unfortunately, Natnif is not willing to pay that currently. Laser will come to their supports and say, you know what, I got you. Forces Mari back a little bit further, but and even then, that's not really enough. Getting through these doors, Jesse, it's one of the hardest parts on Watchpoint to go to.
Especially when teams are holding this far close. Like, usually it's try to deal with the hit scans on Spaceship and everything else. It is just trying to get out of the spawn doors. We're just fighting in first phase again.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if that C9 didn't happen, I honestly wouldn't have guessed that the payload had gotten capped just based off of where we're fighting. Regime eventually will get punished for their shenanigans, and it's not really enough. I mean, Extra Sakura, throughout this time, not only have they not used EMP, Jesse, they've managed to build up to all 5 of their ultimates again. Whoa, Laser?
Laser's just gone.
What?
Oh, what?
Where?
Hello?
I think she just turned her phone on mute there.
We was on Do Not Disturb at the wrong time.
Well, phone definitely disturbed since they blew up. Extra Sakura, I mean, still got 5 ults, but I mean, Mari's in the back line. Like, what is happening? This is a right around the Rosie. Solo rampage onto Natnif, gets slipped, gets stuck with a pulse bomb. All right, that's a Quick Nova I have to say about that. Mari has caused terror in this lobby for far too long. Weather's cooking once again, shuts down Winter's Dragon Blade. Why are Quick Nova winning the fights with all 5 ultimates against them?
Huh.
What?
That's a fight that's gonna have to get Vodder, dude. Just for the sake of what in the world just happened? And spatial control is in favor of Quick Nova, but this EMP again, they've been holding it this entire phase. Might as well pop it now.
Yeah, you know, it's been like, what, 5 fights? Maybe? The phone's had this?
5 or 6, yeah.
Thought about it. I mean, 14 seconds left to go here. Sakura really only need one big punch to go ahead and push themselves up to match point. Quick Nova, hack on the laser. She's gonna wait till the last second to touch so she can get her health back in order, and perhaps a nano from Natnik, who has now returned to the fight. But again, laser gets hit and bursted before the nano boost can come through. Quick Nova, too slow to act. Sakura will go ahead and send the dagger to the heart for pretty much the entirety of this team. The EMP held for the moment that it mattered the most. Quick Nova couldn't make it happen here on Watch Point Gibraltar, so Sakura, they're gonna move up to a match point.
A better attack than last time for Quick Nova, but regardless, it is still the other side taking it. 2-0 Sakura. Man, this JQ comp, it is just so good, Molly. It seems like there's no stopping it because Mari's third blade conversion rate is unreal. As much as they're able to pull everybody around, she's just been lighting it up. In Winter, not as comfortable, it seems like, on the Freya, still very comfortable on the Soj.
Yeah, nothing really new when it comes to Winter playing her ranged heroes. It's kind of how she got her name for herself, playing on Amplify for OWCS. And that's actually, fun fact about Sakura, every single one of these players either made Stage 1 or Stage 2 or both for OWCS, which has been incredible to see considering most of these players were brought up through the Calling All Heroes circuit over the past couple of years. And, you know, this is kind of the spotlight that we wanted to shine on these players. And again, it's just a testament to how good these players are on an individual and a team skill level. And it makes it all the more of a challenge for Quick Nova to make something happen within this series.
Yeah, it's like you're playing against, you know, some of the spotlights of Calling Our Heroes, like the players who have made it to OWCS and have had success over on OWCS. So this is, especially for a team that has a lot of players that were in Rising last year, this is their first real event as this group, especially in this big of a tournament. Yes, it's a little bit daunting, especially when you go against a team like EXO Sakura, but they're getting better as the time goes on. But it's also EXO or Sakura are getting better as the series goes on. And that was kind of a worry that we had early on from Quick Nova, was like, hey, can you keep up with the improvement pace that EXO Sakura typically has in this series? And even though Quick Nova has been improving, it just hasn't been enough. Because especially that attack from EXO, my God, like that was near perfection.
Yeah, I don't think you can really ask for much more for EXO.
No.
I think Mari died once, and that was when she rampaged from the backline, got slept, and pulse bombed. So
yeah,
I mean that's what happens when you're trying to be that gutsy. But you know, Mari continues to be a shining star for the EXO Sakura roster, and you know they're the defending champs for a reason. We'll have to see what can happen, though. I mean, one more map now for Quick Nova, both to pick and potentially to play, should it not go their direction. Their kind of signature composition didn't exactly turn out the way that they wanted here. They're just getting stuck. They can't get these fights off when they want to. EXO Sakura, 99% of the time, are the ones to make the first move. If they lose somebody, it's because they got overconfident. So, Weather had some good moments within that last map. That's perhaps something to lean into a little bit more as we go ahead with that Cassidy Sojourn sort of deal. Because we really even haven't gotten the Freya outside of like that one fight either.
Yeah, no, honestly, the Cassidy worked great for Weather. Like, honestly, it worked fantastic for them. It's just, especially Watch Point, it's really hard to make the Cassidy work because it is such a long-range map, even though EXO Sakura, you know, made the fights very up close and personal. It can be a little bit tricky still when they're not, it's either they're far away or they're in your face. So it can still be a little difficult for the Cassidy to work. And that's why they're going over to Kings Row to try and start the reverse sweep. And it's like, you can make the argument, oh my God, you know, this is a bad pick because, you know, they can just run the JQ. Well, I'm guessing they're going to ban JQ. Like if I was a betting person, I'm banning JQ. There's no way in hell I'm not.
If you don't ban the JQ, I mean, something's not right.
Like, something is not. You either have something cooking, like it's a protect ban, maybe. Yeah. Unless you want to ban the Sombra. Maybe the Sombra is the only thing I can maybe see them banning instead.
That could be acceptable. I'd be okay with that. But you know, even looking ahead towards the rest of the series, It's going to be tough. This map in particular tends to lean more towards the brawl style. Exception to first point. There's a lot of teams that like to play the dive on that just because of the amount of high ground that's at the defender's disposal. Yeah, but it will be a Sombra ban. No JQ. That is still on the table. And with the ban of Orisa from Extra Sakura, Mari's just going to run it down on her favorite Australian queen.
Yeah, it's no Orisa? Cool. All right. W key, like just go in, left shift, whatever she has her keybind set to for commanding shout, just go. Int. Because you know phone is going to be there for the follow-up. Like that is just that cohesion that this team has across the board. My guess with the Orisa band, maybe we see more of the hazard come out here from Quick Nova. It did look okay over on Oasis Gardens, but on University, I should say, but it's rough because so far, yes, it's been a lot of this JQ that has been the overall, like the best composition for Exo Sakura, but you at least don't have to worry about the constant hacks, the constant EMPs. You're forcing Phone to go over to a Genji that, yes, you know, it's something that they're very comfortable with. I'm not saying it isn't, but it's not their signature hero that they made their name off of. So you can at least take, breathe a sigh of relief for like 2 seconds and then be like, okay, we still got to figure out Mari. Because if we don't figure out Mari, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Mari's, I think, kind of the core. The Sombra's annoying. The Sombra can disrupt any plan that you want. And it seems like Quick Nova, they're realizing that, we can't go anywhere because we're getting jumped before we can decide where we want to go. The Sombra's a big part of that. She's scouting these things out. She's throwing out the hacks and giving Mari, serving up a player on a silver platter for her, right? That's what Phone has been able to accomplish. It's still going to be a problem because Phone actually holds the record right now. 9 hero swaps in 2 maps, by the way.
Jesus.
Very flexible. And we'll be able to play a ton of different things with this comp. Mari needs to be kept in check. I wonder if they bring out the hazard again. Like, we saw that a little bit from Laser. It just feels like you can stand in front of a JQ and actually make her say, go away. Like, give some fear to the JQ versus the D.Va who's just kind of zipping around in the air.
Yeah, you could at least command the space a little bit more. It's not like we're in Stadium or D.Va can, have the lava follow her and everything. No, like we're not in Stadium as much as, maybe like a Calling All Heroes Stadium mini tournament.
That would be fun. I'd be here for that.
Hey, I'm just saying that'd be pretty fun, but also an organizational nightmare, I could assume. But the fact that yes, the D.Va isn't as great as commanding that space. The Ramatra, I don't mind this, Molly. I really don't. Because you can at least use the Ravenous Vortex to slow it down a little bit. You can try and deny Winter as they're going in on some of these engages. Especially if Mari is sticking the hazard. It's not the worst case scenario here.
And versus banned, too. So this is actually not too terrible for Quick Nova, worrying about getting counter swapped, I guess, unless Mari decides to bring out her little evil mwah and go like Mauga or something. But
oh, please no. Please no.
She won't touch that hero if she has the choice, I promise. Quick Nova, though, I mean, Pingu on this Pharah, I'm feeling pretty good about Quick Nova's comp comparison to late. They just need to keep Exo Sakura at an arm's length here.
Yeah, just keep them just a little bit away. That's why Pingu, they're not even trying to beat the Widow. They are just trying to play or by hotel, not trying to get too advantageous here, and Phone will eventually swap over to the Soj. Try how about the Sigma? Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, boulders are still a problem, as Unlucky Ming certainly just figured out as Winter just sliced through both supports off with the dash resets, and yeah, when a Genji gets cooking, it's really hard to stop her. Not only can Winter play this hit scan, but yeah, she has a pocket Genji that is terrifying. She's dead, but yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, she did wipe almost the entire team, so we'll give her a little bit of a break. But man, what a first fight for Exo Sakura. They're trying to match their pace from Watchpoint Gibraltar. 5.5 minutes. Back on the time. Pink already giving up at the far, like, oh, we're doing against this? No. There's not even a try. There's no reason to, especially if we're in Streets phase now. It's so enclosed. Just matching the Genji is just a better option.
Winter Phone kind of swapping roles too. I mean, Winter's known for her hit scan. I don't think I've seen Phone touch the Widowmaker, but we can. I was gonna say add that to the hero pool. Maybe not yet, because they're a little dead. Weather will go ahead and win that out. Throw it there. easily able to respond. One of the heroes that they really enjoy playing in this Yari. Plenty of range damage pressure. The healing pylon's very nice as well to support the likes of Winter, who still seems to be cooking when it comes to this Genji. And Quick Nova, not too much staying power left for this first choke point. And Sakura moving to the streets.
Yeah, Phone just doesn't care this. They're like, well, I can just go wherever, right? Like, they don't look at me, right? And look at this. Look how far up Phone is. Just seeing if they can try and find somebody early. And Proto's almost doing scouting. Like, hey, I'll be on this side. I'll look over, try and find somebody. Well, it's Mari at the end of the day. Getting the early. Did they go all the way around?
Unlucky, Bane?
Levitate? Unlucky. I know that wasn't unlucky. What happened there?
You know, we might just say it's unlucky, just to give them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Weather does get the pick onto Proto, matching Phone on the Widowmaker. Weather also playing a bit of Mystery Heroes so far, but perhaps this is the pick that will work out. A little difficult to touch the point though, if everyone's locked up in the wells of gravity. Beautiful flux, the Suzu, not enough to prevent the boulder from smashing laser into tomorrow. Yeah, 5 minutes, 20 seconds on this third point. Exo Sakura, don't know what the breaks are.
No, brakes do not exist. All gas, no brakes. And there's just no stress on this team. They're almost treating this like, hey, we're just running it down. There's no reason. Why fret? Hey, we're in Margaritaville. We're just going to hang out, have a great time, and get kills. And Wits are already on high ground. Weather does win the Widow 1v1. Does open up a little bit here.
Okay.
Quick.
I think Phone might have a negative game. I don't think they're having a great time on those Widowmakers, but you know, that's something for Quick Nova to work with. Winter though, does pull the blade only to be punched straight into the ground. The second she makes contact with the laser, Nova has some stable ground to stand on, and what a snowball that advantage. It's actually an annihilation out of laser, and wow, that get burns through so fast. They're able to raid the damage amplification from enemy next Sakura, using that to their full advantage now. Weather waiting for the perfect shot out of the Judo there. Doesn't get out of the Judo, almost gets it out of Proto, who lives with just like 3 HP. And Exo Sakura, yeah, they're pulling out all the stops. They can smell the full completion. It's right ahead of this corner. And Quick Nova, and they haven't had a chance to use any of these ults except now the sights are active. It doesn't do all that much though. You can't get a body towards the payload. No! The Ajax! Unlucky main. Couldn't make it. His phone found their groove on the Widow. 352 full completion for Exo Sakura. They want to end this in 3, Jesse.
They want the clean sweep, and they want to get on with the rest of the night and start planning and start scouting for the lower semi-final. But man, Exo Sakura, they're just a train that is not stopping. Like, this is an unreal performance tonight so far from Exo Sakura, and I feel bad for Quick Nova because, like, on paper, like, oh, the Ramatra, especially on this map, you know, using the Annihilation, it's very enclosed, you can get a lot of kills with it. Exo Sakura just didn't care, like, oh, we're just gonna walk by you. Bye, laser, bye! Like, we're just gonna go into your backline. And there was just nothing. There was nothing that laser could do about it. She just kind of sat there and was like, well, I'll try and, you know, counter dive the supports of Exo Sakura, but they had so much attacking power with it being, you know, the Alari Juno backline, or well, now it is, but it was the Alari and the Lucio for a lot of the attack. And it just felt like there was nothing laser could do in her power. So it is a very tall order here once again for Quick Nova if they want to keep their hopes alive here for a guaranteed top 4 finish and to at least give themselves a chance to earn one of those end of season championship bids, the top 3 for Exo, and they're just all full steam ahead right now.
They keep it phone on the Widow too. That's a lot of confidence. And to be fair, they did hit their shots there on the last point. How is that going to fare against the potential wrecking ball of laser? This is the laser I'm more familiar with. Back when I played on her team, it was as a little ball tracer duo in Calling All Heroes Rising, but then she got too good and is playing for Quick Nova now. But this is kind of her signature thing that, you know, she originally made a name for herself in Calling All Heroes 4, and it's going to look to see if, you know, you got to pull out all the stops here. It's kind of hard, though. Nobody can really follow her, as we're seeing now just the fire from Exo Sakura poking down the rest of the team, and as Laser's just trying to disrupt, get some bits of damage in, but, I mean, Proto and Regime are frying the squishy targets since the tank is preoccupied.
Yeah, it's like they do get at least Regime in the background, but yeah, it's a laser. She's just rolling around, just trying to find maybe one more pocket pick before they have to back up. They almost find Winter, but Froda is there at the last second. I bet Phone's sitting like, man, don't make me go Sombra. Like, please don't make me do it.
Well, Phone can't go Sombra. Because it's banned.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's what this map has done to me.
It's been a map. I'll give you that. Yeah, so Phone can't play their beloved Sombra, so we're playing Widowmaker and making Laser suffer, despite not getting hacked. Mari is present on the tank as ever, although climbing into a Soldier 76 at below 100 HP, not advised, even with Spike Guard there, so a pretty decent window of opportunity for quick Nova, and Weather identifies it. This goes ahead and sends it towards the objective, pedal platform to the high ground, should they decide to take it. But for now, Exos are up. They're gonna go ahead, back off, give up at least a tick, and likely more, with how well Quick Nova are cleaning up the eliminations.
Yeah, Weather is able to still light it up on the Soldier pick of all of them. Mari is posturing here. She can get one more touch. And well, they'll have ultimate soon here.
I don't see any team members from her, like, on this street. Like, even if you just get the Kitsune rush out, like, that's honestly not the end of the world. Get a bit of a touch, you'll get the further spawns, and I mean, Winter also throwing herself in, I'm not a huge fan of, since there's just no reinforcements left to come on, and the points will end up getting captured. And Extra, I mean, with the amount of picks they're getting, Jesse, they could set up for a first choke hold.
But not another spawn hold. Exo, don't do it.
They might.
Not another one, please. I didn't mind it as much, I will say, them trying to go and touch there. Nice little
That was
grapple.
nice.
Yeah, that was a beautiful grapple. Because there was a few members coming, but it was the fact that Winter just got pushed off by the ball. They couldn't do much. It's double. Hey, Laser, you are stuck.
Yeah, but Laser's got like 8,000 health, so she's fine. We're chilling. Bastion, that's a Phone signature. That's also up there. I hear the name Phone. I think Sombra first and Bastion second. Although Winter, when Genji doesn't quite come to the mines, she's been able to prove otherwise so far, although her target was just yoinked away thanks to Unlucky Maid, but ooh! Shuriken's in the face of Weather, and yeah, she'll go ahead and take the one she got as her tank proceeds to abandon her. And Blazer will give a couple more eliminations, and Quick Nova, they seem to be doing a lot better when Chaos is forced, and Exo Sakura aren't really taking the full team fights.
No, you can tell Exo are trying to play off picks. But for Quick Nova right now, they're thriving off that chaos. Like, oh, everyone's trying to play for their own picks. Let's just try and find somebody that's maybe a little by their lonesome and just punish immediately. And not having that Sombra available is massive right now because this ball from Laser doesn't really have any sort of answer from Axel Sakura. So now with that Oversight, Laser can just chill up here. Doesn't have to drop anytime soon. Well, now will drop as the cooldown erases, but they can just kind of hang out, and this is a beautiful setup for Quick Nova to maybe get the third phase.
Yeah, you don't have Weather, though. I mean, Winter's had Weather's known for, like, this entire series. If I see Weather die, it's likely Winter to be a culprit on that. Laser is forced back a little bit further, and even the Captain's Son from Pota being infested on a Pingu, I can only imagine what that interaction was like. Bet you didn't see any targets, just, you know what? Sorry, Pingu, you're not allowed to have fun today.
Yeah, no, Pingu just kind of sat there like, well, this is a story. Like, this is a story I'll say at the end of the night. Now 2 minutes left. The ball goes up. It'll just force Laser to rotate the other way. Phone is now. Mystery Heroes continues.
Junkrat.
Junkrat is now on the field.
The Phone Rat. This is a new one. I gotta say, it is pretty blinged out. Look at all those golden diamonds, though. Definitely got the wallet to back it up, but yeah, that's a Kitsune rush on the high ground there. Mari just sends it, nothing really to stop him, and Phone's taking care of this little Life Weaver. Unlucky Main playing a game of dodgeball, and Winter is gonna stagger them out too. What, Winter? Oh, okay.
Winter's like, might as well try and get a little bit of a flick shot, you know, for the reel. Like, you gotta hit it for the highlight reel at the end of the season. But did not work out very well as. Yeah, this is Phone 11, 2, and 8. But those 11 are big in the hearts of everyone.
Phone's like the sacrificial lamb of the Exo Sakura team so far. That was a nice life grip, actually. Prevents some of the dash resets. Not enough, though, because Natnif just walks a corner and is met with a giant katana. Quick Nova, I mean, they've had these ults for a while, but, I mean, they just can't find a window to jump through and make something happen to actually use them.
Yeah, it just seems like whenever they at least start trying to make a plan, Extra Sakura just like,
again!
No. You're not allowed to have plans? No, you're not allowed to have those. And Winter is just in the face of whether maybe trying to prove they're the best season. I don't know. Man, this is just chaos.
Oh. Why is there a Moira? Proto! Why?
We're out now.
Why? What are we cooking? What are we cooking? Oh no, the pile drive! It hits the low ground, and they're fighting in their spawns. There's only 22 seconds left here. This team's rushing so far up. Bones got a ripped tire and may need to use it since Mari and Winter are dead. Look at the tank, but no! It's the destroyed Bingo rounds the corner, slices the tire down before it can do any more damage, and there's a touch for Quick Nova, Jesse. There's still players in the backline, though.
It is winnable. Chat, it is winnable for Quick Nova. They have the minefield as well. Blade, Tac Visor, like they have ultimates on the board. Maybe even a late Kitsune Rush from Nat, and if they have the resources available, Mari goes back over to the Junk Queen. Why not go back to the signature for potentially the final fight of this map?
Well, there we go. We got the minefield layered. The Dragon Blade, Pingu gets the revenge kill onto Winter and Phone. Both DPS are down, but the flanking coalescence out of Proto, it's doing so much damage. It took out these supports. They're so squishy. It's only not enough now to really help keep this laser sustained, and there's not all that much that she can do. Mari returning over to the Junker Queen for a little bit more point presence or just comfortability factor. Exakura certainly don't want to play this map longer than they have to. Weather, though, they kind of get shoved off the point unless they can burn down laser, which just isn't possible with the amount of damage that's present. I take that back. The Junkrat and the Genji have returned in the nick of time. Winter claims too. It's scrappy as ever, but Exo Sakura, they tend to lose the fights that get this messy. Are they going to manage to do it this time? Bone chucking bombs down this choke point. I mean, Weather just can't sit still. There's just so many explosions happening everywhere. They eventually deal with the pesky phone rat, and Weather cleaning up house. Quick Nova, Jesse, they're not out of it yet. Minute and a half and a dream.
Hey, the dream is alive. A stagger on the Proto as well. Exo Sakura, maybe you have to got full reset here. Is a little bit of a sticky situation now. As of Winter, very lucky to get out there. Pingu was hungry for another kill. But so far, so good. In Quick Nova, they got through the spawn hole. Yes, it's not been pretty by any sense of the word, but they're still making their way through this map, Molly.
And the rope they're hanging on to here, it's fraying thinner and thinner. What? I mean, Quick Nova, they're still holding on, right? That counts for something. Winter, though, is still alive. Never mind, I take that back. She's currently dead. Some Helix rockets chucked at her face, and Kitsune Rush on the point. Was a bit of a work from Extra Sakura. I mean, they're committing pretty heavily considering how much they were up in that fight, and honestly, gives Quick Nova a decent chance of coming back.
Phone now on hero 12? Is that does it now for phone?
It might be.
It might be. I would love, man. We'll have to try and find a tracker for that at some point. But man, 15 seconds left to Quick Nova. Still minefield. Kitsune Rush will just be used to get out of spawn, but it's Blade.
R.I.P. Weather. You shall be missed, and so will be Winter. I found the post bomb stuck on that wall instead of another target for the Dragon Blade. Minefield on point. Laser, the last one standing for Quick Nova. As she falls, so does Quick Nova. Exo Sakura keep themselves alive in the lower bracket and move on to the semifinals.
It is bye-bye, sadly, for Quick Nova's Europe's finest will bow out here in the top 6. But man, Exo Sakura, they are just a team on a mission right now, and it just feels like the only team that's been able to stop them has been Avidity. And they are looking for a little bit of revenge eventually down the line. But man, what a win for Exo Sakura. They guarantee their spot in Championship Wednesday next week, but still a long road to go if they want to repeat.
Yeah, Exo Sakura, and this is a match that they were expected to win from the start, especially as the defending victors from our Radiant Calling All Heroes 1. They're going to keep themselves on track for a run back for those finals. Several more matches to win, as you said, Jesse. Just the start of a long, perilous journey for this team. But, you know, I think this match in particular just reignites that confidence that is much needed for them as they continue that journey forwards.
Yeah, and I will say quick for Quick Nova, they did get better here and there. Yes, it was a rough series. Like, we're not going to sugarcoat it. It was a rough series at times for Quick Nova, but still overall, I think if you look at this team and you look at maybe their expectations going in, I'd still say it's a success. Was it a little bit of an unlucky draw? You have to go against Exo, Sakura, and lowers round two? Absolutely. Like, that is not an easy game by any stretch of the imagination. And I'm really curious to see how Quick Nova does in the summer season, whether it be in Academy 202 or in the overall summer playoffs. But for EXO, they just keep churning on, and a guaranteed placement with money. So already, hey, a bonus little payday for EXO Sakura, but also, again, one game closer to trying to get that revenge.
Yep, Nexus Sakura will continue their steps in the lower bracket for our spring season. But we have to find out who their opponents will be heading into next week. We're going to go ahead, actually, and send it to a break real quick and get our next match prepared for you ahead. Surprise! We are not done yet with our previous match with Exo Sakura here, because we have a winner's interview. In fact, waiting in the wings, we're going to have our favorite main support player, Regime, join us here on the desk. Congratulations again on the win for Exo Sakura. You know, you find yourself in the lower bracket right now, you know. You had played against Avidity. That was a tough game, you know, going against Quick Nova. The expectations, of course, were the results that we got today. You know, how are you guys kind of feeling heading into the remainder of this bracket, knowing what challenges lie ahead?
We're winning. Like, we're practicing really hard. I think everyone's vibes are through the roof right now. I think going into that Avidity match, everyone had their own like personal like issues outside of Ka that they were dealing with, and so we didn't really give our full effort that we wanted to in the match. But we were practicing harder than ever, and I think we're ready to win. Our Swiss stage was a bit rough, but I mean, we've played against these guys before a million different times in both Ka and outside of Ka. So we're super confident that we're going to do good. And at least, even if we're not going to do good, we're going to have fun while playing, because we just love playing the game.
Oh, well, that was apparent tonight. Like, even, like, especially Watch Point, some of the adventures that were going on. Talk me through Watchpoint. Like, what was going on over there?
I think so I can kind of give you a read of the situation. So I asked Proda, I was like, what do you want to play on Watchpoint? And she said Alari. And we're like, okay, let's go Alari. And then Molly says, no, I'm going Junker Queen. And so we just play Junker Queen. Like that's kind of like the whole like I guess process of what do we want to play on each map. Sometimes we just say what do we want to play, and then we just play our comfort picks, and then it ends up working just because we're super comfortable on our like best picks.
So as you all try and look forward now, obviously guaranteed now to play next Wednesday, guaranteed monetary placement. How are you trying to look at this? Like, what do you want to kind of clean up a little bit? I know you said obviously it was not your best performance against Avidity last week, but whether it be Avidity or DK or whoever, what's the win condition? If we do what, we're going to win this whole event.
We need to play as 5. We just need to literally communicate with each other. I think when it comes to this level of play, everyone is mechanically very confident in themselves, and we all trust each other mechanically. Like, oh, Winter's going to swing for a pick. We're going to trust that Winter gets that pick. Or if we're calling for a play, we're going to trust that that play works. It's just we all need to be on the same page. Anyone can hit shots. It's all about can we all hit shots and also be on the same page. Especially because I forgot to mention this part as well. Especially with how we want to play the game and the heroes we like to play, it's very, very crucial that we're all on the same page. If we're not, then it's going to be very apparent and we're going to start losing really fast.
And you know, we kind of get to see that against other teams too, and like Exosecura, when you all play as a team, like it's terrifying. It's to look at, and I do want to kind of touch on this too, because I think you're one of the big success stories that we can talk about coming from All Heroes, and then going into OWCS. I mean, we get to see that with a lot of your team, and I want to hear from you, like what has Calling All Heroes been like, and kind of moving from that to playing in OWCS.
I never really thought of it as hard until recently, but especially like for the past year, Calling All Heroes has been a great way for me to just get these repetitions against all these players. Like a lot of the top players in KA are also top level Overwatch players across like the world. Like you see, like for example, I'll say Hitori, she's top of EU, and everyone on DK and Avidity KA, they're top of NA. So getting these reps in early and even now is just so much like, it's just really important, honestly, just for any player standpoint.
Well, we're glad that you're not only having fun, but also continuing to climb the Overwatch Esports ladder. It's been a pleasure having you here on the desk, and of course, congratulations once again on the win.
I hope to see you again. We're gonna win versus Avidity KA.
Oh,
we're doing it.
Okay.
Okay. I want to see that. You still have another game though. You will have to play one
we're
more
winning
game.
it all.
I want to touch on that.
We need to get another
next
win.
match at all? Yeah. Okay. We're just gonna win
I mean,
it. Like
not
3
nearly
hours
as
sweet
much.
whole thing.
We're sweeping all day.
I love the confidence regime. I love it. Okay, we're going to go ahead and say our farewells, and we will go ahead maybe catch you on the next winner's interview for Exosecura. That would be next week, theoretically. So have a great rest of your night, and we'll text you next time.
You too.
It's always so fun to talk to regime.
Always great.
Every time. Always good. It's so much personality, and the confidence between that team and the trust in the teammates. I think like those are some of the biggest takeaways that we're seeing in Calling All Heroes now that it has been around for a couple of years. Like pretty much everybody has played with or against each other at some point.
Yeah, and they were saying like, yo, like, oh, if Winter's going to do something, we trust that Winter is going to win the duel. And like that level of trust, especially when they are in this top 3 fight, it's crucial. Like they need to have that level of trust across the board. I cannot wait to see who they play later on, but you know we'll get to see that in just a little bit, actually.
You know, it's the power of friendship, right? We like that,
yeah.
And you know what we often use to signify friendship? We like bracelets, and we have bracelets here for Calling All Heroes. Thank you to our sponsor in Pura Vida. Pura Vida is a boutique that sells handcrafted bracelets and jewelry from local artisans from Costa Rica, and has collaborated with Calling All Heroes to create several hero-inspired bracelet-style packs based on some of Overwatch's most iconic heroes. You can also use their custom jewelry tool to create your own designs and rep your favorite hero. You go ahead and check out the Calling All Heroes collection on their site by typing !Pura Vida in chat, or scanning the QR code that we have here on the screen. Jesse, I know you and I had a bunch of fun going through this and kind of making our own custom packs, but also enjoying some of the ones that were already set too, like this GG Gamer one that we have on our screen.
Yeah, no, the GG Gamer one is great. A lot of the presets are great. I really like the Widow one. That's the one I kind of wish I got, but I didn't end up getting. I believe it's also on sale right now. It's $10 off right now if you go to Pura Vida. So make sure you take advantage of the one. that's on sale right now, but you can always make your own little packs. We'll kind of show ours off a little bit later, as you know, we both kind of customized a little bit here and there with one of our hero packs. But no, it's been great so far with Pura Vida, so thank them so much for sponsoring this event. It's been great to have them here, and it's great, you know, when the product is also just fantastic.
It is. I mean, I've loved it. I mean, usually, I'm not much of a jewelry person either, but like I've gotten these, and I'm not gonna lie. I had an event earlier this week, and I wore one out, and somebody asked me like, "Hey, what's that bracelet?" I was wearing my "I can dig that" bracelet.
Oh yes.
And I had to explain what it meant because they looked at me like I was crazy at first because they're not a gamer. But it was really cool. So highly recommend getting a look at that. And in fact, we will have a giveaway later on today, so make sure you stay tuned for that. For real this time, though, we are going to go ahead and send it to a break, get our second lower round 2 matchup ready to go. Moth Genesis will be playing against our Hive Mind baddies right after this. teams remain in our Calling All Heroes Spring Season Playoffs bracket. We're about to make it 4. Jesse, we have one more team that we have to send home today before we move on towards our upper finals. Lost Genesis will be taking on the Hive Mind Baddies in their lower round 2 match.
Yeah, about all that, it's hard to say because these teams really don't have a lot of history with each other, right? They didn't play against each other during Swiss. So it's kind of hard to tell where this is going to go. I would say slightly leaning towards the Moth Genesis side. They are the higher seed, and they did take a map off of DK, so it's not like they're super unfamiliar with battling against those top teams. But Hive Mind Baddies, they looked great last week in Lowers Round 1, and looking to keep this perfect Lowers run alive.
It's going to be difficult, though. When we look at Moss Genesis, this is a team that, it's players that we know, yes, but to be in, they're in a bubble, right? In both a good and a interesting way, because they're above pretty much everybody else they've played so far, and are very solidly in that 4th seed spot, but can't quite reach in to those top 3 either. They haven't played against Hive Mind Baddies, though, and I think Hive Mind Baddies are the team that is most likely to be underestimated when we look at the bottom half of our seedings that we're coming into this playoff bracket. So we'll look at the Moss Genesis roster in particular. Jeremy, I think, is the player we need to talk about first and foremost, and probably to the end. They are incredibly flexible. They have 4 1-tricks now? Is that what we're up to?
Yeah, they said 4. Yeah, we're up to 4.
Yeah. Whether it's the Freya, the Pharah, the Venture, whatever it might be, Jeremy is there and got your back. Juno also had an incredible performance last week on the Ana. Like, game-winning plays, like, everywhere. Like, I don't think I caught her slacking a single time. And, like, these two players, you put them together, it's the reason Moss Genesis had made it to this 4th seed.
Oh, exactly. And, we'll see it maybe just hopefully not like Juno on Brig and on like Kiriko and then Jazzy on Juno. Please don't do that again, Moss Genesis, just for the sake of, our sanity. The fact that it's just a little bit, it plays a little bit of mind games, but also like, oh, you're trying to come, if you're the other team, like, hey, you're trying to challenge Juno the player or Juno the hero. Like, it get a little tricky. But going over now to the other side of Hive Mind Baddies. Again, we saw them in our lower bracket game last week, and this is a team, a lot of reps overall, especially with the core of this team, but it is going to be, hey, at the end, can they get over the line? Can they upset a team that has been that mini tier break above the rest? And I'm looking at Eve. I won't lie, I don't know about you, but Eve for me, if they pop off, it could be the series here.
Eve is a very flexible take player, and the bans, I don't even think have much of an impact on them in particular, which is huge considering a lot of the target and protect bans have been on tanks. So kind of going ahead into the rest of the series, where Amity very strong at the tanks that they're good at, but definitely doesn't have the same level of strength across several heroes. So when we look at this team in particular, it comes down to the tank. Nadokado 2 had some very standout moments on that Freya last week. Granted, she was nerfed a tad bit, and I think it's still something worth considering if you are Nadokado and completely ready to take over the series again.
Yeah, that's going to be the question here for Hive Mind Baddies. If they're going to pull the upset, who is the pop-off player? Because you're going to need somebody to pop off if you're going to bring the upset, especially against a team as hot right now as Moss Genesis. So that's going to be the giant looming question for each map here for the Hive Mind Baddies. But it is possible. We've seen all these players pop off before. I'll say for Crumb, you also can't int, right? Like, because Crumb, they love going on these little adventures, especially on Lucio. And don't get me wrong, sometimes they really work. Sometimes they really don't. So that is going to be something they may just have to keep in check ever so slightly, because it's good that, you have an aggressive Lucio if you're going to run it, but it has to be in moderation, especially against a team like Moss Genesis who are going to punish.
Ooh, we're keeping up with the Oasis streak today.
Okay.
Are we doing 3 for 3 Oasis after we got all Helios last week? I'm here for it. I like a little bit of shaking it up in the mix. This is, I believe, a Moss Genesis map pick, since they are the higher seed. In this instance, tells us that we're likely leaning a little bit more towards, the Amity Wrecking Ball / Eva, perhaps, on particular these maps, unless you're looking at the university side of things. It will depend on the bands, honestly. We got a Freya band first map last time, if I'm not mistaken. And knowing Nadokado and Jeremy are here, like I think these are the players you want to pick the most, but instead it's the Genji to come out. And the Orisa.
Okay, so the Genji pops out first here for Mouse Genesis. It's an interesting call. They have yet to ban it this tournament, at least in the bracket play. Their DPS ban, let's see, is this the first DPS ban the whole time? This is their first DPS ban, the entire playoff stage for Mouse Genesis, or at least for Genesis.
From Genesis,
yeah. So, okay, well, showing that really early is something that, hey, maybe they realize that maybe this D.Va, we're not super comfortable with it, and this is something, hey, maybe that pop-off ability is there for Hivemind baddies. We're just going to yank it right away.
I mean, taking away the Genji from Big Men is, like, huge. That's kind of one of their signature heroes on the Flex DPS. It's either that or the Pharah. And Jeremy, as we heard, feels very confident in that Pharah mirror, if that is something that could happen. I mean, Oasis is a potential Pharah map, and we've seen it in pretty much every round. There's room for it to come out, just based on how the map is structured. But again, I'm mainly looking towards how can these bans really play into these hero pools that are slightly less limited, like for somebody in the eyes of Jeremy or even of Migman in this sense. And I think that that Genji ban really is going to fit that category there.
Yeah, 1,000%. I am very curious though what we will see initially for both of these sides, especially over on the Hivemind baddies. They run practically anything and everything, so it's not like it's not like Action Square like they're gonna play Junker Queen. Like, even when it's not ideal to play Junker Queen, they're going to play Junker Queen. You can see a whole lot of different looks here for Hivemind baddies, but for now, as we load in, it will be Gardens first, and for now, they're teasing this Ball Chaos comp here for Hivemind.
Okay.
Interesting.
That's not the team I expected to play Wrecking Ball, if I'm being honest. Amity, though, will likely lock in this Hazard, which I'm a good fan of. When we look at this. Persona is in for Hivemind baddies. There is no Nadokado. We didn't get to see Persona last week. Persona, very known for the Genji and this hit scan role, so they're bringing them in to pull out this Freya along with the Sombra. The Sombra's really been prevalent now.
Yeah, wow.
Okay.
I was not ready to see Persona in it. It's not like she's a very good player, don't get me wrong. But, man, I'm so used to seeing Nadokado in this lineup. And a lot of pressure, even more now on a Persona, just to live up to the hype, as it does end up being a Hazard mirror, basically a mirror across the board, except from on the Weaver.
All right, we're cooking. We're cooking with these compositions. And this is the map that we've seen the pro teams kind of pull out this strat. Unfortunately, Crumb wasn't in a position to pull Eve out of that particular situation, and got a tank. Mouse Genesis are happy to claim their stake on the first part of the game.
Yeah, Mouse Genesis cap first, and yes, obviously the Sombra can be an issue, but not having that Suzu as often for Kuriyami Saka is going to be an issue, because you're going to be looking more like, hey, just by Weaver need something, but just they can use the pedal to get away, but not as much as Juno. Well, there's something like
Juno should just change her name to Kiriko. Like that's kind of where I'm at with this. So, and very strong on any flex support we've seen her play so far. It is a 4v5 though. One team not having a support, much more of a current concern. At least it should be. Amity didn't kite towards where the supports were. They went in a completely different direction entirely. So Hivemind baddies are just gonna go ahead and likely flip this point without too much of a further contest. Yeah, goodbye, Paul.
Yeah, Paul, goodbye. That is a flip for Hivemind baddies. Yeah, that was awkward. Yeah, just Eve didn't have, not Eve, sorry, Amity, no supports near them. It's like, it's very awkward to see that, especially Jazzy's been very good. She's staying with her tank for the most part, but that time kind of caught in an awkward position. Now, Hivemind baddies will control the point. They have the tree. We'll see the, the big tree that we've seen, but now it's actually the rush of Juno first.
Big rush, both sides will be placed next to each other, and Hivemind baddies, they had theirs down second, and will find the most treats out of it. Not too much left to say for Mouse Genesis. I mean, Mini ended up committing the downpour into that as well, and I think it almost got dodged entirely.
Yeah, it did not get a whole lot. I don't know if there was a pedal that maybe escaped it or a Suzu. I didn't catch it. But no, just one big ult gone. But yes, you still have EMP coming up. Sound barrier online. The sound barrier is a big one, especially now that EMP is out of the question.
Migman just keeps getting caught out on this Sombra early, and that's forcing Hive Mind Baddies to invest a lot more than they would like. It's 12 down the drain, and yet they are the one that is down 2 players as of now. A bit of a yikes moment if you're a Hive Mind Baddies fan. Moss Genesis, they get that without any major investment.
Yeah, at that point, having baddies, there's not a spot to recontest, and Eve, regardless of the Suzu that gets thrown in and everything else, it's just so much damage coming in onto the hazard. There's not a whole lot they can do. Is Pikmin in the back, just trying to cause a little bit of chaos.
Oh, the EMP! It comes out! We can tell Paul was looking for it just in that moment, but Pikmin hits the trigger first. But Jazzy didn't end up getting snagged, so the sound barrier was there to keep Moss Genesis alive, and the EMP there to ensure that everyone says a good night.
Man, what a nice fight. Yeah. The fact that the sound barrier is still available for Jazzy doesn't get initially punished from the EMP, so they can just land the sound barrier, provide that counter punch from Moss Genesis. Now, one fight territory. You still have the Bola shot, which, if anything, is just going to really pull out Suzu. So you're treating this as a dry fight for both sides, but behind Mike, you've got to find some way to get some pressure onto Jeremy.
The midi so far is you just get chunked.
Wow.
I mean, that's the thing. You don't deal with Jeremy. Jeremy's gonna get your head. That full support's dead before Hive Mind Baddies can even consider touching the objective. They're gonna Persona doing their darndest to trade this out. You don't have any support though. There's only so much you can do without any sustain. Moss Genesis, go ahead and reclaim round 1.
Round 1, 100 to 65, but maybe a little bit more space given than what they would have initially anticipated going into this series. Especially early on. I will say, like, the EMP, yes, it didn't work, but Mikman is at least doing enough to cause a little bit of disruption in the backline. It's allowing Persona to get a lot of good chunk damage in, and Eve to a lot of time finish off that chunk damage. But man, so far, still Moss Genesis starting us off right. And now we go over to City Center, and it's going to be even more of the dive. And Jazzy teasing the a little bit of the Mercy, but man, I think about it.
I would have loved to see it. I mean, Mercy and Colonial Heroes. I mean, I'd be crazy for that. What I have been going crazy for though is the Paul Sombra. That's on a ton of value for Moss Genesis, especially when Mikman's been getting scouted out as much as they have. So Paul disrupting these plays early has been great, but Mikman is going to go ahead and respond with a hack onto Jeremy of their own. And I mean, Jeremy's just been punching bags for Hive Mind Baddies. They know that Jeremy is the big threat of this team and prioritize taking them out. It just hasn't been enough. I mean, Paul finds support and trade for a DPS, and I mean, it's instances like this that Moss Genesis, even down a player, still find a way to make these eliminations happen, and Hive Mind Baddies can rarely feel fully secure in a fight win. I mean, losing Kuriyami Saka there, there's just not any help. Hive Mind Baddies, they're gonna face a midi who's returning any second now for Moss Genesis, and you have to just get off the point.
Well, at this point, Kuriyami Saka is almost back into the fray. They've stalled this out enough because they got a few of those scrappy pickoffs, and now they can fight this once again. Points still on cap.
Eve eventually has the support of the Kiriko at their back, and there's Persona. Full shot lands on the ball, and that's actually a massive shutdown. No need to worry about the pesky hacker kind of poking at you from the side. Moss Genesis now, I mean, they don't want to give this up. Investing this Kitsune rush into the back. None of the shots from Jeremy are hitting their mark, and the value it's typically from the DPS when instead from Juno, who's been making herself known within the kill feed through this fight. I mean, we got a tree. That's a tree of all time. And here's the other help. It's like a sustained retreat here if you need help. Sort of deal, but it doesn't do all that much in deterring Hive Mind Baddies from existing on the point. A very classic instance of City Center not being capped first. Eventually, Hive Mind Baddies will have to forfeit it. Just the amount of pressure Eve was under. Cooldowns are forced out. Moss Genesis are still going to try to fight it out and maybe get to go to Eve, but they have so much health. As Persona returning on the Freya. EMP is thrown in. I mean, this is just a nightmare in purple and orange, but eventually there's a little bit more orange in the kill feed than purple. Surely this time, Eve lived throughout all of the storm that happened, and I mean, it's been 22%, Jesse.
That felt like an entire map within like 2 fights. Just back and forth, nobody willing to give it up. Yes, Moss Genesis are able to win the battle, but not the war of first true fight win. Now let's see, it goes out beautiful dash to Eve.
That's really nice too, because this probably means that Highbind Bodies won't have to invest any of the 4 ultimates that they are still holding on to.
Yeah, they can just hold on to everything else, especially the stagger on the Jazzy as well as Mikman. They have the white hat perk, so they can just heal up their Kiriko anyway. Doesn't have to worry from any at all. The EMP on Amity.
Yep, that was a nice, we're gonna shove you in a corner and put you time out kind of play. And I mean, EMP, that's another fight win. Highbind Baddies, I mean, when we're not in these scrappy brawls, they look very good in starting these team fights.
Yeah, if they can actually dictate the pace of it, they're doing a fantastic job of getting these earlies. And Jazzy a stagger as well. They don't get the group respawn with Juno, so again, just stalling this out and not having to use any of those ultimates other than the early EMP. They still got 4 in their back pocket.
You're sitting on a high hill. Your Hive-Mind Baddies, like, I dare you, come at me, bro. It's not really enough. Hive-Mind Baddies, and they can just chill on this high ground, and eventually, Lost Genesis will move towards it. You have both support ults here, but Jazzy's likely going to have to be used defensively, or just not at all. Aminity explodes. You weren't expecting that much damage to come from the Bola shot. I mean, Persona has made it her life's mission to make Aminity's own life pretty dang miserable. But, I mean, it's classic Lost Genesis. They're down 2 players. They still want to commit into this fight. That's full support ults. In exchange for Hive-Mind Baddies 1, like, they're losing fights that they're committing more to.
Yeah, and from that point on, it's just kind of the targeting here. Like, the target focus has been fantastic from Hive-Mind Baddies, even with the ult disadvantage multiple times. And now already Jeremy tries to pull one with the Bola shot and dies himself instead.
Yeah, no, this is pretty much done. I mean, there's the EMP out. There's just not much Hive-Mind Baddies have left to say in that particular instance. I mean, efficiency was the opposite of what happened for Lost Genesis there. I mean, they had the plays, they had the ults. Nothing happened when they used them.
No, just not able to get anything put together. And also, I know, like, we were going into this, you know, like, hey, Lost Genesis, probably the favorite going into this, but maybe it's a 3-1. I was like, man, Hive-Mind Baddies, man, they're looking fantastic in the Hazard gameplay. And it feels like, you know, Amity typically is a fantastic, you know, Hazard. I don't think it's, excuse me, been the issue, but it's just getting picked apart, this composition from Lost Genesis. Paul has not been able to do practically anything, at least in that second round. They get shut down a lot of the time because of the fact that we've seen a lot from Mikman really getting up close and personal and denying the opposite Sombra's Valley. Now Paul will swap off. They'll go Tracer to start off here on University.
Jeremy, too, has less than half the eliminations Persona does. I mean, Jeremy's 9-8 right now. They're getting beat up. Hive-Mind Baddies identified that, hey, this player is a threat, have shut them out of the series entirely, and it's done wonders. You can't lose Kurayami Saka that early, though. I think that's the most important player to lose. Thankfully, McMahon is able to give the same sort of punishment to Juno and Persona, ensures Lost Genesis have no support whatsoever. What a shot! I mean, Persona didn't play for Hive-Mind Baddies last week. Like, is this just the answer that they needed?
Maybe. Like, they are lighting it up right now. Nobody's been able to answer at all. It's been so far so good for Hive-Mind Baddies to make it first half.
Yeah, but this is perfectly fine, too. You're kind of just chilling on this point. eBay can jump out to safety. Let Lost Genesis think they're safe before re-engaging and attempt to trade these backlines. Again, Jeremy gets struck by the cactus mid-air. They're just not allowed to play the game at all. Lost Genesis has basically been fighting a 4v5 this entire past 2 rounds, and it's been Persona the main culprit of it. Juno and Paul, yeah, they managed to get 2. Paul actually, now swapping over to the Tracer, has looked a lot more comfortable on that particular pick, coming up with quite a few final blows. And like, the fact that that's not enough to turn point. Amity hasn't been able to live long enough to test eBay on this point. They're going to commit the downpour and have no one to follow up and lose the point. Okay, that was interesting.
Okay. Maybe they thought somebody was there, like, unless, hey, maybe Mikman is about to be back, but they in fact were not. They were now in spawn groups together, and it'll be the flip over for Lost Genesis. It just seems to be so scrappy, but Paul, again, waking up a little bit, feels, like you said, a lot more comfortable on his Tracer. It is very weird to say Jeremy's been so quiet. Like, it is so weird, especially with how they performed last week. Jeremy's been shut down for a great majority of this map. It's one of the big reasons why Hive-Mind Baddies have been playing it so close, but not Amity. They have the down port. Maybe try to catch, if you just catch 1 or 2 squishies, that's all you really need.
Oh, but guess what? Jeremy's dead again.
Jeremy's dead.
Persona found the shot. Like, she's just not allowing Jeremy to have a single word in this conversation. It's not a conversation. In fact, it's one player yelling at another and then falling over. There's the pulse bomb again. Paul, yeah. I mean, that's our second pulse bomb in 2 fights. Great for Paul, but Persona's still alive. There's an EMP win condition for Hive Mind baddies. Jeremy's back, sure, but there's no team to really back them up in this exact instance. Bullet shot gets cancelled as well. Cherry on top of a bit of a disaster. Lost Genesis, and they sold it out for a little bit. Got some percentage, if anything.
I respect the commitment to it's always winnable, but I don't know if that was the necessary place and time for it. As Jeremy, one of the namesake heroes for Jeremy. The Venture is out. Maybe try to put a little more pressure on Persona. Really, hey, we are just not winning this Freya duel. Might as well try something different.
And the CEO of Venture makes an appearance. In an interview yesterday, they said, we don't lose if we play this Venture. Let's see how that works out. The sound barrier certainly helping in this specific instance. Just go ahead and smush Crumb under a Middy's toe. You're there to clean up the back half of it, and there you go. Lost Genesis showing us some efficiency when it comes to ultimate usage.
Yeah, and Jeremy on the Venture, like, hey, you said it, and they said it as well. Like, hey, when the Venture comes out, this team rarely loses. Now is going to be the real test for that. It's also, you can see Crumb off of the Life Weaver now. They're like, hey, maybe against the Venture, maybe not as fun of a time. Being able to boop the Venture away is going to be more value instead. Vikman already kind of hunting with Eve. They have the downport. They want to try and catch somebody.
Bring in the rain.
Looking for a bit of an opportunity. Hack onto Jazzy. They're going to do all much than drag the Lucio's attention, and it seems like they'll be able to live for now. 2-a rush now out of Juno. Gonna help keep a Middy alive. If anything, it wasn't aggressive. It was, my tank needs healing ASAP, but there's another pulse bomb stick from Paul. That's their 3rd stick in this map alone. They are single-handedly turning this for the point. 5-man baddies, they gotta get a touch, but they simply can't. The Jeremy swap over to the Venture made them much less of a dive target. It's no longer a 4v5, and Moss Genesis are gonna close out Oasis in 3.
The fact that you just take that 1 win condition away, and it seems like Moth Genesis just run it from there, even though it's not like Jeremy's popping off in the kill feed, but they're just not getting taken out instantly by Persona, which I feel like she had a great first map. I will say, this first map that we've seen of her this tournament, and did a fantastic job, but it's just not enough for Hive Mind baddies to pull the upset, at least in map 1, and you got to give a lot of that credit to Paul, I would think. Like, they were just insane on the Tracer that final round. Brought some fights back that should not have been winnable for Moth's Genesis, and now they are in a great spot, at least going into map 2. But by far, this is closer than I think either of us thought going in.
You know, this was polarizing. we had a very dominant Moss Genesis round 1. I mean, we were shutting down Mikman on the Sombra. It was great. Everything was happy. You go to City Center, and it's like they suddenly decided to play with their toes instead of their fingers. Something just clicked for Hive Mind baddies, too. I mean, they were on every base. Jeremy just couldn't play the game, and same thing happened on the 3rd point. And it gets to the time where you have to pull out the Venture, and you know that's when Moss Genesis are starting to panic, is Jeremy doesn't pull out the Venture unless they actually need it. Like, that's what it is. It's a crutch pick, right? And in that sense, it was able to work out, but is that going to happen every time? Because clearly Hive Mind baddies and Persona have the capabilities to fight toe-to-toe with Moss Genesis.
Yeah, this is going to be a closer series than I think a lot of people were expecting. So let's see what they can do here, Hive Mind baddies, and they will now have the map pick. Last time they lost the first map, they went over to King's Row, but they also did it against Fable. They did lose map 1, as we saw, and they banned the Pharah, but I think that was more of like a target ban onto Fable more than it was anything else over on Circuit. So they could go one way or another. It's not like the Pharah is as big of an issue here as it was for them against Fable. So if they want to go back to that traditional rush style, then maybe they go over to more of a King's Row, but it's not like either way or another. I think you just you go on a map that puts you in the best position to get all the value out of Freya that you physically can.
Yeah,
like,
by far.
I think that has to be, like, Persona is your win condition right now. You have to lean on that. This is a great map to do it.
Yep, perfect choice. It's long
Perfect
range.
choice.
There's great high grounds, and this is a sniper's playground, and that they want to set Persona up to succeed. Question is, what do you do with the bans? I'm assuming that you go something to protect the Freya here. I mean, it's not like Jeremy won't play it, but considering the time that they had previously, do you really want to?
No, I would protect ban. I think that's a very easy solution, at least for me, because unless you want to ban the Ana, I guess, if you want to ban
Juno,
the Ana ahead of time because of Juno, I can see the reasoning behind that, and then you just have to hope that, you know, obviously Mouse Genesis, it's not like they're against the Freya, like they've had great success with it before, so it's not like it's that big of an issue. But I'm looking at their ban history right now, they've only banned it once since, and that was back in Swiss stage, at least to our knowledge, and that was against Quick Nova on circuit. So it was a long range map like this where they wanted to ban it, so it's not out of the question here if they want to, but I would see maybe it's either going to be a protect ban for the Freya, or very much a target ban onto Juno for banning the Ana.
I'm shocked what we haven't talked about is the fact that this is a great map for Moss Genesis.
Oh my god, a great
This
map.
is a team that loves playing on a brig with this Diva. We got to see the Diva last time because Winston was banned. Mini, though, can play this Winston should she choose to do so. They don't like Juno on this Ana. Understandable. I would be terrified if I saw that Grandma sneaking up behind me. Great choice on that. But the Widowmaker instead of the Freya from Moss Genesis. Oh, Persona. Persona plays a ton of Widow. Duh. This makes sense.
Yeah. It's like, hey, we know Persona's popping off right now. Let's not give her one of our best heroes. Like, let's not do that, team. I think it's a great map I think it's a great set of bans for Hive Mind baddies, but like you said, this is a map Mouse Genesis had a ton of success on against Quick Nova last week. So it's not like this is a map that, oh, you know, we've seen them kind of be shaky on it and in officials and maybe scrims. No, they were lights out on this map against Quick Nova just last week. So it does give them a VOD to kind of go over and kind of dissect how Mouse Genesis was going in this map, but obviously it's a little bit of a worry because it could be one of your best maps, but it is very clearly one of the best maps also for Mouse Genesis.
I mean, despite Moss Genesis kind of being the higher seed, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Hive Mind baddies are lower than Quick Nova in the seeding, right?
Yeah,
am I right
Genesis
on
are
that?
higher.
Yeah, they
in
were the
seeding,
6th
I believe.
seed.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a 6 versus a 4 seed. So I don't think Hive Mind baddies should have been in that spot. Honestly, when I saw these rosters before Swiss happened, I expected the 4th seed to be Hive Mind baddies. I mean, knowing the impact and success that these players have had in the past, but I wonder if bringing Persona in just for this game has made them like just an extra power level. Like Nadokado was doing great, but Persona here just, like flat out isn't missing. And on a map like this and several of these other maps that you're just gonna force a Freya anyways, it either ties your opponent's hand by forcing a hero ban, or you just have to suffer at the hands of Persona.
Yeah, Persona, I would be scared. Like, I won't lie, I would be petrified if I was going against them right now, because they're just so good on these long-range hit scans. Like, we gotta remember, like, Persona is one that's been around 8 for a super long time. Like, they've been around the scene, whether it be Calling All Heroes or even before Calling All Heroes. Like, they've been around for a very long time. So now is the question of, hey, can they lock it down right now? And can they drag their team over to a map 3 even at 1 apiece?
Well, this is going to be an interesting map to do it because it just plays so well to the strengths of both teams. Again, it's weird in my head because it almost doesn't feel like Moss Genesis won the last map because of how badly they were losing at that particular point, and then they managed to round it out. So, I don't know. This just, it scares me a little bit to see how polarizing Moss Genesis has been in the previous map, and Gibraltar is a map that's known for snowballs, right?
Oh,
like,
we just saw it the last game.
Good, yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, even Moss Genesis themselves, they finished with like a 5-minute something time bank last week.
Yeah, this is a map that I'm petrified of, I won't lie, because Moss Genesis, they also held this for what, the entire time almost? They did not allow Quick Nova to cap first phase. So this is obviously a map that they're very good at offensively, but even better at defensively. So it will really depend here. I'm very curious to see who is attacking first, because that will set the tone for the entirety of this map. Like in Moss Genesis, they start on defense, they lock it down, and Hive and Baddies struggle to really get through this first phase. Then it feels like this is going to be 2-0 heading into map 3. But if Hive and Baddies, if they're able to start building momentum, even if they don't full cap, right, on their attack, if they're able to get some progress made and at least, you know, very much improve what happened last week in this matchup, at least against Moss Genesis, then maybe there's a chance it will be Genesis on the defense first. They will want to keep that type of play. And wow, we get the Ashe instead. So Paul will line it up, not feeling super confident, or at least not confident as much in the Soj or the Freya. So they will go with the Ashe, which is kind of, go a year ago, this was the go-to pick a lot of the time on this map. And now Nadokado is back in. Persona not in for map 2.
Okay, so Nadokado. I think Nadokado is a little bit more flexible, and I think we'll switch around to the flex DPS a tad more. At least that's where I'm thinking this is going, unless Persona had to go somewhere. I don't know. Moss Genesis, though, they're still in the venture. I mean, Jeremy's going to play basically what the Tracer role typically does, installing this payload, just on our little rock launcher instead.
Yeah, just, hey, we're going to burrow a little bit, kind of just hang out. You can't even shoot me when I'm contesting, but, you know, it's going to be pretty rough here for Hive and Baddies to try and punish that. It's already recall force for Bigman.
Not ideal if you're Bigman, and doesn't need to force this payload against Adventure, which most of the Hive and Baddies are opting to play on the low ground instead, since they can't find the angle. Speaking of that, Nadokado, kind of looking down the barrel of the Middy's gun there, is going to be some torpedoes from Jazzy to actually go ahead and finish that off. A Kiriko Juno backline, and Juno is not playing Juno. That's going to hurt my head. And from Moss Genesis, so very mobile and pretty safe from a lot of these dives that we're going to see.
Yes, oh
not
my
cactus,
god,
though.
What a cactus from eBay. Paul just stuck, and at least Suzu to keep Juno alive so they can heal Jazzy, but at least Hive and Baddies a minute in, they at least get this the cart start moving forward, and they have full high ground control, which is going to be a little bit of an issue in Nadokado taking shots like this.
Yeah, that's a little scary, especially for a tank, and it's pretty hard to miss said tank burrow forced on Jeremy as well, so they'll have to play a lot more safe, at least for now. This little underpass, quite difficult to get through. Adventures the troll under the bridge. McMahon takes that shot, will certainly be feeling that up when they wake up tomorrow morning. Hiroyami Saka not even wanting to deal with the Venture at all. And Hive and Baddies, they're down 2 or 1 player right now. Still gonna tree on the high ground to make sure that they can stabilize. Almost managed to burn down Jeremy through all that. 4 of these ult exchanges happen, which will heavily favor Moss Genesis. Greater sight lines onto their tank compared to the likes of Eve there. And will manage to burn about half of this time bank away, forcing Hive and Baddies to reset.
Yeah, it's both downpours going on. Everybody freezes like, hi. We can shoot, but really can't do much else at that point. Hive and Baddies, they still have a lot to work with here. They have the rush just to initiate with, and obviously Nadokado and Bigman have both of their ults that can get one of those maybe solo kills. But I'm really looking at Jazzy here in this fight. But they have this orbital ray, it can change the entire fight. They're able to do it.
It's such a powerful ultimate, and using it to cancel out Kuriyami Saka's Kitsune Rush, like, it's just useless. This ult it should have been useless. Nadokado and Eve still hit the shots that they need to. I mean, fighting in this cramped room, perhaps not the best situation. I mean, they just didn't get the value out of the best ultimate in the game. It's kind of back to how Oasis was going again.
Well, very much, yeah. A similar feeling to what we had over on Oasis, and this will be a 0.1 cap, so already better in beating the defense that Moss Genesis had last week. So a great start here for Hive and Baddies, and yes, they had to use mostly everything they had. They still got the full spot that got a feeling it has Amity's name on it, unless they can just kind of want to be just a little fly that kind of flies around your head and you can't figure out where it is. That's Vickman right now.
I mean, there's not a Tracer either, so unless Jeremy can put Mickman in like a small room and kind of poke them out, it's not advisable for the Venture to be fighting the Tracer, except if you, I guess if you are Jeremy and that good at hitting your primary fire, then it's not that big of a deal. Both teams down to Kiriko though, and Jeremy on the flank without any cooldowns whatsoever, uses the ultimate to reset them, has the perk to do so, and even gets McMinn on the way out. That is the CEO of Venture, people.
And they get out too. What in
That's crazy.
the world is Jeremy putting up a show on how you play Venture? It saves the fight. Hyman Baddies wants a full reset, allows the fallen victims from Genesis back in. Now Amity has a perfect flank.
Narukato should have been in trouble, but bare minimum, you force Kurayama and Saka to go ahead and back off entirely. I mean, Eve's just been chilling on the shuttle, like while all this chaos has been happening. Eventually, Moss Genesis will opt to retreat back, but they're so split. I mean, half the team was looking at Eve, half the team was up contesting the supports, and Hiveman Baddies were the ones that got their heads turned around first and were able to focus on a singular target.
Especially in this phase of the map, that's all you need. Like, if you can find those one-on-ones or the two-on-ones where you can just lock down those solo kills, that's all you really need. It only takes 1 or 2 kills, especially on this map, to really turn the tide. Now, already Juno gets staggered now, and this could really go from bad to worse.
You know, there shouldn't be a touch here. Moss Genesis, you're going to try, but I mean, you're down 2 players. Jeremy realizes, yeah, no, this isn't happening. He's going to dip on out of that and give Baddies a bit over 3 minutes on this point. They got to prevent as many staggers, which always, Jeremy seems to be the only casualty with that.
Yeah, and if you don't have Jeremy early on, it's not the worst thing. Jeremy now swaps over, especially if you go into this long-range third phase. I don't blame them at all. Yeah, as much as Adventure is fun and being able to kind of punish the part a little bit here, it's just not worth it. So now you at least put a little more pressure on Narukato as well, but they still get the opener.
Oh wait, the life grip was cancelled out by the wall from the back. Wonderful placement, completely denying Eve's escape. Eventually she'll fall. Juno is in there chucking knives, running with them, as you can see. And there you go. Moss Genesis back on their own 2 feet.
And that Bob just nullifies everything Highmine were trying to capitalize on. What a pull it was going to be for Crumb if it didn't get blocked. Like, that is the perfect cactus wall from Amity. You know, they do swap. Arissa now, the option for Moss Genesis. Trying to play, again, a little more of the long range here. Not trying to play up close and personal as much as Juno. They just love this play. Trying to punish their doppelganger.
But it's working. I mean, they got Suzu. She got Suzu and Recall out. Like, that's a huge cooldown trade favoring Moss Genesis. Like, and we haven't even seen significant actions. That impact Juno has outside of just healing. Narukato, though, she's starting to cook. That's a triple kill for her now. Both supports +1. And Hivemine Baddies, they're rolling ahead off the back of their Freya. I mean, Hivemine Baddies, they got Freya players for days.
Just left, right, center. Narukato, 3-piece, and now she has the bola shot. She can try to force out some key cooldowns early, but misses that time around.
Yeah, with right past the ears of Jazzy. Thankfully, alive for Moss Genesis. Gets an orbital ray off and some additional damage, but again, it doesn't matter. Orbital ray and ultimate with a very high win percentage, it just goes nowhere. Eve is simply too strong to be handled. Mini returns on the Arissa for a last-ditch effort, but it's all in vain. Hivemine Baddies, they're gonna get their full completion on Gibraltar.
In just over a minute as well, so a decent timing, even though this map, you know, the first phase holds can go on for ages, but it's not the worst case scenario here for Hivemine Baddies. You have your little pop-offs here. I do think Jeremy's slowly getting to this game more and more, but it's still not the perfect start by any stretch. Narukato, we talked about, hey, Persona's out, maybe we're seeing a little bit more variety. No, it's just the Freya. Just the Freya from Narukato. And she's able to go 16-2, just casually. No worries at all over there for Hivemine Baddies, but now you have to make sure you continue that on the defense. Moss Genesis is a team that, again, on this map has had a great history of results, especially on the attacking side. As much as they've had on the defense, their attacks have been spectacular as well. They will need to try and find that second gear, because right now Hivemine Baddies is making a great case to go 1-1.
Jeremy's just not having it, like, at all. Like, the Venture, I understand, like, on this first and second point, but even after the Pharaoh swap, it was very difficult for them to work past the damage that Narukato was outputting on the opposing Freya. So, and Hivemine Baddies, you gotta be feeling pretty dang good with this composition. And even then, like, they've kept Crumb on this Lifeweaver, Jesse, and they've found some great success. Like, Eve is staying alive significantly longer than Amity because of Crumb simply existing in a lot of instances, and it's giving them an advantage in these tank matchups. Will that change, though, now that the sides have flipped, is the question.
It is so weird seeing Weaver getting played consistently, but it's working. Like, you can't even say it's not. It's been able to get Eve out of a lot of tight spots, and it might be one right now. Double walls go off. You can see they're trying to get out right there. Yep, bye-bye.
But Juno still kills too, because she's just her. Like, that's just, I think Juno has had more first blows than the DPS on total, other than maybe Nadokado.
Hello there.
That's a scary thought in itself.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you just all of a sudden, like, oh, the Kiriko's getting, oh, she's getting all the first blows? That's a little scary. Because that means the Kiriko is consistently hitting those headshots with that critical hit amplifier. It is just a scary sight. But Jeremy has full high ground control. It is gone.
Yeah, the healing couldn't come in time. You can feel the panic in their eyes. Catapult from is stolen, so Crumb will have to walk straight backwards and find some cactus spikes in their back. Midi, though, continuing the pressure on the high ground. Nadokado feels pretty lonely in the back line with her Kiriko on the complete opposite side of the point. Lost Genesis, I mean, they're trying to run this forwards. Immunity is doing her darndest to strafe it. And with no Juno or Jazzy here, Lost Genesis have to hold the push.
Yeah, without the supports, as much as that, yeah, a little bit of lifesteal with the spike guard helps, it's not going to be enough to try and keep you up during that kind of situation, especially when Eve had the Suzu available from Kuriyami Saka just to get them over the line. But now, about halfway through here from us, Genesis, they still have the Pulse Bomb available. If they can force out that early Suzu, maybe they can try and get a lot of the chunk damage on Eve to force them to back up on one of these engages.
I think the goal, I mean, Paul was 3 for 3 on Pulse Bombs when we got to see it last, so okay, can we make it 4 for Paul? Let's see, what do we got coming? You don't have Jazzy or Juno, so probably nothing. We're looking at a reset because Eve just dove into the rest of the team. Had to trade it back. Paul still sticks to Pulse Bomb because they're just that good, I guess. But yeah, I mean, Eve is just there. I mean, Eve's living much longer than the Midi, and it's a real problem for Lost Genesis.
A little bit of a Tracer duel going in back. This could be trouble here for Paul, as it's a little bit of a harder retreat if they get back. And you see, I think, more Crumbs here as well to try and help out. As this Tracer is trying to get out, and they will eventually at least get out of second phase. And then Downpour used by Eve early.
Paul's forced. I mean, Eve's just everywhere on this map. Paul was in the back line, eventually with Spike Guard to deal with the pesky little mosquito. Hivemind baddies are anchoring behind Eve to make something happen. It was a DPS pop-off map 1, but it's been all Eve here on Gibraltar.
Oh, this is rude.
Oh,
Jazzy's like, do you really? Do you really want to do this? Okay, well, there she goes. What a stagger that is. Now it won't be a full team fight until what, maybe 40 seconds left on the clock. And on this map, that seems to be final fight territory. Like, it takes so long to get set up, especially on the high ground. You get a lot of posturing in this early fight, but it's not going to be that decisive strike here until maybe 35, 30 seconds left. It's going to be a lot on Amity here. Can you force that downpour early, land a target from Paul, land the sting?
And can you do it before Eve jumps on your supports? Because every time you lose a support first, that was a couple kunai for Kuriyami Saka across the map. It's a 2-for-1 trade, and it's Hivemind baddies. We're eating good as of now. Downpour from Amity and manages to pull 2 off the high ground. The downpour is the heroic play. Another pulse pump stick from Paul. Yet Eve is still alive. Jesse, she just simply does not die. Lost Genesis gonna push up with every last bit that they have. And when the tank can get another touch in, Crumb's hanging around this corner, uses the tree just to live against the pressure of Bull. They're gonna have to back up entirely. Burn the recall in this moment. And Hivemind baddies, this is like a scrappy fight down to the wire. And Jazzy's the only support left from Lost Genesis. She doesn't have any health left to go, but she only needs 1 HP to be effective and support the team towards another chance at Watchpoint Gibraltar. Eventually, they will get it, but wow, that was close.
Yeah, that's a little close for comfort, Molly. Just a tad. Paul goes nuts again. When in doubt, Paul is able to clutch it out here from Lost Genesis. I think at least 2, maybe 3 kills during that final stretch. And man, I think the credit has to go to Hivemind. Like, they are perfectly in sync right now, and they're pushing Lost Genesis to the very brink.
Jeremy's dead again. Got hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, Jeremy's just the certified punching bag of Lost Genesis. Midi, though, I mean, you're locked up in a downpour. Not much really that could have happened there, and this is bad for Lost Genesis. We've seen so many teams get stuck at this particular choke point.
Yeah, this could be rough. Nadokado Get a little aggressive. He's like, why not? I'm winning the duel against Jeremy. Get a little creative with what you're trying to do. And already, I think for Jeremy, you gotta find some way to get them back into this game because it's been so odd to see him like just not in it at all, basically. But that's the start you need.
Ooh, that's the first pulse bomb that Paul missed. I mean, they've hit everyone. You can't expect it to land every single time. Salt and high ground, that was a fail. Nadakato and McMahon anchored down in Moss Genesis. Less than a minute, or almost a minute here.
Yeah, just a minute left to go and a long ways to go. This cart still got a good 50, 60 meters before even the end of second phase, and you still got a whole third phase to go through after that, which more just goes into Nadakado's favor, they being super long range. And you see someone, I can't tell who's stuck back there. I think it's Jeremy, who's just stuck, can't really join the rest of their team.
Nope, and that's a tad scary. You want to get your Jeremy with use, otherwise Jeremy just dies. Instead it would actually be McMahon and Nadokado. I mean, they just defeat their DPS counterparts. It was a win in the 1v1s on both sides. Like, that is a statement of how this map has been going.
In full effect, it's just been Jeremy not able to really do much in any of these fights, not because they're in bad spots. They're just getting completely shut out. Nadaka is able to get the pick off on Nepal. They will spawn in late. Kitsune Rush is available here for Juno to get the team in position. Maybe the downboard creates an opportunity. But you need 2 fights in second phase just to stay alive. You gotta at least extend those ultimates out a little bit.
It's gonna be tough in this instance, but the downpour already not off to a good start, and Jeremy's dead again. Hive Mind baddies, they have all the ults in the world. That's a tree on the objective, and unless you're trying to chop that one down, you left your pickaxes at home. Hive Mind baddies cleaning up the house. Watchpoint Gibraltar shall be theirs, and we have ourselves a match.
We have ourselves a series here. No 3-0 Overwatch.
Woo!
In this one, Hive Mind baddies, they even us up at 1 apiece, and what a performance from Hive Mind baddies. They just seem like, hey, they seem to have a hive mind. Like, great, they did the name, which, you know, a little bit punny, but they just seem to be all on the same page 24/7. Especially with these pulls, the Life Weaver, when it works, it's because you have that full sync to make exactly what is going on all the time. That was a disgusting flick from Nadokado. And all of a sudden, like you said, we have a series here that puts Moss Genesis in a very awkward spot.
It does. This is a tricky situation. And in Moss Genesis, at least comparatively to Hive Mind baddies, you know, you made a little punny thing earlier. It's very true. Hive Mind baddies, I think, are playing as a team much better. But they're also winning the individual matchups. The games that we've seen Moss Genesis win previously has been because somebody like Jeremy or Paul or Amity have just ran away with the series. And you don't need team play if your one player is just wiping fight after fight. But in this instance, Hive Mind baddies not only have the team coordination, but they have backup plans. They're winning the individual fights. And it's not giving Moss Genesis a chance to repeat that game plan that got them this far in the first place.
Yeah, it really has been Moss Genesis in a tight squeeze here because you're so used to leading on someone like Jeremy, especially last week. Like, Jeremy popped off almost every single map. This time, they're getting shut out completely. It was like, obviously, a lot of great scouting from Hive Mind baddies. That's very apparent because they've been all over Jeremy, not allowing them to really make any of these pop-off plays that typically gets Moss Genesis into great positions to either finish off the fight or just at least open up the fight initially. If that win condition has been completely shut down by Hive Mind baddies. So now the real question is going to be like, hey, can you find a different win condition when you're not leaning on Paul and Jeremy as consistently? New Junk City will be the map, which I'm kind of surprised. We see a lot more of Saravasa when we go over to the Flashpoint. But hey, why not try and throw something out there a little bit different?
This tells me Venture. I don't know about you. I feel a Venture on this map.
You don't say. Yeah, it's Venture City here.
We should just rename it. I mean, this map is great for the Venture hero. Lots of close points. There's some that are a little bit more open, but most importantly, there's narrow corridors. There's a lot of cover that you can use to dash in and out. So likely a main reason for picking this map, but you also want to move away from the dive. Their past 2 maps have been primarily focused on like these hazard type compositions. This leaves a lot of room for that Orisa, which Hive Mind baddies cannot ban. It's something that Amity is pretty confident in herself in.
Yeah, it's obvious the confidence is there, right? Like the confidence is through the roof. Now it's a question of, can that continue, right? Like, is that confidence going to be like, oh, we're going into these really awkward positions and getting punished, or is it be, I'm just laying the shots. Like, I'm just laying the shots. No, don't worry about the rest of the team. I got it. Like, I'm just gonna land everything.
No!
We're gonna kill everything, and the venture is banned. To be fair. Yeah,
Oh.
I'm surprised Mouse Genesis didn't do a protect ban. I won't lie. I'm very surprised they did not go a protect ban to ensure that the venture is playable for Jury, but instead they go to Lucio, which makes Juno a must pick on this map because you need some sort of speed to go from Flashpoint to Flashpoint. But that's rough not having the venture.
I'm actually so sad.
The rock muncher in this call is, a little sad.
I'm not calling me a rock muncher is kind of crazy.
you have a venture wristband.
I am Venture's #1 fan. This is no secret, but I'm not the rock muncher. I'm a fan of the rock.
You're okay. The #1 rock muncher stan. All right.
There we go. I like that title.
We go.
I'll claim that. Easily claim that. We don't get it on this map, which is very sad. We get Juno Brink though. If you weren't sick of seeing that, that's what's gonna be played all of this map, unless you play like a Juno Kiriko again, which Juno was doing very good on that. And Juno the player, just to clarify.
Juno the player. Yeah.
Juno the character is playing Brink the character. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, we're likely looking at some sort of Juno Brink type lineup if we had to guess. I wonder what the tank is. Like, are we sticking on this Hazard divey kind of thing? Do we go with the Orisa? Because, like, that's something that we've seen Lost Genesis kind of lean towards in the past.
Yeah, we saw them swap to it late on in Watchpoint. I could easily see them going it here because Orisa is very good. I don't think we're going to see J-Cube because we're not casting Exo Sakura. Unless no team is sane enough to like ever try and match that. That is never the call. And even though they're not here, it's just JQ is so hard to play right now unless you're a player like Mari who can pull it off seamlessly. So I think it's going to be either a lot more of the Hazard or this Orisa. Maybe we see the Ramatra, but considering the chances of Orisa being played, I don't think the odds are super great.
Yeah. Also, who's in this map? Nadokado or Persona? Like,
I have a feeling Nadokado. Because if they want to do more of this Freya, I have a feeling that's going to be the play. But I will say, it was very fun seeing Persona in. Like, the fact that they came in, granted, they didn't win the map with her in, but I still think overall it was a fantastic map overall from Persona. It just sucks that they weren't able to get the win for it.
No. Not this time. Persona, though, I think is, again, very, very stuck on the hit scans, if you had to think about it. So, Nadokado, yeah, keeping them in her in makes a lot of sense. How do we get Mouse Genesis in this game? Because, again, it didn't feel like to me that they won map 1, just because of how badly they were losing at one point, even if they ended up kind of rallying and pulling it back in a rather neutral game. This scares me, kind of going ahead. Jeremy is going to stick on this Freya because you kind of have to in this instance, but it just hasn't worked. It hasn't worked in the past, and now, I mean, this is your map pick. It has to work. There is no other option.
Yeah, this has to work if you're a Mouse Genesis. It is the full-on mirror, except for the fact that Mouse Genesis, they will not go to Juno, which is almost like a must pick without the Lucio. They will go back. Allows Juno to have a little bit more aggressive here, obviously, with the primary, but, man, the rotations are going to be a little bit rough.
First of all, the fact that Juno's not playing Juno feels criminal. Second of all, Baptiste is going to get ground stomped if you are not careful. And your one thing that was keeping Mickman off of your backline is currently dead, and Eve is just going to walk straight at that immobile Baptiste. And Hivemind Baddies, they had the speed advantage and worked it very well.
Yeah, because she's a speed advantage. Like, oh, they don't have Juno? Oh, she's Hyper Ring. And go, have fun, Eve. Like, there's no way for them to really get out. And what a jab from Eve. That's going to boost the ego just a little bit. It's a weird spot. I'm not a fan of the BAP, I won't lie. Because you're going to get ran on, like you said. Paul goes over to the Sombra, though. Even with Nadokado on the Cassidy to try and shut it down, I can see it here. It's going to be mainly, though, I think, on the Eve, just to kind of shut down this aggression.
Yeah, it's something. I think Paul just is feeling a little off after this last map and kind of getting shut down by Mickman early. I mean, I can understand it from a mentality standpoint. There's a pick, though, that you need. The Terror Surge to combo into it is huge, completely denying any value from our Orbital Ray on the opposite end. And Eve is a perfect example of it ain't over until it's over. Sure, I mean, that's a couple ults committed, and suddenly Boss Genesis, wait, this isn't as winnable as you thought. Eve has to go down here. But it's only one person remaining. It's a midi. You'll drop down to the... Oh, never mind. Juno lives. Never mind. We're chilling. Everything's great.
Yeah, eventually that flips around.
Whoa!
Man, that got a little close. A little for Boss Genesis. Almost don't get the flip in time now on midi. Like, why not? Go for it. I think that jab just went through a box, but, you know, we're just going to ignore that happened. For Boss Genesis, you have the rally, have the bola shot. You can build off some of these big ultimates. The Deadeye for Cassidy here for Narukato, she's just going to try and make space. It's not like you're going to get anything crazy. Maybe you find Paul or Jeremy, but the chances that you either, you know, get denied from jab spin or get tacked out are pretty high.
Well, we can use something. Deadeye first. That's every defensive cooldown out, but no, the shield bash that hits onto 3, canceling out Narukato's ult entirely. Beautiful play from Jazzy. Smacks the door right back onto their toes, and it's not a good feeling whatsoever. This point, it's Final Fight territory. And Moss Genesis, they're in a decent spot, at least in terms of cooldown management, but it's still a 5v5. I mean, no one's died yet. That might change very shortly, though. Mickman gets caught by Paul's hack just in the neutral with its amplification matrix in the front line. EMP to seal the deal. Perhaps a little bit too much of a commitment. But Moss Genesis, they're just so desperate to get that point under the belt. It's completely understandable.
Yeah, I don't know if they needed EMP and Amp Matrix during that fight. Like, I think you could have went just EMP and been fine, but they're two ults that you can build relatively quickly, especially into this comp. Like, Paul has no worries about building EMP. You just chuck viruses 24/7. You can get a lot of hacks off. You can build that ult charge relatively fast. So, Boss Genesis, they win round 1. They still have the Terra Surge on the back, in their back pocket. And now, the worry for Eve is nothing get hacked on this ult. So it's not like, oh, I have a free Terra Surge I can go in and int. You got to make sure the hack is either, you know, broken up or you wait for it, because you don't want this big ult to just get completely shut down.
Yeah, I think it's kind of crazy that Sombra can hack you out of your ultimate like that. It's very hard to do, granted, just because of the range of it. Midi, though, is actually pretty low in this instance. It seizes an opportunity and it's kind of jump in. They're doing Terror Surges, and Midi, being the first one, gets caught up in a base, stomped into a pancake, and Hive Mind baddies. You gotta be feeling pretty good about your chances in closing this out, especially securing the Alien on Paul.
I don't know. They don't have Kuriyami Saka. Crumb is there, but they're only at half. They have to play this very slow because they only have that break healing.
Well,
but
they didn't play slow.
Take advantage. They did not, in fact, play slow. Yeah, Crumb gets punished for it. This is still very much in the air.
But Eve's just like struggling to stay alive. Well, I mean, they don't have a tame. Midi's back at full health. Even if Nadokato's Deadeye grabs 2, like, I don't think it means all that. I mean, they just realized Nadokato's there after a Midi lose like 2/3 of her health bar. So, okay, Hive Mind baddies, I guess they're fine.
Never mind. I think the fact that it was both supports that go with that Deadeye, it's like, okay, you know, this is a wrap, at least for this fight. I mean, he just kind of looks up. It's that one crying like, oh, what do you? Hi, no, please, no. It's not much they can do. Juno, very early at Matrix just to get through. What a rotate!
Whoa, we're playing Ring Around the Rosie. This is a very fun game if you're a Hive Mind baddies fan. They do have the point, and it is OT here. Moss Genesis, their hand is forced in terms of their positioning, and it's actually nice for Hive Mind baddies because they'll get out of the power position. With the EMP! Wait, no, they're not going to let them escape. This is actually a massive play from Paul. That's needed.
Yeah, you get both supports. You shut down the counter punch very early on, and yeah, part of me is like, man, did you need it? But like, it shuts down that, and it basically needs an extra mini team fight win. So overall, it's a great spot because you have rally. You're going to be able to build up amenities. Ults, she'll be relatively close, but we could have a dueling Terra Surge once again without EMP to worry about your Hive Mind. Just a little bit of point pressure from Mickman, but they may just try and find this pulse, maybe force an early lamp.
it did make 3 members of Moss Genesis drop down towards point, so Hive Mind Baddies can start their assault on this high ground and continue forcing the space. Nadokado, and I got a double kill with it last time. What will it be for round number 2? Absolutely nothing. That finds with a javelin straight through her chest, and everybody else is pulled together in a big group hug, courtesy of a mini wonderful little Terra Surge combo. And despite these points being close, Jesse, Moss Genesis have managed to take both of them back from 99 to 100.
Man, Hive Mind Baddies got to be kicking themselves at this point. Like, they're in such great positions. They get these flashpoints so far, and for whatever reason, Moss Genesis are able to make just the little adjustments each time and just have a full run across the board. Now Mickman goes off the trade, so they will match the Sombra. So maybe realize that, hey, this Sombra is actually working really well. Like, we might as well try and match it. But now I'm looking at here, Kuriyamisaka. Orbital Ray, yes, this window can maybe stop it for a little bit, but that Ray is just so much better.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take it over Ray in that any day of the week. Moss Genesis, I mean, they lose the ball. I mean, the track's not ready for Mickman on the Sombra, so this is a pretty good start for Hive Mind Baddies, although they aren't going to get the first capture on the point. They just respect the Ant Matrix entirely.
Yeah, it's not worth it for them to try and push in, because you can just go in like this with the Orbital Ray right after, but you don't have Sombra.
Yeah, that's I don't think that's how they wanted it to go, but you still get the point flip, which is the result you wanted. eBay held on to the Terror Surge. She definitely thought about using it, but the fact that she held it is pretty nice. Jeremy, a little bit of a flank action. Gets Kuriyamisaka out of the sky, and that's about it. Both DPS dead for the trade of a support, and Juno and Jazzy have to be the ones to compensate for the lost damage at this point in time, and it's Jazzy getting in there and getting active. Swings the mace a couple times, gets 3 final blows, maybe a 4th onto the tank, but no, eBay will live on 1 HP.
Oh my god, literal one. There you go, white half hurt. Get the Orisa back up. I would say the jab from eBay onto Juno, the fact that they're able to shut down Juno right away, and Mickman's there for the finish, I think that saves the fight, because that back isn't able to at least heal up everyone else even for a second longer. Maybe get legit breathe on eBay to finish off the Orisa. But now, one fight off, and Hive Mind Baddies, the fact is, can they finish off a Flashpoint? That's the big question.
Well, they have EMP, they have Terror Surge, you should be able to, but you know who else has that combo? Moss Genesis, they got the greater value out of it for now. It is a 3v3, but Moss Genesis, they don't really have any of those supports, and eBay, you just don't have any friends to begin with. It is over before it started, and Hive Mind Baddies, they couldn't close it out after all.
Oh, and that was expensive, Molly. They have nothing. They have literally nothing going into the next fight. Well, on the other side, Rally, Bola, soon to be Ant Matrix, ults galore from Moss Genesis. That was a very expensive fight to lose, and I understand they want to finish it off real quick. You know Moss Genesis are going to, you know they're going to try and have a very quick fight, so it's, you know, a double-edged sword, and that time it just was not on the right side of it if you're Hive Mind.
And this is a problem, because you're only getting realistically one good fight here. Getting Jeremy early, that's huge, but it's also something Moss Genesis have become used to within this series, because Jeremy's just been beaten up and shoved in the locker, like, nearly every fight.
Then permadeath.
Yeah, so they take their time on pushing this, knowing it is a dry fight, hoping to force any of these other ultimates out. I mean, Jazzy being conservative with his rally, but likely gonna have to pop it in the face with Mickman. Cannot finish the elimination. The armor packs from Crumb coming in clutch. Keep the Sombra player and Hive Mind Baddies alive. Jeremy back from the grave. Full shot lands. Nadokado blown to bits. Moss Genesis back in this battle. There's the Orbital Ray. That's a scary thing to do. Midi has to close this out here and now. Crumb running for her life, but only to be met with Jeremy's crossbow once more. And Hive Mind Baddies, despite their struggles from before, Jesse, it seems like they might be able to do it. He may, though, have the later Terror Surge, but no health skewered into the wall. No way. Moss Genesis, they get the flip back over 399 points in a row, and that will push them up to a match point.
That has to be the closest 3-0 on a Flashpoint that I have ever seen. That was unreal, and I gotta give credit where credit's due to Moss Genesis. That was unreal. The composure to have. Even in that last fight, Orbital Ray is on point. You're not able to finish off the Juno early, even though it was a nice shot coming in from Jeremy. But you're just not able to finish it off, but they still find a way to win the fight, win the round, and win the map. that is unreal composure for Must Genesis, and it puts them on match point.
Jesse, that was okay, 2, almost 3 if you don't count that early little capture that we got to see from Lost Genesis. 3 reverse swept points. Like, we're like at 99-0, and then they just come back. Like, there was no finishing power on the side of Hive Mind baddies, and that is a serious problem when it comes to this, because it also was pretty common for Hive Mind baddies to get the first elimination, Jesse, but either they took too long to push, perhaps they gave too much respect to certain ultimates at points, but they couldn't find it. They could get a way in, but they could never actually stay. It's like they got a glimpse at the treasure room, but they got it for 1 second before they were just shoved right back out.
Yeah, it's just like, man, they got so close in so many of these fights. Like, oh my god, they're going to do it. They're actually going to get the Flashpoint. And Must Genesis find a way every single time to flip it around. That is a gut-wrencher if you were Hive-Mind baddies, but the series is far from over.
Oh yeah, no. We still have plenty more of our series left to go, along with another game after this. We're going to go ahead, send it to a quick break, and come back with more Colonial Heroes action. We are 3 maps in to our lower round 2 match, and it's been a nail-biter, for sure. Our Flashpoint match was, as you said, Jesse, the closest 3-0 of a Flashpoint map we've ever seen. 300 to 297 was the final score on that.
Yeah. It just felt so close. And it was just, oh my god, they were right there, Molly. They were just right there the entire time. But just never able to get over the finishing line was Hive Mind baddies. But now they have a chance. It is their map pick. We have Push and Hybrid as our last 2 options for maps. So whatever is not picked here on map 4, guaranteed to be the map 5 pick. It's going to be Kings. I'm kind of surprised they didn't go dive here. I won't lie. I thought maybe we could see a dive map for map 4, but instead they go to all reliable Kings Row, which you can make a dive map to a degree, but No, they let us go back to all reliable instead of. I thought maybe we'd see like a Blizzard World or a Hollywood
Yeah,
instead.
but, like,
But I understand, like, hey, everybody scrims this. If this is your most comfortable map, go for it. Run it. Why not?
you get the Hazard Lifeweaver back. And that's, I think, a big thing. Monster Genesis couldn't figure that out at all.
Yeah.
It was so much more sustained, going the way of Eve. Amidi was dead, like, much, much sooner in these instances, even though they were taking very similar positioning when we looked at these counter dives. So this is a bit more of a concern. We will get the Hazard Band, though. And that was kind of my thought, is... First of all, I'm surprised we didn't get a tank ban to protect the Hazard, considering that's where we've seen Hive Mind baddies have the greatest success so far. They're just going to take that away entirely, along with a second Lucio ban. Are we just going to run it back from last map?
Maybe it's like, I get it. I'm wearing the Lucio like bracelet pack. What's going on? Like what's going on, everybody? Where did all this Lucio banning come from? It seemed like he was almost never banned.
Hashtag free Lucio.
Yeah, hashtag free Lucio, free my boy. But overall, like, again, the Hazard gameplay being gone, that's a big advantage for Hive and for Mouse Genesis. Like, not having to worry about, like, oh my god, are we just gonna get dove by this Hazard 24/7? No, you don't have to worry about it at all. More than likely going the Orisa route, which obviously both teams are very comfortable with. It was very close over on New Junk City, but at least last map, it was Mouse Genesis who were able to get the better of it. So now that pressure continues as, hey, can they continue to have this Orisa gameplay workout as well as it has, especially with Amidi? I wouldn't say winning the duels all the time. There's like a 55-45 in favor of Amidi.
It's like, it looks better. It's more consistent than the Hazard, and I think that's what matters
Yes.
in the lives
Very
of
much
Mouse
so.
Genesis. But also the Sombra. Paul's Sombra was so impactful in that last map. And realistically, the fact that Sombra ran unmatched for as long as it did, it made High Band baddies fall so far behind it. By the time Mickman ended up swapping, they just didn't have that same flow, that same ultimate rotation ready to match it. So I think that's something to be considered when we look ahead to this. We haven't gotten a Sombra ban, shockingly, given her presence within this series.
Yeah.
So opting for the Lucio instead of the Sombra, considering how much of an issue that seemed to be, for at least from our perspective in that last map, is rather surprising.
I wonder if High Band baddies are saving it for map 5. Which, that's so risky. Like, for me,
Yeah.
that is such a risk if you're trying to leave that type of ban for a map that you're not guaranteed to go to. It's not like they're up 2-1, like, hey, if we lose this, whatever, we can have that ban for map 5. Like, no, you still need to win this map to force map 5. So it's a little bit of a risky move coming in from Hive Mind baddies, but obviously they know something we don't, and knowing that, hey, we don't want this Lucio. We're not as, maybe comfortable on it as you'd want to be. So we can just keep running this break, whether it be either break. Ana can be played here, especially on the defense, or if it is more like that break Juno, break Kiri, especially more on the attacking side, so Ana isn't as much of a sitting duck.
No, it's not nearly as bad. And we actually haven't had Juno on the Ana yet, shockingly. Like, that
Which is crazy.
Yeah, I know. It's also scary, because think of how much she's been doing on the Kiriko. Multiply that by like 5, and then you have Juno's Ana. So it's also something that is on the table. I mean, with the Hazard ban, I feel like you're either going to lean more into a Diva/Winston, or you're going to fight it on the ground in like an Orisa sort of mirror again. You know what does make me happy though, Jesse? There will be no Venture ban from here on out in this series. That is a happy day. All rocks are ready to be munched once more. Jeremy can fall back on that pick, which, mind you, is pretty darn good on King's Row, should it be needed.
Unless somehow, someway, Moth Genesis ban it, which I don't know why they would. Unless they're doing like full memeage of like, hey, we're just gonna ban the Venture because haha, funny. There's no way they do though. Like there's no way unless they're in our comms, which go play your game. Don't worry about us. Like don't worry about our comms. But no, it does put Venture in a great spot. Like not Venture us, but Venture in a great spot. But it's Jeremy. It's like, hey, they could run any of their 4 signatures now. Their 4 signature heroes. Like the Pharah, very playable here, especially on first and second phase. You can get a lot of value out of the Pharah. So if they want to go that direction, I think it could work. But you also have to worry about, like, hey, is Narukato just gonna light me up as soon as I get into the sky? Like that's the way Narukado's been playing it. You have to have that worry in the back of your head if you're considering playing a flyer like Pharah.
You see, not that you say that, Jesse. First of all, I'm shocked we haven't gotten a Pharah, considering we have Jeremy and Nickman in the same lobby. Like,
Yeah.
What's going on? But then you brought up the Nadokado point, which makes sense. But would that mean if we get a Jeremy on something like a Pharah, does that force Paul off the Tracer Samba to have to play some sort of ranged type hero over to the Freya? I mean, we've seen them play the Freya before, not to the same degree of success as somebody like Nadokado, but it is something that Paul has pulled out in the past. Like, is this really the direction we want to go? Like, I'm really trying to understand the thought process behind picking this particular map, or more so banning Lucio. Like, why Lucio? Of all of the heroes, like, it doesn't... Do they just not want to play this, like, dive with Lucio Kiriko? Like, that's gotta be it.
It's gotta be they're not as comfortable in the Lucio Kiriko.
Yeah.
We're like, we have to get rid of it. Like, even though it is such a good comp, especially on a map like this, you want to play very quick, and those very quick bursts of healing through the Suzu and the amps to try and get you in those positions, it's massive. But I wonder if it is just like, hey, we don't feel as comfortable on it. We're not, especially in a map that decides our fate right now in this tournament. We're either going to go out top 6 and be out of the monetary placements in top 4, or we can force a map 5. At least give ourselves a chance going into push, which can be such a snowballing mode. If you win this map, you're going to have the momentum going into push. It puts them in a great spot, but they have to get the job done here in the streets of London to try and get it done. It will be Moss Genesis actually electing to attack first.
Okay.
To try and set the tone, and they are going to at least tease right now that BAP Brig once again. I think the BAP maybe works a little bit better here than it does on Suravasa. It's not like the pacing is as much of an issue, but the Life Weaver is out, Molly. Yeah, it is not in spawn.
Yeah. I can't believe the Life Weaver, it worked, but we saw it with the Hazard, not with the Orisa, so that'll be interesting. Why is Juno allowed to play Baptiste? Like, first of all, that shouldn't have worked on Suravasa, and I still think it should not work here, but she's gonna do it anyways. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, obviously, but, I mean, on a point like this, we're sticking into this Tracer Freya thing that we've been getting, and Moss Genesis, for the most part, are going to try to match that, I'm assuming, after Paul swaps Widow.
Yeah, well, just try to get some little pop shots, try and force Eve to kind of back off of their statue hold, but they have the pull from anyway. It's not like it's going to be that big of a worry. Actually, the Sombra, I do like this, honestly, especially when you're going against a Life Weaver as well. You can try and deny the pull, you can deny the pedal, all of that with one simple hack. You can really set up some plays here for Moss Genesis.
That's definitely the best pick that you could have gone for. It doesn't really help you get in nearly as much unless the attack goes on to the tank, which Eve is under a ton of pressure right now. So this kind of just gets the points under lock for Moss Genesis, and somehow they grab Mickman off of that too, which from what I can only assume was another spear from Immunity has turned Mickman into a kebab several times throughout this particular series. That's going to be 2 ticks now for Moss Genesis. Like, our Highbind baddies, they clearly are thinking about contesting, but they can't find the window in. They're just going to give it up.
Man, and not only just losing your Tracer too, like, yes, they took a lot of damage, but you're going to take that cap all day if you're Moss Genesis. One of the easier ones you'll see on this map. Paul already used, but Paul is punished in the aftermath, but this archway hold has to be massive here for Highbind baddies if you want to give yourself a chance.
Not taking the chance on that point means that you're putting all your eggs in the basket of we're getting his first point hold. It's not going so great so far. Nadokado's already down, and the tree will help sustain in the front line and hopefully put a patch on some of the bleeding hole that your absent Freya left. But, I mean, you lose Mickman as well. I mean, Juno on this Baptiste. I think that's why you put Juno on the Baptiste. Not because of the healing, but because she could just do more damage.
She can just go in and do what she wants. Like, all the damage possible. Like, you thought they were aggressive on the Ana? Huh. No. Like, the Bab, they can just legit put almost all of their focus on that extra 3D7. You know, a little bit of healing lob and land here and there. It will be a soft reset for Moss Genesis. They do lose Paul in the mix of things, but still some pretty decent progress overall as Mickman trying to look for that early pulse. And they get it.
Ooh, Chizzy, nice dodge, but yeah, it's the EMP Terror Surge combo. I was just about to mention that. It's been 100% win rate for Moss Genesis, as it should be. It's 2 of your best ultimates comboed on top of each other. If it doesn't work, something has gone wrong. 4 minutes, and we haven't stopped yet.
Yeah, if that ultimate combo goes wrong, Mayday. Like, Mayday, that should not go wrong unless you somehow miss the Kiriko and they land the Suzu of their life But no, Hive Bad, man. This is, you cannot let this snowball to the nth degree. Obviously, Rally and a bullet shot available here from Genesis. We gotta see touch here for Hive.
Ooh, yeah, they'll get the touch, but the Soda Rush will be matched with the Rally, which is nowhere near as good as the Fury for Ultimate. Bullet shots exchanged. There's so many lights on my screen, my goodness gracious, but once that dust starts to settle down, it is a dead Jazzy on our screens, followed by Juno's Ant Matrix, which, I mean, was meant to buy space, but it doesn't do much if Big Ben is so close to the Ant Matrix that they're basically in it. Pushing the tree out of Drum is actually pretty good, and actually,
doesn't matter.
might be losing this fight. Hold on a second. They were supposed to be the stabilizing point for this team, but it just hasn't worked. Their Kurigami Saga had to swap at just this point in 4:33. Moss should not have won that.
No, they shouldn't have. Like, even with, especially with the tree, there's so much healing by a point, but it doesn't matter. Mouse Genesis just overload the damage, and there's nothing really the Hive Mind can do. Yeah, that fun fact, that's tax, Jeremy. Not going to go your way.
Yeah, okay, so we've seen Paul, like, just die, like, randomly. That's the 4th time that's happened. We just haven't commented on it because it's at weird points, and the rest of the team's doing so well that it doesn't even leave that much of a gap for the team.
No, Jeremy is still target number 1, right? Like,
yeah.
They are still bare with
Again?
even though, my God.
That's 5.
Lit up.
What are we doing? I just, Paul, take a breather, buddy. Like, you don't need to press W the whole time.
It's like, I get it. You have EMP. You want to use it. But you got to find the right space. You can't just get lit up and insta-kill by Inarissa.
No, you really can't, especially when your WinCon is online. There's the Terror Surge. They're not actually going to use the EMP for that. It didn't really get the people in the Orisa ultimate that was wanted, so Eva can re-engage. Instead, you're going to counter EMP the Terror Surge, but it didn't end up canceling it. Whoa, Paul! Paul's just dead, and Juno, I mean, you got to trade that out, sure, but when the EMP there not doing what you wanted it to is a bit more of a problem. Nickman on this Genji has looked so much better than any other hero I think they've tried to pick up today, and we're kind of seeing that assault continue. For these supports, as Hive Baddies finally got their groove back.
And these swaps seem to be working wonders, like you said. Nickman seems very comfortable on the Genji, even Kurya Misaka. People are like, oh, Kirako's such a good character right now, but like, for whatever reason, in this matchup, the BAP is just superior.
BAP Lifeweaver.
And it's BAP Lifeweaver is what we're running in, you know, the summer of, or the late spring of 2025. It's a little odd, but hey, it works so far, especially for Hive Mind, who have ults galore going into this fight.
Yep, it'll be Tree and the Dragon Blade out of Mick Ben, who gets shield bashed and Samat straight back down to faceplant on the Foundry floor. Moss Genesis, excellent counterplay. I mean, Jessie has had some really good rallies throughout this. Shut down in ult pretty much every time she's popped in. Whoa, Ebola shot.
Oh my God.
Whoa, okay, that's fine.
It's gone. And they will be in the save. Wave spawn not as the rest of the team, so if you're Hive Mind, you can't even get out and build out some early positioning. You have to wait for your supports to respawn because you have the window to lean on. But yeah, this will be a very chaotic fight.
It's gonna have to be Amplification Matrix. Kuriyama Saka trying to buy some sort of space. Anakata repositioning to use the Baptiste ultimate, but doesn't need it. Kuriyama Saka is doing all the work by herself, and Monster Genesis suddenly hitting the SP like, hey, we don't have a Paul anymore, who's recently swapped to the Genji, was not having it with the Sombra. And suddenly, this is getting a lot scarier for Monster Genesis, despite their early snowball.
Oh my God.
Oh, okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Deep breaths, people, deep breaths.
I was about to scream at 10 o'clock. Right. That was... if they would have backcapped that, series done. The mental boomage that would have had would have been historic. But Hive Mind Baddies down after the backcap scare. Still the Terror Surge, if they can catch somebody with it, they have a tree later on to kind of counter out the Moss Genesis attack. They have a lot of tools here as long as Juno doesn't pop off with an Ant Matrix to carry this over and hold here at third base.
I mean, Juno, she's not a super performer.
Oh my God, humidity
so low. That's Amplifier Immortality Field out, and Jeremy dead again. Shocker. And Moss Genesis, they can't get to these fights without taking so much poke damage that their DPS, they just can't win these duels. It's complete flashbacks to Watchpoint Gibraltar, Jesse.
Yeah, the flashbacks are hitting, and they're hitting quick. And Moss Genesis weren't even able to use an ult. Jeremy taken out once again. Narokado, she is popping off. And I know that, yes, they're down 1-2, but Nanakano has not been the reason for it whatsoever. It's going to be New City. 5 ultimates for Hive Mind.
Nanakano again! They get Jeremy! The life weaver pedal, it breaks mid-air, and manages to smack Jazzy down! What in the world did I just witness? Paul and Juno, they're making it worth it though. These blades swinging all over the place, and eventually it appears Mickmans is a little bit sharper. Moss Genesis, despite coming into this with a 5-minute time bank, over that, don't get that full completion.
It was 4 ults from both teams. And as soon as that initial Amp Matrix went down, I was like, oh, okay, we're fighting. Let's go. It's fight night. And just, it was Hive Mind baddies who were able to get those last pickoffs, and it's not even the bot and the cart at the very end of third phase. It's at least a little bit farther and a little bit back, so you don't need a full cap. You can kind of practically full cap if you want to win this map, but they put themselves in a great spot here, Molly, to win map 5, especially, again, they're shutting down Jeremy at a historic rate. It's just, it's not something we've ever seen for a team going against Moss Genesis.
No, and I mean, it did show in the past that they've been struggling. Granted, I think Jeremy's doing better in this map than in previous ones. Like 14 and 5, much more improved. And previous maps, I think Paul has been getting beaten up, but the majority that was when they were on the Sombra and just dying to random poke damage. That was happening, which hopefully we don't get repeats of it. The swap to the Baptiste, though, I think was a big reason that Hive Mind was able to stabilize. Especially when you look at the amount of sustain that was able to get. You had the additional damage, but Baptiste and Lifeweaver worked together surprisingly well.
Yeah, that worked out just a little too well. Like, that's a little scary. I better not be seeing that in my ranked games. That's all I gotta say. Don't be pulling that out if you see me in your ranked games, because it's such a weird composition. Like, it is so hard to even, like, get vibes off of. Moth Genesis, they'll just go the normal, right? Like, Juno is on Juno, everybody.
Yes! Oh my gosh, it happened!
It has happened. It is Brig, Juno, Jeremy, still the Sombra going in with the Freya. We got a kitty. We got the big kitty.
That's so cute.
Oh, it's a big kitty.
I want to hug a cat, but I don't, because that would put me in another sneezing fit.
Allergies.
We just got over that. Jazzy can hug the cat, and I will live vicariously through her. Looking, though, into what Moss Genesis want to do. They're in the exact same comp as we've gotten to see in the past, but Mickman on this Genji, I think is going to be very helpful for this team, at least covering high ground. Jeremy, or potentially Paul, will be staging on for the first part of this match. And even then, Amity hit with a javelin, forced to retreat a decent amount, but this is actually good for Moss, or for Hive Mind baddies, because they have Monokado exactly in the spot they want.
Yeah, exactly where you want them to be. Even's taking so much. He's just trying to get in, and well, that is not where they want to be now.
In fact, it's okay. Nanakano finally dies, and guess what? Jeremy's. Dare I say they're cooking? Is Jeremy cooking? Wait a minute. Where's this been?
Hello.
Map 4 and 4K. Jeremy, let's see it.
Hello there.
They already have bullet shot.
Yep.
Like that's kind of nuts, and we're a minute through.
Hello.
Already. Hive and baddies having to take a look at their comp, and again, here we go.
Back to the back.
It's the Lifeweaver and Baptiste. Why not bring it back out? As it worked really well on the defense of third phase, and now it's Jeremy we really have to keep an eye on here. And they're in a great spot on the high ground. Yes, that first explosive shot kind of makes them back off, but still in a great spot. Already layers into Kuriyami Saka.
Okay, Jeremy kind of cooking a little bit on this high ground, daring anybody to come up there and contest them. Now, Moss Genesis playing the slow game. Hive Mind baddies been so used to just somebody getting a pick off of random poke that they're playing their sweet time, but the bull shot pulled them all together by the Terra Surge. Fantastic combo from Infinity and Jeremy. Moss Genesis, they look so much better on this defense.
Oh my god.
Oh,
that was such a... I didn't even think of that combo. I won't lie. Like, the fact that you send in... Because you have to send in the bullet shot first. Like, you have to send it in first. It lands on a Nanakano, and she's falling down. Pop the Terra Surge. My god. That was just seamless for Moss Genesis. And they still have their 2 biggest win cons in EMP and the Orbital Ring.
this is great. If you're Moss Genesis, I think that is though. I mean, they got 5 ults of their own. And unless you can just EMP this fight and try to win it out, but Mickman plays out of the sheath, and that's 2 players cut down to size, looking for a third, and Juno so evasive, both as a hero and as a player, so Mickman have to forfeit that one over to Nadokado. Ivan Baddies, they got what they wanted, and it only took 2 ults to get it.
Yeah, only took 2 ults. Orbital Ray wasn't even able to be popped, and neither was the rally. And a big win there for Hive Mind Baddies, because that gives them at least a decent amount of time to work with you. You don't be like, oh my god, we need to push. Oh, you know, all gas, no brakes. We got to make sure we at least leave ourselves a tiny bit of time at the end of this phase. Like, no, you have plenty of time to work with, but you want to have Nadokado for a little bit. She having a little bit of fun on the wall.
Yeah, and then he just turned to staple gun there for a second. It's okay, the spawns are right there, so Boss Genesis do run away from the Terror Search. That's scary. We'll have the Orbital Ray to go ahead and back them up. But taking down Juno here, it's all the more important that Boss Genesis can make this last as long as possible with losing as few players as possible. Jeremy, nice shot to go ahead and close that out. Mini just kind of chills in the front line, and I mean, that's all Hive Mind Baddies really need. Boss Genesis gotta run.
Yeah, you can't stay here without Amity. Like, you just physically can't, especially with that commanding presence that Orisa is. We'll be able to back up a little bit. So overall, like, yes, it's not a fight win per se, but it's, you know, a consolation win for Hive Mind Baddies. If they're still able to at least start making this bot and this cart go on forward as Hive Mind Baddies. They still have this window to use, nothing else though. So you're going to be really relying on that, even if it is just to delay some time and open up some space here at this tight corner.
Oh! What are we doing, buddy? We're just in the front line. You know what? It happens. It happens, I guess. Humidity can go ahead and Terror Surge, combo it up with the Shield Bash of Shazzy. That's a good combo, too. There's a lot of things you can just use in Terror Surge and chuck the whole kitchen sink at it. And, yeah, doesn't matter if you're down 2 players. Actually, the Jazzy might matter.
Yeah, Jazzy matters a little bit. Yeah, I think at this point, like, they're still fine. Amity will just play a little more conservative here up front. Yeah, Paul was a little courageous.
Paul was in there.
Yeah, I don't know. Was it worth it, Paul? I don't think so.
Well, they will have EMP coming up here momentarily.
And they live? God, I love
Paul's freaking me out a little. But we'll have the EMP up. Jeremy did have to throw the bullet shot in. That is Immortality Field out. But this is what happened last time. EMP was a loss because Mickman pulled the blade. And right now, it's an even trade, which will heavily favor the attackers. At least I would say that if it wasn't both the supports that were currently dead. Mickman about to be in a world of hurt. Same goes for Nadokado there. And yeah, Jazzy, small space, swinging the mace. That's what you like to see.
3K for her. And like I said, if it wasn't the fact that it was Crumb and Kuriyamisaka that die, maybe it's a fight win there for Hive Mind Baddies. But yeah, no BAP, no Life Weaver, no fun. Especially that tight of a corridor with the bird already 60% and 40% to their next rally. Now you really got to start thinking about here for Hive Mind. You got to start relaying these ults back and forth. You have to play, you know, less conservative, a little more reckless.
Paul, please stop
Paul
standing
again,
in front of the whole team. Oh dear. I mean, hey, it's what Hive Mind Baddies needed, I guess. Commit as few ults as necessary. It's what both supports. Mickman traded that out for both supports. Like, this is fine for Hive Mind Baddies. Paul is being a little too creative for the likes of this match.
Just a little bit. We don't know. This is year 3000 thinking right now. We're going to be in Overwatch 20 at that point in time when those kind of plays are good. But Hive Mind Baddies, at least they give themselves a chance here. Both support ultimates gone. But they had that combo. Well, it got used on them. Now let's see if they can flip the tide here and go the other way with the bullish on Terror Surge combo and stay alive here in the series.
Eve will be able to get, well, not prevent the touch, bullet shot, and Terror Surge on either side, but it's getting chaotic out here. Jazzy has this rally. She's been so good with the stuns. It forces the team back. Hive Mind Baddies, they can't exactly push forwards. Eve hacked up and under an extreme amount of burst damage. She was shoved around a corner. She couldn't commit to the final touch. Moss Genesis denied the healing from the tank entirely in one of the most polarizing matches I think we've seen in a minute, Jesse. Moss Genesis are going to keep themselves alive in our lower brackets.
They will stay up, and what we can all consider to kind of be the top 4 seeds, and even the top 4 seeds outside of Swiss, they will be your final 4 here in the spring season. Again, GG's over to Hive Mind, though. You can't say they didn't put everything in it. They were throwing haymakers left and right during this series, but it just wasn't enough. Moss Genesis, every single time you think they're out, they find a way to win. And it's that kind of grit that you need here in the lower bracket.
Fantastic match from both of these teams, in all honesty.
Yeah.
Like, it looked shaky. Real shaky there at the beginning. Actually, it looked shaky throughout, but that's a sign of these two teams are pushing each other to the limits. They're forcing the other to make mistakes that perhaps you're not entirely used to. And, you know, it took a lot of recovery, I think, from Moss Genesis after realizing that Jeremy, having been one of their main win conditions in the past, getting shut down as much as they did, you're like, okay, we need to figure out how we can succeed while just kind of throwing Jeremy to the wolves. And that's what ended up happening for a lot of this series, with the exception of King's Rel. They're able to shine slightly more than in those last couple of maps. So the resilience in this team is certainly strong with them, and I'm interested to see how they can fare off against that third seed, how far that gap really is.
Yeah, that'll be the true test, right? Like, how big is that gap from Moss Genesis to that top three? And obviously, you know, we saw it earlier. Exo Sakura, they're on all cylinders right now. They are feeling confident. They're feeling good. They're not even thinking about Moss Genesis for the most part. And I think that could be their Achilles heel if Moss Genesis are able to play at their best. Because this team at their best, man, when they play like that, even with one of their best players in Jeremy getting shut out, they're getting pushed into a corner, the rest of this team is still able to find a way to win. Very excited to see how that goes next week in our lower semifinal.
Oh yeah, it's going to be one heck of a game to follow through, and a lot of preparation will be required for that particular matchup. And, you know, I think one thing that today's games have made us consider is Sombra just, like, did Phone start a trend here? Like, is Sombra
maybe
the jam now? Because we're seeing a lot more teams, like, pick her up as a more permanent stay within these compositions.
Yeah, it is weird. Like, Sombra, like, has been around. You obviously have to play Sombra differently now, right? Like, you can't just stay permanent invis and run around. But I think the playstyle she has right now, it really opens up in these rush formats to shut down the opposing Orisa and really give your Orisa or Hazard, whatever it may be, a leg up on the fight. So, you know, maybe Phone's thinking hard here. Like, hey, this is going to be maybe a meta-defining hero here in the spring season.
It very well could be, and at least for today, it certainly was in the hands of Paul. But instead, we're going to get a winner's interview coming right up with the CEO of Venture from Moss Genesis. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the short break. welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Spring Season Playoffs. The 3 Overwatch curse has been broken. It was 3-1 for Moss Genesis here in our lower round 2, sending the Hive Mind baddies home early. Moss Genesis can continue their run within this lower bracket, and what better way to learn about this team's victory than from the players themselves. We have the CEO of Venture, Jeremy, joining us on the desk once more for an interview. Jeremy, long time no see, buddy. It's good to have you back on the desk for this interview. Now, this was a series, Jeremy. This was an interesting game, and I think from the start, you kind of started to realize, like, hey, they're not really going to let me play the game too much. Did you kind of get that vibe from that?
It was partially that, and I don't want to be like, obviously they played really well. It was a really hard game, and so I'm not just putting this all on this. But I want to clarify and defend myself that I'm currently not playing on my computer. My GPU exploded last week. It's actually right here. Here's my GPU. And the next one's on transit, and so I have my friend over, and I offered to buy him Taco Bell, and so I can use his gaming laptop. And so I'm on like 120 FPS on a laptop I'm not used to. I was fighting demons today.
Well, you know what? That does kind of, yeah, that makes sense. Like, that kind of puts A and B together, because they were targeting you hard. Like, that, I won't lie, Hive and Baddies, they had your name written all over the place in their game plan. How were you all able to adapt from that? Because obviously last week you were a big part of that focal plan, and now tonight it felt like, you know, that kind of had to shift a little bit. Even though you won map 1, it definitely was a very awkward map.
I think we won the series mostly off of our ult fights. I think we played our ults better. Like, if you look at New Junk City, all 3 points they started with like 99-0, and then we brought it back because we played our ults better. That's the big thing, is if I can't bring mechanics on this setup, I can at least try and lock in on the comms, and so I was really focused on that today.
Yeah, especially like that Flashpoint was just all over the place. What is it with this team? It feels like when a fight, or even a fight or a round or something, seems out of range, you all are just able to find a way to snag it back. Like, is that just something in this team that the fight is never ending until, hey, all of us are in spawn? Like, what's the mentality that you all have to kind of bring these unwinnable fights back?
I think that a lot of the players on my team, especially me, like to make really fun plays. Like, we would rather win and while making fun plays and trying to bring back these like flashy moments. Or like when I tried to back cap on King, it's like that's not like an ideal play. And if it worked, it would have looked really cool. And so that's the kind of stuff we go for, and that brings back some lost looking fights a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I think it was kind of that resilience that shone through. I mean, pretty much from New Junk City onwards, like closing out those points became pretty simple for all of you, and you were able to rally it in the end. And, you know, I kind of want to touch on this, because last time we spoke, Jeremy, you were like, you know, this is it. Freya is my hero. We're feeling super good about this. Have the nerfs done anything? I mean, you nerfed yourself because your GPU exploded, but have, like, the changes to the hero felt, like, too different to you? Are you still, like, on this Freya train so far?
I think the nerfs did not do enough to stop Freya or my love for her. I think I'm going to keep playing Freya, and when I get my GPU on Monday, I will play Freya even better next week. I'll lock in. I'll win every game.
That's what we like to hear. So you'll be back to full strike next week. So we're expecting
I should be,
big
yeah.
things from you. Okay.
Unless if my GPU explodes in transit.
Fingers crossed. No GPU exploding. That'll be bad. Do want to talk about that next match, though. Extra Sakura. That's a tough game, right? So I want to hear,
yeah.
What are your thoughts on that matchup in particular? Because I know that seeing people like Phone who have played the Sombra really well with the likes of the Hazard, I mean, what's kind of the headspace heading into that for next week?
I think number one thing that I'm thinking about for the team is we want to play our game. I'm not really worried about the opponent that we're facing. I think that when we play as best as we can, we should beat any team in Ka. Nothing in my mind is going to change that at the moment. I mean, we've played Exo Soccer a few times, and when we are playing well, we play them close, and when we're playing bad, we lose. So as long as we play our best, I think we should win.
I mean, hey, that checks out. If you play good, you win. You play not so good, you probably don't win. So there you go. I like that logic, Jeremy. So thank you so much for joining us, giving us a bit of insight onto your team's victory today. And we'll go ahead and send you off for the rest of the evening. I know it's getting kind of late, and we look forward to having you back on broadcast next week.
I look forward to being back.
Okay, so like, I mean, that makes a lot more. That makes
so much more sense.
That makes a lot of sense.
I'm like, this is so random, especially for Jeremy of all places. Like, this is not what we are used to with Jeremy whatsoever. So I'm like, well, like, what in the world is going on? I'm like, hey, GPU just going, you know, like that can kind of do it. Like that can really do it. So I'm at least happy to hear that. Hey, the GPU is gonna be back next week.
Yep.
And they can be at full strength because they're, like they said, they need to be at 100% and playing their game if they want a chance against Exo Sakura. It's not impossible. Like, we've seen it from time to time. Exo have had their struggles here throughout the spring season, but hey, anything is possible if they play like they did, especially bringing some of those unwinnable fights back.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel bad now for calling Jeremy out like that, you know, like it's just all the time. But you know,
I think they knew it was coming. I think they knew.
Yeah, you know, they did, but I still feel bad. And you know what? When I make people feel bad, I want to give them something. I want to give them a gift. And you know, if you're thinking of a gift to give somebody, oh boy, Pura Vida has got you covered. Has been partnering with Calling All Heroes for this entire event and has plenty of options for you to go ahead and rock your stuff. Look at all of these bracelets customized to each individual Overwatch hero. I have the GG Gamer pack on right now representing Diva, but there's a lot that you can do to mix and match, to customize even for a lot of these, Jesse.
Yeah, like right now we're looking at Mercy's, like the Guardian Angel Engravable pack. Also, the gold. I love the gold. Like, you can't go wrong with a gold plating. You can customize it. You can choose whatever text on it, symbols, zodiac signs, constellations, whatever you want to throw on there to make your Mercy look the best. You can throw it on there. Like you said, the GG Gamer pack, the Diva setup. You can also make your own. Like, you could always make your own pack. You don't just have to go off of these pre-builds that they have on the site. Get creative with it. Whatever your best and favorite hero is, why not? Throw a combination together with some of the single bands and the engravables and just run it from there.
I know you and we had a lot of fun with these engravables. We saw that they did the Her Healer. I can think of so many people on the ranked ladder that would just love to
oh my
that.
god,
that
yeah.
would be amazing. But I mean, I did my I can dig that on my Venture bracelet. It's fantastic. It cleaned off the top Venture skin. Best hero, by the way, if you are a fellow Rock Muncher enjoyer, take a look at these bracelets because you can make any combination of bracelets that you would like to represent your heroes outside of the 5 amazing customized ones that we have. Like this Tracer one in particular, that one even has a necklace, rings, and earrings to go with it too. Like, it goes beyond the bracelets.
It's the full set with the Tracer.
Like
it looks fantastic. Like, I showed it off earlier. I got the Lucio set going on, the little 3-peat. And then got a little bit of like the carbon fiber, like Shriek Genji look going on, even though I suck at Genji, but it makes me feel like I'm better at Genji when I'm wearing it. Even having the I Need Healing engraving on there, it makes you feel like you're in the game just a little bit more. But like you said, look at this. You can make your own custom sets, all the engravable combinations you want. And even if you want to throw a little palm tree going, it's like the full aesthetic that you're getting from the drops during this event. You can throw that in there, just a little bit of a perfect touch to remember how you first got into Pura Vida. They got everything you could possibly want.
Oh, it's so cool to be able to go with. Like, if I saw that Compass Charm beforehand, then I would have absolutely done that. Like, I kid you not, I spent, as soon as we got told we were doing this, I spent like 45 minutes going through every single bracelet that was available for that. So you can seriously do all that you want to your heart's desires. Get creative with it. I would love to see what y'all come up with. But that's it for Pura Vida, at least for this immediate segment, because we still have our giveaway that will be coming up just at the start of our 3rd game. We're going to have some more information for that. But before we get to our upper finals, we're going to get ready, send it off to one final break, because oh boy, we got to send someone to the Grand today. Let's find out who it is in just a couple of minutes. We have one more match to be played here on our Calling All Heroes spring season to determine one team in our grand finals heading into next week, and the other is going to have to fight their way again through the lower bracket to have a chance at all of that glory. Our number 1 and number 2 seeds, DK and Avidity respectively, are going to fight it out for the first time within this tournament, Jesse.
Yeah, the first time these teams were supposed to go against each other, it was a forfeit win for DK. So it is a massive thing here in this game. Can DK show, like, hey, we are truly the number 1, not just in seeding, but overall in performance, or will Avidity claim the first spot in that grand final? The loser of this will play the winner of Moss Genesis versus Exo Sakura on Wednesday. But obviously, both teams wanting to get that early start. They want to have the advantage coming from the upper side of the bracket going into those grand finals. And DK, this is a team that obviously the name, Dill, we've seen them all over the place, whether it be in Face It, obviously the Dill Ducks over in OWCS right now. And they now have the time to show here that they can really be amongst the best here in Calling All Heroes.
Yeah, and DK undefeated in the Swiss stage, and so far undefeated within the playoff bracket as well, and a great spot for this team with a lot of recognizable names alongside of it. Everybody here has made it to OWCS one way or another, and I think the one newer face on this time is Cinnabar. This is the first time she's going to be playing within Calling All Heroes, with the exception, of course, of our last tournament, but having her here this season has been a treat, especially watching her play with Z's and Peace on Sakura for OWCS 2. So this team, the talent behind it, there is no doubt whatsoever. But I do worry for them slightly, just because they went 3-2 with Exo Sakura, even though it was a win, but they've also dropped some weird maps here and there, which can hint to some inconsistencies within the gameplay.
Yeah, it's like they dropped a map to Fable during Swiss stage. They drop a map to Moth's Genesis over in the upper semifinals. So it's not like, it's the worst teams to be, losing maps to, right? But it is definitely a little bit of a worry, like, hey, is that consistency there? And we are going to need that to see that overall, because we saw how Avidity played last week against Exo Sakura when it's one of these top 3 title fights, and they were incredible in it. So Avidity, again, for one, stars across the board here on this team, but it is going to be a real test against a team like this.
Yeah, this is a big deal for Avidity Calling All Heroes. This is a combination of our 3rd and 4th place teams from the Radiant Academy 101, but also the majority of this roster, of course, ended up winning back on the previous Calling All Heroes season, and not to mention, unlike their opponents in DK, they've dropped a total of 1 map, and that was to Exo Sakura. So this team has looked incredibly strong across the board, and I mean, there's a reason why we say that the only teams that can take maps off of the top 3 are the other top 3 teams.
Yeah, it's the rotating circle of results, basically, here in the top 3, and the cycle has to break at some point, right? We'll see if Avidity can earn that win, earn a grand finals place here in the Calling All Heroes spring season. But again, this is not going to be close by any stretch of the imagination. Both of these teams know each other extremely well. A lot of these players have played with each other before on other teams, whether it be Timeless Ethereal or Nightmare Eclipse, who won on the run obviously last year. There is a lot of kind of relapse over here, like, hey, we've played with this person, they played with this person, so they know each other very well. We're gonna break the streak. We're going back to Ilios here for the control, and so that confirms that Busan has yet to be played here in bracket play. And the final chance we'll get the Busan hate's a little much. I think it's a little much. Is it a great map? I wouldn't say it's my favorite, but it's not, it's up there. But man, yeah, Ilios will be the one here to send us off here in map 1, picked by DK.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what those hero bans were just yet, but I'm sure we will find out momentarily, because they'll also play a pretty good part in this. I do feel better for... Okay, let me rephrase that. I feel good about the chances of Avidity solely because Hitori has shown to be the singular most flexible tank in this tournament, except Wrecking Ball. I don't want her near Wrecking Ball. She doesn't want to go near Wrecking Ball. Yeah. Understandable. Santana is particularly more known for these like brawl tanks, like your JQs, your Orissas, your Ramatras, can play the Winston. Obviously isn't going to do it this time because that was actually the ban on this side. The Hazard also is one that they are particularly confident in. Like, I'm expecting very heavy mirror matchups throughout this series. If I'm going to be totally honest, except for the Sombra. Is the Sombra going to be a thing still? You think?
Maybe, like, is it truly like that kind of turning into the meta, or will we see more like that Tracer Freya that we've seen a lot? It is the Genji ban coming in from Avidity, so looking over at DK, be like, yo, Peace, you gotta relax. Like, this is not going to happen where Peace just all of a sudden just runs the lobby on Genji. So I do think it's going to be a lot of the Hazard here, unless it's the Hazard for Diva Zero on the head-to-heads. I have a feeling we're probably not going to see that. Both of these teams are very comfortable with the Hazard. So we're going to see a lot more Hazard, especially here on Well or on Lighthouse, depending on where we go here to start it off in Greece.
Yeah, well, we can theorize that all that we want, Jesse, but we only know what is for certain, and what we do know for certain is that there is currently a Pura Vida giveaway going on. One lucky winner will be selected to win a set of Calling All Heroes themed bracelets. To enter, you go ahead and type !Pura Vida, all one word, in chat to enter. There'll be one winner per broadcast, so not just today, but it will also apply towards next week. And this set of bracelets, also cool to note, it's not available online or in store. You can only get it here from this giveaway, so make sure, go ahead and join. Type !Pura Vida in chat now. And if you want to learn more about Pura Vida and the wonderful collaboration they have with Calling All Heroes, go ahead, scan the QR code, check out their website for their hero combinations, or go ahead and create your own.
Yeah, do whatever you feel, right? Get in the giveaway, though. There's no reason to not do the giveaway, right? It is free, fantastic bracelets. Like, you might as well. The only reason why we can't is we're here, right? Like, that's the only reason why we're not, spamming it also in chat to make sure we are entered for this giveaway. So make sure, scan the QR code, do whatever you need to do to get into this giveaway. And best of luck to everybody who's trying to get that free bracelet pack here from Pura Vida. But not going back to the action going on here. Upper bracket finals, grand finals on the line. Both of these teams at least already qualified for the championships at the end of the year, right? You needed a top 3 placement here. They were already able to do that. So it's like, okay, long term, the goal is already a success, right? But you want to make sure you start the season here on the right foot here in the spring season. And as we get ready here, but I just can't wait. Like, it's so hard when you have a game like this where we haven't seen these two teams actually go against each other in an official. It's so hard to guess which way it's going to go. If I had to say right now, I'm maybe leaning to Avidity, like 55-45.
Really?
But I don't know. This DK team, you look at it. Well, hey, they have what, $5 billion or whatever the meme is. So I see all over my social media that they bought this roster with. But it's such a good team that I wouldn't be shocked, even though, yes, they had a little bit of a rough game against Exo Sakura and they still get the win, if they all of a sudden just show up here knowing that, hey, it's a grand final spot on the line.
This is a big deal for both of these teams. Avidity had disappointing results from both the combined rosters that kind of dissolved into them in the previous Radiant Academy 101. This is their chance to make up for it and make that run all the way through. Both teams teasing this Hazard, Kiriko, Lucio that we've been seeing from all of our top level teams. No reason to stop it now. This is a Tori Santana matchup, Jesse. Oh, this is going to be cool.
This is going to be great. Like, the fact that Santana and Tori, sign me up. Like, this is absolutely fantastic. You can see already, kind of just peeking back and forth. Both teams trying to do some pop shots. It is the full-on mirror with the Lucio Kiriko, and it is no Sombra for now for either team.
Yeah, it'll be Peace and Bun on the Tracers. Mage, for a little bit of context, Mage is Bun, Gonathan is Azure, for those who may not know. Avidity, though, will be the ones to set themselves up on the point first. There hasn't really been an elimination, so they just kind of get it for free. DK were very slow on their approach and didn't get the touch in that they wanted. Wolf spot Santana off on the high ground by themselves entirely. Z's was not in a position to safely teleport into the healing range, so Avidity, they go ahead and take what they can get.
Yeah, Avidity, first cap, and this tank duel, I can't wait for it. Like, Hattori wins it the first time there, and she is one of the best tanks, if not the best tank in calling her heroes. I don't even think that's so far-fetched to say, but Santana has been on quite a run recently. I wouldn't be surprised if they're all of a sudden like, yo, like, I want to be in this conversation, and I'm going to show you why here tonight.
Also, Ivory, though, is very much ahead in terms of ult charge when it comes to this Freya. Hattori, though, ooh, is going to get caught on an awkward spot and burned down. And that's the thing with Hazard. He's so tanky until you get stuck in front of a Freya for like more than 5 seconds. You're like, oh, shoot, where'd all my health go? It went bye-bye, that's for sure. Just like Avidity's control percentage there. DK is going to take over.
Yeah, DK, that's what it takes in this kind of composition, especially in the mirror. It is one pick that changes everything. Nenwai, full going in. Skunk actually uses the switch to try and help their support out. It's all of a sudden got this. Two-piece, fight over.
What are we doing? What are we doing? We're being silly, and I don't feel like there's a good reason to it. It is a 2v... Actually, wait, that's another. Hattori, why is this working, Jesse? Both the supports are dead. DK should not be having an issue with this. Hattori still decides to go in. Again, support's just returning now. Sees, lays the continuous rush out for DK. Supports quickly responded to. Avidity have both his points under block, at least forcing Santana to drop down to the low ground. Sound barrier gets long nose to the bar. The Ajax out of the DK Lucio. Tragedy strikes, and Avidity are going to manage to clean up.
That's such a
bad.
rough Ajax. Like, if they land it, granted, it's not a done deal that they win the fight, but Cinnabar is going to be wanting that one back. She's just sitting there like, man, of all the things, really? Like, that happened.
Oh.
They are not done.
Also, can we talk about Ivory yet and how good they are at this Freya? Like, hello.
Oh my god.
Remember last
Crazy,
week?
actually. Yeah.
Hello.
This is all over the place. Just want to make sure, like, yo, we are here. Like, you are going to feel our presence. You're on the start of this map on Lighthouse. Yes, go.
Hal is okay to get through that, but doesn't have a lot of health remaining. Santana, though, they managed to get Hattori and Scuff, the two most important characters on Avidity's composition. And yeah, while this does get close to final fight territory, DK will manage to start bringing the broom out, sweeping up the remnants of Avidity's capture progress, and get a swap. Actually, I'm not even going to say anything yet, considering what happened last time I tried to talk about a fight being over. Okay, it's over for real this time.
Yeah, it's actually over. Like, there's no post-credit scene where you have to wait and it changes everything. No, we're actually done with the fight. Still 98% though for Avidity. One fight away, but they only really have the pulse bomb here from Mage to try and open this up. You can say the same for DK. Maybe if Z can stay alive, they can build up this Kitsune rush.
Or Jonathan can just get Nenwai. I mean, that's the thing with Nenwai. Nenwai, incredible support player, but sometimes they get a little too, like, ambitious. You know, you get that Lucio bug, you're speeding in there, you got momentum, you go too far sometimes. That's what happens.
It's like me when I play support. Like, but I'm infinitely worse, and my conversion rate, not good. Not good. I need to take some more notes from Nenwai. But
I can attest to that.
You can. So now, DK, 90% counting already scuffed. I need to play very cautious, and that'll cost Mage.
Ooh, I think that actually cancels the pulse bomb out as well, by the looks of it in the kill feed. So an even bigger pick. Jonathan on this Freya has been firing. I mean, Ivory and Azure too. Incredible Freya players in hit scan department. Cinnabar locked in and double locked it. Actually, that was a bullet shot that ended up doing a little bit of damage through the backside of the wall. Avidity in a 99 to 98 type scenario, but with a flip surely to come, that will go ahead and change. DK only left with Jonathan and chucking a couple crossbow shots from downrange, and it's not going to amount to much. Avidity get round one.
This is the kind of series we thought this would be. Like, back and forth, everyone throwing everything they got, and it's so far Avidity, but I have a feeling this will be going on for quite a long, Molly. I think we got some late night Overwatch here, or if you're a Tory, some early morning Overwatch going on. As a German, yeah, this is going to be a little bit of an early morning game, but they don't really seem to care. Look, 13-6-2 for her so far, leading lobby.
I told you, Hattori is. Her tag says it well. She's a pack animal. Yeah, she's just her. Like, you can't stop Hattori at all when it comes to this Hazard. There's been some people to shine a light to it in, like, the likes of Mari. I think Santana has that capability, but so far, that was a Hattori diff in map round one.
Yeah, I don't even think that's crazy to say. Gonathan as well. Like, they had some really good pop-up plays. I think in the Freya duel, maybe Gonathan's winning ever so slightly. But overall, DK just not able to capitalize on those advantages and on those kills to really flip it over. And hopefully for them, they can start doing it here as DK early positioning advantage, but it's not really going to mean too much yet.
Yeah, you're kind of just taking your time here with what you got. Tori, though, as you're back up against the wall, Santana will leap out, get some of that health bar back. Avidity, they got the point capped for free last time, and it seems they're going to be able to do so again here, Jesse, just by winning the cooldown trade.
Yeah, winning the cooldowns, DK not wanting to risk it, Cinnabar. She won't be here to see the rest of it.
Yeah, stuck between Hitori and a spiky place. Not an excellent spot to want to be in. And yeah, Avidity gonna go ahead and clean up after these last couple of eliminations, and they just played the space of the map so well.
Their map knowledge is immaculate. That's a little bit of a prickly situation for Cinnabar. Like,
Hilarious.
you really can't do so much. I'm here all night. But Avidity now, they can at least space us out. Like you said, they know exactly where everyone is, it feels like. There's nobody on a flank that is not already known, even though Z, they do have the advantage here. They can Sune Rush. They can pop it early to get the advantage on Scuffed.
Yeah, Z has just been farming up towards these Sune Rushes. But granted, Santana's been under a ton of pressure, so it makes sense. Well, actually managed to grab one before the fight even starts. DK start to push the pedal towards the metal. There's a second one in the direction. I mean, they don't even need the Kitsune Rush after all, just because the picks are managing to grab a neutral.
Yeah, it's the perfect fight, right? Like, you don't use anything. Yes, you would have loved this maybe drag out an ultimate from Avidity, but the fact you don't have to use anything in that is great. The fact that Avidity's already at 60%, yeah, it's a little rough, because if they win this next fight, all of a sudden they're in one fight territory right after that. So it's a little bit of a slippery slope, but they can use a lot here. But my worry is, can a Tori lock it all down?
Well, she's certainly gonna try, or rather Gonathan will do so first with the Bola shot.
Holy
for
ultimates.
ultimates. It's all over the place. It's a Q fest on the map of Ruins, and one team certainly about to be in Ruins after that Bola shot, and NY and Ivory cleaning house for Avidity, and it was expensive, but well worth the reward.
Oh, totally well worth it. Yeah, so use 4 ultimates. It's the pulse bomb left. It's not like it's the biggest deal of all to not have and to just have the pulse bomb, but they just play first. Like, DK try to play a little more reactive with it, doesn't end up working out, but now they have the resources to try and turn it around once again with the downpour from Santana to go with this pulse bomb. Cinnabar, she's probably wanting to save the beat if needed.
Look at Suzu. Perfectly timed, too, and that prevents anyone from Avidity getting locked up to Santana, but it's actually going to be a tempo beat from Cinnabar. I have pretty mixed feelings about how this goes, but if she's just going to roll out on Scuff, then okay, you do whatever the heck you want, Cinnabar. Pop off. Avidity, though, they're managing to stabilize themselves a decent amount, despite not having any support left to work with. Granted, they're not the ones who need to cap right now. It is DK. OT has been hit, and you got to find a way to clear the orange team off the objective, and Cinnabar is doing just that.
She's like, oh, you need someone to make a play? Cool. All right, I'm here. Lucio time. And already, it flips it right back over. Like, that is what, I know it's Nenwai on the other side, which is crazy to think, like, oh, if we're going to see Lucio pop off, it's probably Nenwai, because they're all over the place. That time it was Cinnabar. Great job. Able just to finish up some of the picks over on point that were low. It opens us up for DK just a little bit more and sets up Gonathan now to be able to use the Bola here, maybe even just to add ease and Tori on this dive, make them use the spike guard.
Yeah, they'll get some value, even if it's unlikely to be an elimination. They're taking their time. And DK, they have a bit of percentage to work up to, so that's all right with them. Avidity, on the other hand, they want to take this fight fast. There's the Bola shot, but on who? Your Santana is already dead, so DK going to be reeling from that blow. OT is burning. Z's close to a Kitsune Rush here, and with Ivory down, there's a real chance for DK to continue the contest. They'll manage to put the Freya onto the point, but with these Kitsune Rushes basically completely symmetrical with each other, there's not too much that can be gained from a specific advantage. That will come from the sound barrier that Nenwai has built up to well before Cinnabar. DK struggling due to the lack of overhealth, and now with Santana back hacked up and at the mercy of Avidity, we are looking at an Elios going over to the orange side.
A close 3-0, but a 2-0 nonetheless here in map 1, Avidity. They just love when these fights they really extend out. Like, the longer these fights go, the better it is for Avidity. And they're able to take it here on Ilios. And this was the very end here that you were talking about.
Yeah.
NY with the beat, going a little aggressive as well, able to pick off Peace and poor Gonathan. They were kind of stuck. They had a spike wall right in front of them. They try and break it, and they actually, take themselves out in the action of it. But overall, so far, so good for Avidity. And now for DK, which, again, they've only lost one other map, at least in the bracket stage of this tournament, have a very big decision to make. The only map they've actually lost so far in bracket play was Watchpoint. And that was to Moth Genesis, and we saw kind of why. Moth Genesis are very comfortable on the map. So now it really begs the question, what is the pivot here? Last time they lost a map, it was Suravasa. So if they want to play that a little more fast and loose, but end the fights quicker, I think that can be a very good option. But if they allow them to extend out like they were on Ilios, you could have the same issue.
Mm-hmm. And what we're seeing is, like, on paper, I look at these rosters, and I think it's an even match, like, tank on tank, DPS and DPS. Like, that looks even. But when we look at this map, it becomes, when you're that even, it becomes more about how you're playing together and are you making mistakes that are being punished. And I think that's what that map came down to, is because it was 99-99 both times. We're looking at where are these mistakes being made? Like, at first it was, the age jacks of the sound barrier. It got that tempo all thrown off. We had some Hitori that was allowed to exist in spots she probably shouldn't have been able to for a lot longer. Or, I mean, if you're DK, they punished some overextensions that we saw quite a bit from Avidity. That's how they were winning fights. Like, that's just kind of where these two teams are at, Jesse. So, does the map in itself have that much implication on where these teams are? Like, it has to be more of a comfort thing, you would think, at this point.
Oh, it should be more comfort. And I think for DK, it's like, hey, what do we feel good on right now? What do we don't? Because the Hazard, yes, there's times when it did feel really good. But I think overall, if you're trying to be Hitori in a Hazard 1v1, it's not going to go well. Like 90 out of 100 times, it's not going to go the way of DK. Because Hitori, she's just that good. Mm-hmm. Especially right now on that hero in particular. So maybe you want to try and mix it up. Whether you go to a Watchpoint, right? If you want to go to Watchpoint, maybe play more of the organic dive with the Winston or the Diva, but you can't ban the Winston anymore, so you got to hope that, they want to run the Diva as well. Or if you want to go like that hard rush, whether it be a King's Row or a Suravasa, something like that to really, I guess, change, at least drift it away from Hazard if you can a tiny bit, and allow maybe Hitori to not just completely run the show.
Yeah, pretty confidently, I think you can say that Hitori is the best Hazard you're going to find in Calling All Heroes right now. There hasn't been too much of a proven contest on it yet. Does that mean DK should give up on it entirely? I don't think so. I think if you could put Santana on something that perhaps we're a little bit more used to seeing them on, like a Ramatra and a Rissa, for example, that would be a little bit more comfortable. But at the same time, Jesse, I can't really think of a map where you're not going to play Hazard. Like, maybe playing Gibraltar just because you're going to play like a Winston or Diva instead. But even then, like, it makes a lot more sense to pick something that would give Santana a more comfortable time within this team and not having to worry about where Hitori is just hanging from the ceiling half the time.
Yeah, we'll see. It's taking a little bit of time here for DK. Obviously, a very unfamiliar position. Like, they have not been in this position very often at all, to thinking like, hey, like, what are we going to pick? Like, it's actually our decision for once. We're not banning second and trying to figure out what side we want to start on. It's actually us deciding where we want to go. So yes, it's a little more pressure on to DK to try and figure out, hey, what is the next option? Especially, Coach Marf, like, what is going to be the thing here? Even, Razor helps out with this team a little bit from Dill Ducks. It's going to be not something we talked about, but also something I wouldn't say is a must play for Hazard right now, and that is Circuit Royale.
When I said the maps that you couldn't play Hazard on is Gibraltar, I forgot this one existed.
Yeah,
Circuit Royale is the second map that is probably going to happen. May? Ramatra? Like, is that kind of the angle that we're thinking about here? I think it'll depend on the hero bans, of course. These players, I mean, they don't mind playing like the hit scan, but I'm thinking Freya will be the main point in both of these teams, like Freya May, Freya Genji, something along those lines. And this makes sense. This is I'm happy with this pick from DK.
Yeah, I think this can definitely work. Let's see what the bans are. I wonder if Freya gets banned at all during this, or if they want to ban the Widow to force a Freya duel. Or even like we could see like Illari. Like Illari's played a lot. I've seen a lot of playtime as of late on this map. A lot, especially in OWCS, which you know a few of these players have either played in OWCS or are currently in OWCS. So we could easily see maybe like the Illari band if they want to make sure they stay consistent with this Lucio Kiriko, or if they want to run more like the Bap Zen. We've seen Weaver from time to time from you know GK. So all options are on the table here. I think I could easily see Illari ban, Widow ban, Freya ban. It's probably like the top 3 most likely.
I'm sorry, I was getting flashbacks of Nenwai's Life Weaver.
Oh yeah,
that was a time. It was funny though. I mean, it was worth the. It was like what King's Row defense. Nenwai like pulled the tank like back into the middle of the team as everybody else was dying, and
yep.
I don't know. It was fun. It was very fun. I don't think that's going to be great here on Circuit Royale if you haven't practiced it specifically. I think it's a very niche strategy that, you know, you would not advertise to every team like this is hard meta sort of deal. So it's kind of up to the teams. I think this tank will be the most important decision. And it really makes sense that we're taking our time to go through what is correct here, which ban, which map is necessary, because these are the decisions. Like, you might be the better team on paper, but if you get screwed over in hero bans, the game's just over before it even starts. I mean, Hittori's great at Junker Queen, but wait, that can't be correct. Something is not correct here, so we'll sort that out, because you can't ban 2 tanks.
One of these things is not like the other. I'm
assuming the Ramatra ban's correct.
Unless
that
I read
makes
the
sense.
rules wrong.
It's OWCS though. It follows the same rules, no? Yeah, there we go. Okay,
there we go.
Short judo. Woohoo! Okay, that makes more sense. I'm a little surprised we didn't protect the Ramatra, but that just tells me we're gonna play Orisa.
Or Sigma, maybe? Like,
No,
maybe we say Sigma?
Oh, why didn't we ban Sigma? Hittori Sigma's disgusting.
Well, and Illari's not banned. Oh, the top 3 heroes, I thought these can probably get banned.
That's okay. We can't be right all the time.
not just none of them banned. So, yeah, I'm a little afraid for DK here. I will not lie. Like, you put Hittori on Sigma in a fantastic map for her. Like, this is, if you want Hittori to carry a map, like, this is potentially one of like the best maps to do it. If you are Avidity, but it's here. Can Ivory pop off once again? Ivory didn't play bad in map 1, was a little more silent compared to a lot that we saw from Mage/Bun. So can we see maybe them now pop off? Because this is a very long range map. Ivory's known for playing, you know, the Soj, the Freya, the Ashe, those types of heroes, and now they have everything in front of them to try and make that happen.
Azure too. As you said, I think you don't ban Freya because I think Ivory felt like they were matching Azure, and Azure felt like they were matching Ivory. That makes sense. You want to kind of keep that even trade. But if one of these players kind of starts to run away with it, I think that's where this map actually can live and die by, other than the tank battle. Santana can play Sigma. I don't want to say that's wrong. Sigma is just the hero that Hittori, other than Hazard, is the most known for right now.
Yeah, it's like anything is possible here. Like Santana especially, they can pop off. Like let's not throw it away. Santana is probably still a top 4 tank in calling out heroes.
Easily.
And that's easily a top 4 tank. So we could easily see them pull it off. But it's just the fact that yes, it could be a little difficult here for DK at least to get the train started. If they can get some early pickoffs here, start to really get the train moving, then hey, they have a good possibility running this a good amount of the way. This is a very defensive-sided map inherently with natural high ground and the long sight lines. So it could easily turn into a map that DK just run away with, and all this talk of us being worried just goes down the drain. But Ivory, I'm gonna let you figure out what you're doing, and then we're gonna get back to you. So the DK going like this May brawly style that we've seen a bunch. Honestly, I love it. I think it's really good.
This makes sense. This makes sense. And it's going to give Hittori a hard time. The way Avidity win this, though, Jesse, is if they take if they can poke from a range, aka punishing DK for poor positioning. Like that's their win con. They get up close and personal, they're just dead.
Yeah. Oh, it's just gonna be like, oh, you're dead. Bye. Like, have a good time. This is going to be very important, especially for a Toria on the Sigma. If they get walled off, Grasp is only gonna help you so much.
We do have Nenwai on the Lucio here, so it seems like Sigma can be played sort of as like a Brawl hybrid. Granted, you don't really want to get super close to an Orisa, just because you can get CC'd tomorrow, but Avidity for now, I mean, they just kind of bully their way forwards onto this high ground. Disregard that first corner entirely, which is where a lot of teams get stuck. We see a fight at that first corner, and then we see one here. But just opting to forfeit that space, seeing the Widowmaker, and actually Bud on the Freya this time. Completely respecting that damage, but not enough. Eventually Santana got burned down by the sheer amount of damage being chucked in their general direction, and Avidity, their payload just has not stopped.
I think the main issue that DK had there that kind of screwed everything up, they didn't respect Ivory enough while trying to set up for that corner hold, and as soon as Santana dies, the whole gameplay is done. Like, you don't have Santana there to punish, even though you have the Mei wall to play off of. Everything just goes wrong. Beautiful deflect there from Peace, but it is still point cap. 5 minutes on the board for Avidity.
To be fair, DK, they didn't really get anything out of the Mei either. So having Peace swap over to their signature Genji, I think is going to make a big difference for this team's defense going forward. I mean, even then, just the deflect onto the Widow shot, that's so hard to do. And with his ultimates coming online, like, this becomes a lot easier. Amplification Matrix, though, out of Z's, but it was Ivory who goes ahead and gets a rail shot to the face. Tori dodges out of the way of a boulder, not even meant for her. We'll move on forwards. Avidity, they don't know what losing is in this map.
No, it's like losing. What is that? That was for last event. Don't worry about that. That's pushed away. What a push so far for Avidity, and even with Ivory on the Soj, getting a lot of value against Jonathan, which like yes, Freya is the better hero right now, but still winning some of these fights because you have Bun on the Freya themselves, so you don't have to worry about having to deal with the Freya. You can deal more about focusing on Cinnabar and Z, which has forced Z now into an awkward spot too, because yes, they were able to use Amp, but they were getting nothing out of it.
No, and that's a bit of an issue here too. I mean, Cinnabar has the captive son, never mind. She got punched.
They're dead.
That's a bit of a problem. And then I will end up using the sound barrier, not in response to an ultimate, but to make up for the lack of scuffed healing in this instance, and it actually does enough. It gives Bun the time forwards that she needs, and Peace doesn't really stand a chance with that much health. It's a 1v1, and Ivory is gonna take it. No touch to be had. Avidity, it came down to a single player there. That is insane.
The 1v1 and Ivory is able to win it. It's a 2v1. Granted,
Yeah.
Peace was what, maybe 15 health, but still able to win it almost 5 minutes going into final phase. And even though it's the DK map pick, it is all falling apart. This Sigma comp is just so good so far from Avidity. Jonathan is able to find one. Scuffed is taken out, so only the Lucio healing will force a soft retreat on the flank from Ivory and Hitori, but they're still going to get so much space going into this as long as Ivory does die, so that maybe a soft reset here.
I can hear Ivory's thoughts like, healing? Where? Oh yeah,
Healing?
my Baptiste is dead. That's a problem. Hitori still has his high ground control though, which is very big because we know how difficult that choke point can be to move through. The captain's son, but it doesn't actually end up getting all that much done in this instance, and you don't have a tank either if you're DK. Z's is out in La La Land, and Avidity, they're just gonna keep walking this payload forward as much as possible. Azure is putting in work to hold that momentum, but I mean, it's really only been this Freya to show up for DK so far.
Yeah, it's just you can't rely on that so much, and obviously Azure / Jonathan, however you want to say it, during this game, it's like, yes, they've been able to get some pretty decent pickoffs, but you can't rely on it. Like, you just can't rely on that constantly if you are DK, especially when now Avidity 4 ults compared to 4 ults. Let's see you press Q first.
They all press him at the same time, but it's mainly Avidity.
And nobody
wants
does.
to get away with it. Everyone kites. Like, DK, there's so many spots for them to just kind of hide in a little cubby corner, and you know it's safe to pop out again, and he met with a Dragon Blade of Peace! 1 slice, 2 kills, both supports sent 6 feet under. Wonderful play from DK, completely negating any value. Avidity could have gotten at their ults, they're responding with their own.
One swipe of one deleted backline. As Avidity now, they already lost 2 minutes. Almost 2.5 minutes.
Flux?
And now the early Flux, it builds up Peace, takes them out. Santana's forced to retreat. But now here's the counter.
Yeah, Santana really catches onto what. In fact, I don't think it does that much damage
Mage.
at all. Oh yeah, I got Mage. I'm blind. My bad. Avidity though, and you shouldn't try to push off of this. They're gonna try because that's how they work, and then why will pay the price for it. I mean, like Ivory, Hitori, they're making it scrappy. Why are Avidity allowed to win this? Like that just doesn't feel like it should happen with that, but I guess it wasn't even 4v4 at the start of it.
Yeah, again, this is like, okay, they're winning this? Oh, they're winning this. All right.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it just seems like a foregone conclusion. DK used a lot in that. 4 and 3 ultimates. They're going to have to beat, which is the big thing, but you got to make sure. Avidity's going to pretty much do an aggro beat here. You got to be ready to answer.
Yeah, it was an NY special. The tempo beats forwards. I mean, you could kind of wait for Cinnabar to have it. I'm assuming Avidity are tracking that Cinnabar has a sound barrier at this point. Yeah, this is the power position that Avidity wants. DK know that the payload eventually has to be the thing that is pressured. Mage, aggressive drop down onto the low ground. Bullet shot goes wide, but the Freya shall live. The rest of the team shall not go. Hitori eats up the bullet shot from Azure, and that causes the sound barrier to enter from Cinnabar, where we never got the one from NY. Avidity, it looked like they had it. They had all the positioning, the ultimates, but they just didn't win the fight. They didn't press them.
Yeah, they didn't press their biggest win condition, which was the sound barrier. But that's because Peace got on NY immediately. Like, yo, where you at? Like, let's get this done now, because I don't want to deal with it. I'm just going to go in, and obviously they have a little bit of history. They're on Bryan and Stratton College together in collegiate, so they know of each other very well. So maybe a little bit of a friendly complement there.
I mean, we do have a lot of Bryan and Stratton players playing and calling all heroes, but you know, sometimes you gotta turn from friends to enemies, and in this instance, I bet Peace wishes that sound barrier did not hit because the blade looks like a wet noodle in response to it. Avidity will manage to squeak their way on through and complete Circuit Royale.
51 seconds for Circuit Royale standards, pretty good. Like, it's Circuit Royale. You can't expect a lot, right? Like, you really can't for the time bank, especially how long it takes some of these fights and the regroups. But for DK, it looked better near the end, but you still need to find where's that pop off, because yes, Peace is able to get some here and there, but Gonathan has had a lot of good damage, but not a lot of follow-up. Santana is getting beaten in the front line. I don't think they were really wanting to go the Sigma mirror in this map, but they're just not able to. They have to go into the Sigma mirror. Hitori is very comfortable in it, and she's just been running the show up front, which has allowed Ivory and Bun to really just do what they want, have no fear whatsoever. So I think it's going to be up to Santana almost to kind of open that up a little bit. Like, yo, like, here's some space. I know I haven't given as much as Hitori has been, but here's some space. Go at it. But now the worry is, Avidity, they're trying to stand this poke. There's no reason for them not to, right? DK, if they stay... I'm not even talking about the ball. But if they stay on the Genji and the Freya, it's a lot of pressure on the Gonathan to keep it up, because now you're really playing an uphill battle against 2 hit scans if Peace can't get close.
He's currently having an identity crisis, whether to go the Mei or the Genji, and we set on the Genji. Woohoo!
Genji,
Winner!
all right.
Okay, I like this a bit more. You're not going to be able to do too much without this poke, and Peace was, whenever they were able to get into the back line, left Carnage in their way. But it's a matter of can you get to the back line. It's rather difficult to do on attacking this first point in particular with how far back everyone is. Immortality Field could not have hit at a better time. Hitori, you better be giving Scuffed a big old kiss on the cheek for that one.
Yeah, it's like, you better be, saying thank you, and trying to figure out what they want for Christmas. That was a fantastic lamp, but obviously still a lot of progress made by DK.
Yep, and you lose Ivory in the process. And I'm getting a bit of deja vu. If you think back to the Avidity attack not so long ago, managed a full sweep it in 5 minutes, and Z's making their name known in the kill feed. Baptiste, of course, one of their favorites to pick up. DK, they look a ton better. I think it's honestly the Lucio speed is helping a lot.
Yeah, the Lucio speed is helping a ton. Like, obviously, Lucio Bap, in this comp, it's not always what you think of, like, hey, this is great, but they're going to touch volley.
Whoa!
TP.
I didn't think they'd actually make it, but 0.12 meters, it's still something before the point is captured. Although Hittori and Scuffed had their fair share of cooldowns expended to guarantee this touch happens. It's a one-for-one trade, but an amplification matrix up, but the boulder through it. Wonderful shots from Hittori. This is why you don't want to face her in the Sigma Bot Fear, because she will chuck rocks at you every single day of the week. DK, and they thought they had it too. Like, you can see how confident they were. They didn't expect Avidity to try and touch this point, yet here they are, just shy, less than a meter of it.
Well, they can do a soft reset. Scuffed is dead. Only Lucio heals. Otherwise, we'll be spamming to try and get the sound barrier online.
Yeah, I mean, it's there. It hits NY and Nate. 0.1 meters, by the way. Avidity are still holding on to this objective despite not having a tank. It makes Santana invest the gravitic flux, so you kind of take that for Avidity, but in DK, had to sweat it a little bit there.
Hey, take an extra minute off the clock if you're Avidity.
Yeah.
Why not? I love that. Hey, Ivory. Hey, let's sim TP. Very quickly, it's a very sim TP friendly part of the map. It's very flat across here, so they get an extra little bit off, but again, it's Z's. They get the pick onto the opposing Baptiste, and everything works out. Even though Santana, yeah, gets maybe a little up close and personal, more than they would want. And yeah, that everybody on him.
Santana does not feel safe where they're at. They call in the Cinnabar for reinforcements. And there you go. Beat Saber action, baby. Pieces in there. Grabs 3 off of a singular Dragon Blade. They found so much value out of that ultimate. Wow.
One of the best Genjis out there. And I'm not even going to take any hate on that. I don't care your argument. One of the best Genjis, period, right now in North America, regardless of what scene you're in. And it shows. 3.5 minutes Avidity. They will obviously get a touch. They have their blade of their own, Flux, and the Bola. They have the resources available, but Z's, if they're going to pop up again, here it is.
This is Avidity's fight to lose, in all honesty. If way too many resources, they're going to use almost all of them in just this fight. And yeah, I guess you do what you have to do. At the end of the day, it's a Bola shot. It's a gravitic flux. Go ahead and take it and move on.
Yeah, I can tell Ivory right away is like, yeah, Z's, no. You're not, this is not another carry from the Baptiste. Bola shot to your face. Go away, please and thank you. You're very good. Avidity now have 0. They have nothing to work with. That was a very dangerous jump there from Peace. But it will be, if anything, maybe a flux, but this is going to be very much just a natural fight, depending on Peace can maybe try and find this off-angle pick with the dash finish.
And Peace has managed to do it like every fight so far, and except for the last one where Bud decided to send it at the back line. But there we go, dash on in, Immortality Field is forced. Half a Genji gameplay is looking for that opportunity to strike, and Peace been consistent with it and at least wins the cooldown game for DK. Attempting to push up, and Tori still has a accretion in sight, but no, Santana squeaks around that corner, makes sure the boulder goes wide, and Gravitic Flux flattens Avidity into pancakes. Should be second point captured here, assuming the last couple of players are cleaned on up. DK, 3.5 minutes to work with.
Plenty of time. DK showing the prowess here. Still the only undefeated team here in the spring season, right? Did not lose a game during Swiss. Yes, they lost a map during semifinals, but they are still unbeaten in series. This is a team that has very high standards for an order that's been trying to take over everywhere, basically, in Overwatch. And this is a great time to show it off right here, right now, as Jonathan in Peace looking to maybe make another play.
Cinnabar, CC player is sitting close to the cliff, and as a Lucian player, like, her mouth is watering. She's like, I dare you move close. Or Mage can just walk into the little sound waves. That's fine too. Avidity still think it's winnable. Pop sound barrier and Bola shots, and none to much avail other than the snagged elim onto Peace. But DK though, they're not the ones that are pressed for time. Tori doesn't have the health to sustain around this corner, and with that tempo turbo beat out of Cinnabar. DK should be able to push forward a lot faster. She just sends it into the backline. Gets scuffed as a trade, and honestly, you take that considering the lack of healing that Avidity have.
You take it, and Z's can always just pop the hit matrix if you need the extra heals. Beautiful beat to save Santana, who is also stuck on the high ground, but it may be all for naught. Ivory finds the trade on a Gonathan. That will force the reset for DK with 2 minutes left. But I love that beat. And overall, it was just Cinnabar. Maybe she got a little greedy. Just a little greedy there at the end, and maybe having that Lucio laid on would have been great.
Hey, rule number 1 of Circuit Royale, though, is you need to clear this high ground. If you don't clear this high ground, you're not going to win, and I think that's exactly what happened in that last fight. Tori's happy to just station close to his payload should it be needed. Flex only lands onto Santana, who has an immortality field, courtesy of Z's, and Peace not taking the risk, prioritizes their life over potential elimination there. Again, DK are nowhere near this high ground at all. They thought about sending Cinnabar and Peace up there, but it hasn't really come to much avail as of recent. You're kind of running low on time too, Jesse.
Yeah, you only have maybe 2 fights to go at this, and now Bun tries to go in, but they get shut down.
Tragedy, Bun. That's a Dragon Blade moment for sure. Happens to the best of Genji players. Avidity, though, I mean, they are trying to find a way to hold on to the best of their abilities. Then why? Perhaps two somehow in that fight. On a map like this, Jesse, like, Lucio's just a 3rd DPS.
Yeah. Oh, you're just running from wall to wall, like, oh, hello, bye, hello, bye. Like, you're just trying to jump in and out, try and get some pop shot damage. And now, 40 seconds left. This is final fight territory here for DK. And the only ultimate they will have, at least to start, is going to be the Gravitic Flux. And they must have heard you. Full high ground rotation, trying to at least knock off some of the pressure up here.
Much needed play.
Oh my god.
They leave 2 on the high ground, though. Cinnabar and Peace have only each other to support them, but Ivory hits the killing below. Peace is dead, and that's been the clutch player for DK. Not really an option for the next couple of seconds. Perhaps he make it long enough, Jesse, it can happen, but no! Bun on the flank. These didn't know what hit them. Avidity sound barrier in play. Santana gets 0 value out of their own Gravitic Flux, and it will be Avidity looking clean to take map number 2. The grand finals are in sight.
Grand finals, just 1 map away here for Avidity. 3-2 on Circuit Royale. And man, like, I didn't mind the idea of this map, honestly, for DK. You try and get away from the hazard. You're trusting more in your DPS to pop off, and they definitely had their moments. Z's especially, like this one right here, really changed the game, but it just wasn't enough. The team play from Avidity is just too much to handle, and in a map like this, if it's 1 or 2 fights that go your way, even 1 or 2 pickoffs, it changes everything.
That's what it comes down to, is how can these fights close? How are you starting, like, specifically the positioning? The positioning just seemed so different between these 2 teams. Like, not counting first point, that just didn't exist on either team's defense, but kind of moving forwards, Avidity knew exactly where they needed to set up, and DK, they just couldn't take the fights that were needed at that point. They couldn't get their Lucio and Genji in a spot where they can consistently attack the backline there, so at the end of the day, that map pick for DK is going to slip through their fingers, and I think that's where it starts to get a little bit more scary, because you'll get the map pick that you want here, but you're at a reverse sweep point. Okay, you have to find a way to set yourself up in a good fashion for the remainder of this game, and I think if we have to continue this hazard mirror, DK, it gets real scary moving forwards.
I wonder if they go to, like, a Suravasa here on map 3. Obviously, the Ramatra ban is gone. Like, Avidity can't ban it out again, so if you ban the hazard...
You have to.
Or something like that. If you ban the hazard, I think, on Suravasa... Granted, hazard's not perfect on Suravasa, but it can definitely still work by any stretch, especially in its current form. I think you just ban the hazard, realize that, hey, we can't ban it for the last 2, but we need to at least guarantee, hey, we go to our map 4. Like map 4, map 5, no, not a guarantee by any stretch. You still have to get there. So I think you ban the hazard now, knowing you can play the Ramatra on that kind of map, and then you just try and feel out how the rest of this series is going, and you got to play it by ear. But I think... unless they have some sort of other target ban, if they're done with the Freya, if they don't feel like they're getting enough done, maybe they ban out the Freya. to try and open it up, but then you go back into the situation of you're probably just running into a lot more of the hazard once again.
Even like something like Surfos, any push map, any Flashpoint map, I can see a hazard working very well. Like it's either we gotta go to a hybrid, but hazard's gonna be played there too, or you just flat out ban the hero. Maybe like it didn't look too terrible. Like it just seems that Avidity are playing much better in their pre-fight positioning and are set up for what DK is trying to do more often than not. DK are winning fights because of pop-off plays from people like Peace and Azure, but in the neutral game where Avidity has this positioning, it looks very even. We're not seeing these pop-off moments as much because they don't necessarily need it with how they're setting themselves.
Yeah, like they don't always need to rely on the pop-offs. Like, oh, our team play is just so good. Like we don't need it 24/7. Like, oh my god, like go make a play. Like, oh no, regardless of the fight, like, oh Bun, go make a play, or Ivory, go make a play. Like, yes, they're getting consistent damage and they're really fending off the opposing DPS from making those styles of plays. And, you know, Nenwai's gonna do whatever they want to do. That's who Nenwai is. But overall, it's just how in sync this team is on Avidity. Every single thing that this team does, there is a reason for it, and there is a full thought process behind it, even if it is subconscious. They have played with each other so much that they know, hey, exactly what we need to do. We're going to do X, Y, Z. Just run it down, especially the backline with Hitori. Like, they're all on extinction. So, like, they consistently play with each other, even outside of calling out heroes. So, getting those OWCS reps, I think, has also done this Avidity team a ton of favors.
Yeah, and we can see too that because this team has been able to stick with each other so much, like that's really paid off in their team play.
Yeah.
And they mentioned it in the winner's interview last time that we had them on the desk. They're like, you know, because we have all of this additional time to work with each other, not only is our communication better, but we can treat some of these matches like our scrims. We can treat them like practice and learn what we need to do, and the confidence truly does show through. And you know, because of that confidence, it's intimidating for somebody like DK to look at. It's important that they take the time that they need to make the proper decision here. And I mean, you're looking at this map pool now. Hybrid, push, and Flashpoint are what remain for selection. Like, it's a difficult task. There isn't something that you're going to pick that's going to put Avidity off their game. So it needs to come down to how can we cater our map bans to our strengths and perhaps use the hero bans instead to take away a functional piece of Avidity.
I think at this point, that's how you have to look at it. You can't play it as, oh, we're purely going to go off of, hey, it's this map, we want to run this. Like, no, like, most of these maps are going to be Freya maps, not Freya maps, Hazard maps, regardless. It's not like it's going to matter as much. Like, Hazard, maybe, you know, Midtown can get a little tricky on that to a degree, Hollywood. Almost everything else, like Push, regardless, even though Coliseo is maybe a stretch, you can play the Hazard. Flashpoint, you can play the Hazard. It can get very tricky very fast for Avidity to try, and not for Avidity, for DK to try and capitalize and punish that kind of play. So, and what might be, you know, the record-setting, like, longest map pick, I think, here for calling all heroes.
Ooh,
DK taking their sweet time, and it is going to be King's Row, so it's going to all reliable where they have a ton of practice to try and at least lean on those kind of reps. Throughout playoffs, they've yet to play King's Row. So this is a first time, and they ban the on-out and the Hazard. What? Wait, it's a... What?
That's an Avidity ban?
Huh?
Avidity ban the Hazard?
Do we gotta confirm on that? Is that true? That's... Huh.
Wow. That's crazy. Okay. What? I mean, are Avidity that confident? Like, like, what? Okay, if we're not playing the Hazard from Avidity, then... What are they thinking? Like, do they want to try to brawl near this? Are they going to go back to the Winston?
Do they go full diva? Like...
That's an option, yeah.
Do they want to try and just run that full diva dive, at least this first and second phase? Obviously, third, you can change it to something else. Huh. I don't mind it. Like, I really don't mind it at all. I trust whatever Avidity are going to do because we've seen how fantastic it is. But... That's a
head scratcher.
That's a head scratcher, and not like in a negative way, obviously, but like I do wonder what's cooking up there.
I don't know. I'm kind of interested. But also, can we talk about the fact that Ana was banned
Yeah.
of all the heroes?
And
Like,
it's not. Scuffs doesn't play a ton of Ana. Like, I'm really confused. I won't lie. I'm usually not this dumbfounded. Like, I'm supposed to know everything in this. Not everything, but nearly everything in this game. I am dumbfounded right now at these bans, and not in a bad way, in just a very curious way. Because it's something that we maybe haven't seen a lot from either of these teams, but like, the coach is like, what's Coach Raylan thinking here for Avidity? Like, obviously, she has something going on, and she's very confident in what they're doing. But it's definitely interesting. Like, yo, like, what is the play here? I'm very curious on what Avidity will want to run, and they will start off on the attack. So we will get to see very quickly how they want to punch early, and they're going to be leaning more towards the Orisa for now. Also the same way that DK will go, but it's the Juno Brig backline. So maybe they just wanted to eliminate the Ana from the equation, and they don't feel pressured to run the Kiriko, and they can just kind of run this Brig Juno backline.
Yeah, that's probably the good way to look at it. Is you also don't really. I don't think you want to ban Lucio or Kiriko either, just to leave that open as an option should it be needed. Like, I think it's some sort of 3,000 IQ level clay that we just don't understand yet. We'll understand as this map goes, I'm sure. But right now, we're creative, and you know what, DK, I'm interested to see where this goes. Every aspect of this current composition has looked solid in the past, but is that really going to stay the same going ahead? We will not find out right now, because
we saw for a second.
We got 5 seconds. We got 5 seconds of our mystery, and I've not solved it yet.
And also, Buns on a Reaper? It is
That's
Reaper,
Lifeweaver,
and BAP, I think it was. Like, I'm just...
They're still in the spawns, Jesse. Don't let them
Avidity's cooking. Like, they're cooking something.
They're not doing that. They're not doing that. I'm so confident they're not doing that.
You're so confident?
There's no way.
I don't know.
There's no way if they didn't do that.
I think the Reaper is sneaky good. I won't lie. Like, if you just want to punish Santana, like, it just, regardless, like, ignore everybody else, like, ignore Gonathan exists. You just force Santana to use jab spin and cooldowns early, and that allows you just to take so much more space. But it's a risk because you're putting a lot of pressure, obviously, onto your hit scan to get a lot of those picks. So it's a lot on Ivory to maybe get it done. Huh.
I feel like we've been on this map flyover too long that we're starting to, like,
We're losing it.
we're losing it. Like we're like hallucinating some stuff.
We're
here.
almost 4.5
Surely
hours
not.
in.
Surely not. We're not playing Reaper. Like, you get shredded by Freya. You try to step anywhere to her sightlines, you're just dead. Like, that's just no way.
But
There's
funny
not-
Reaper guy.
We're getting baited.
Like,
We're getting
funny
baited.
Reaper
Cool.
guy just doesn't care. Maybe.
Oh.
I don't know.
know.
Chat, I guess let us know. At this point, we may be waiting for a while to figure out when we're going back in. As I wonder, I'm guessing it had to be some sort of, like, maybe like a last second DC, or maybe a mouse had an error.
And that's the thing. Maybe it was something wrong on Avidity's end. They couldn't pause, so they were being silly.
True. I could very easily see that. Yeah.
We could talk about DK's comp though, because that's a little bit more
Traditional,
silly,
I would say.
Yeah. Like, the Juno break kind of tells us they want to brawl. They want to brawl it out. Break. Which makes sense. Or they were expecting dive. Either or.
Maybe,
Works well.
yeah. I'm guessing they're like, oh, they're gonna go this diva. Maybe it's like, so we at least have the break to kind of bounce off everything, and it's like, we got to see for like half a second before the pause. We're really not sure what you're running, other than a widow shot that we heard. That's probably gonna swap anyways. But I don't mind the composition. I think, especially like the Brig Juno is just really good. Like, at its core, it's a very good backline, and peace on Genji is always a good thing. As it is a lag issue. So yeah, you're gonna be here with us for a little bit here.
We're chilling. We're
honestly,
vibing out here, Jesse.
It's
great.
I understand. At least we got the pause before any fight truly started. So that's the bright spot for me here. Is like, hey, the pause at least happened. We don't have to worry about it. It's not like a fight deciding pause.
No. Yeah, it's like, what, 5 seconds into the
Not
match
even.
already?
Maybe
Like,
3.
But I don't know. I think it was 5. I'm pretty sure it was 5. I want to bet.
It is
yes!
5.
Thank you, producer! Haha! I have better eyes. You were calling me blind earlier, by the way. I can't
Hey,
remember why,
now.
but I just
Hey,
remember
now.
feeling insulted by you calling me blind when you were the blind one. I don't remember when that came up.
I'm not blind.
Was it when we were reading through map scores? I feel like that might have been.
Yeah, no, it was during. It
Something
was in the
like
green
that.
room. It was in the green room.
It was in the green room.
Yeah, a little, peek behind the curtain. But
It is.
So it is. Let's see who it was. It was somebody on Avidity that had to. DC is scuffed. It appears. Their internet decided no more. The internet is indeed scuffed. At least got to follow the
Unfortunate.
namesake a little bit.
Yeah. I wonder if that is that why Scuffed is named Scuffed, because everything that has to do with Scuffed is now Scuffed.
Maybe. And I will
What did
say
I just
the
say?
Reaper. Yeah, man, we were really late night, huh? This is late night Overwatch at its finest right now. Bun did swap off the Reaper. I just saw. I guess it must have just happened as the pause went through. They're on Genji, so they're matching piece on the Genji. The Reaper hopes are dead, but if they
You
swap,
really wanted that Reaper, huh?
I think it's just funny. I think it would have been
Would
cool.
be funny. You're the
Granted, if
funny Reaper
anybody is
guy.
going to run it, it's probably phone, because we got to add another hero to the mystery hero pool for phone.
You got Junkrat, Bastion,
The Junkrat,
Widowmaker.
Bastion, dude, everything
phone
they were
rat.
throwing out. The phone rat. I was thinking like Junk Phone maybe is a better one for
Does
that.
that sound better?
I think.
Like a junk phone. Is it bad that when you say that, I think of like landlines? Is that like?
Yeah. No,
I don't
it's
know.
not bad.
I mean, like we're. It's not a bad thing. Like
It's
I've
our
never
generation.
seen
We
a
barely
working-
have any landlines.
No,
Like,
I've seen one working landline in my life, and it was because I worked a desk job before. Like, I don't like landline. I think that's a junk phone. But then would we want to compare?
not to call my
phone to that?
parents. They still have one. It has its
throwback.
perks. Don't get me wrong. Like you can just call the house and hey, somebody will pick up.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what?
I don't know.
I wouldn't recommend though.
It's
It's too
convenient.
expensive. It's not worth. Just
It
get
is.
a better cell phone. But
True.
yeah, this is an interesting one here. Because Ivory assumingly will swap off the Widow pretty quickly, right? Maybe they kind of tease it for maybe 15, 20 seconds. They'll go over to the Freya themselves. So the only difference in this team comp, I know you guys obviously can't see it right now. We can. Will be this backline because it was I think what Bap Weaver. Oh, it's Scuff's back. So yeah, Bap Weaver, which the Weaver actually swapped to get Ivory back in, and now we are full mirror, except again the support
No, we're
line
not.
with the Bap with the Lucio instead.
Ooh. Are we kind of going back to the? It feels like so long ago since Bap Lucio has been meta.
Yeah,
This is a throwback.
That's
Isn't
like
it? We've
peak Ryan
thrown the. Yeah. Oh, we should get Ryan in here. I think we could fit Santana to play Ryan.
hey, maybe not this one. Maybe not this one.
Oh, that'll be good though. But, yeah. For now though, DK postured everybody on this high ground, which it forces Avidity to have to meet them there, while some players can drop down and force the point. It was Bun until she got below 5 HP, had to go ahead and get healed back up and get everyone else on the objective. DK though, Santana quite literally bodying their way into Hitori before Ivory, as full support's down to the Freya, has really been showing up in these past couple maps. Third final blow for them, and yeah, Avidity making quick work of the first point.
Yeah, it was just a stalemate so far in higher. Like, hey, we're up here. Hello. We're just gonna jab back and forth, and a little bit of a whip shot coming in from Cinnabar, who now they've made the full swap as well to that Lucio and the Baptiste. So now we got full-on mirror action, but still just under 5 minutes in Streets phase here for Avidity as they look to close this one out. But yeah, so far, Avidity, this feels like whenever they start going, there's nothing stopping them.
No, not really. This is a very snowball-based team, and again, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. That's kind of just how Avidity works. Unfortunately, they are now -1 inch since Ivory is dead. Amplification Matrix attempting to force Avidity through this choke, but the main person to get value out of that would have been Ivory, who is currently not present in this fight. And yeah, DK are just fine kiting out and waiting their turn to contest the pillar.
And now at least, hey, Ivory is back. Try and make something happen here with the Bola shot. And there it is. Used early, doesn't really get a whole lot.
Nope, I mean, Terrasur instead invested and actually gets Tori good for 2 on that. Terrasur is such a good ultimate. Even if it doesn't do the full damage, like the mispositioning it does is huge.
But you're able to drag everybody back in. She's like, oh, hello, everybody. Big hug. Now, die. Like, it's hug then die. And it's kind of a rough 180, that is, for anybody who's stuck in the Terra Surge, especially when you have so much you can pair with it. All Bun has to do is do a dash through, and everybody, another 50 damage, gone. So it is a tough go as well if you're a DK, but 5 ults almost on the board for DK. It feels like it's a must-win fight.
If DK lose this, there are some red flags raised.
I got issues.
Questions, we got big issues. How many ults do you use to win it? Ideally, not more than 3. We'll see if that actually ends up being the case. I can smell Peace wanting to get that Dragon Blade cooking, but instead Bun beat Blade action first, and she just gets completely shoved away from the point. Her team couldn't follow up because of Santana's Terra Surge towards the backline, but everyone has managed to stay alive for the time being. Now we get the second wave, though. Amplification Matrix on both sides, and it's enough to throw Santana off of tilt. He's though Dragon Blade finally active, looking for the Freya. We'll grab that one, maybe a third for the Genji. Z's will go ahead and steal it away, but the Genji has done their job. DK with the hold.
That
was everything.
Throw the kitchen sink in at this point. Why not? Everything Avidity had, everything that DK had. Throw it into the fight. After the first fight, 6 ults used, nobody dies. Reset, 4 ults in favor of DK. But now the issue is, if you're DK, like, we used everything. Friendship and vibes to win the next fight. That's really about all you have.
We have heard a lot of teams say that they do run on friendship and vibes. The power of friendship, it's real. No joke. In Avidity, I mean, Bola Shot, Bola Surge combo. We gotta get a good name for that. No Bola Surge combo. Tori just uses it, and it's worth it. Who needs a Bola Surge if you can just have buns? Slicing and dashing and doing whatever it is that a bun does at this time of day. You go ahead and take that. Avidity, 3.5 minutes to go on this point. Cinnabar in the backline.
Yeah, she got 2. Like, that's the thing. Like, she's able to get 2, but it's not enough. Not able to touch, not able to save the rest of her team, but it's a valiant effort, I will say, from Lucio. 3 minutes left going to the final phase. Ideally, obviously, they want at least a minute, so if DK finished with no time, it's guaranteed a draw at the absolute worst, and they have the Bola to start it off, but DK slowly building up those ults once again.
You wouldn't think, but again, to use all 5 of them, I mean, you're forced to fight in a neutral, what seems like forever. And Avidity, they might have lost the battle, but they've won the war in the long run of this economy. We'll see them reaping the riches of it so far. Get the payload around this first corner and have both Bola Shot and Ant Matrix up ready to go. Bola Shot might not hit its mark, but Ant Matrix forces the sound barrier out of Cinnabar. Tempo beat for DK. Every time it's happened, it's worked out, but not this one. Then why did later beat typically wins, and that's very true in this instance. Avidity clean up the stragglers off to the sides, and we're looking down the barrel of a full completion.
It is just Z's for now, and now everybody's starting to respawn, but it's going to be Hitori. They just camp left.
No.
She says, you shall not pass. Nobody can touch. And it's a cool 205 here on the time bank for Avidity.
Wow. I mean, hey, good thing we got the scuffed internet reset there.
Yeah, right?
I mean, definitely not scuffed at all in that point. That sounded sarcastic, I promise. It definitely was not sarcastic. I think after that ult dump, DK was just kind of screwed for the rest of the map if they didn't manage to win a disadvantageous fight. But I mean, Avidity just are so disciplined with what they use and how they use it, and where they're I can go. The list goes on. Jesse, you get the point.
Oh yeah. The list goes on and on and on and on. If you're DK, what is the thought process here? Because you have to cap with time. That is at least the non-losing position. Is that have to finish with time. Can't finish in OT because that, yes, theoretically you can draw, and then we get in a whole bunch of very interesting potential map 6 scenarios, but I'm not even going to think about that. That's getting thrown. I'm going to knock on wood as I'm saying that. Throw that into the dumpster for now. You have to just figure out, hey, what are just the little things? What are the little things that we need to do better? Because if you start piecing up those little things, piecing up. Man, my brain is just full pun mode right now. My God. But if you start to put those together, maybe you can get something to happen. But peace, I do think, is a big part of it. To not, come around on the joke. Peace, yes, they've had their moments, but I feel like they're not really. You see a lot of fantastic plays from them, and it just feels like they've been kind of silenced of how Avidity just kind of rotated away from them at every given opportunity.
There hasn't been much room for Peace to get in there, and that's a problem. DK win based off of how far can Peace get in there. And, it didn't really happen on this defense. Attack kind of forces you to do just that, and this first point, the way that it's structured, a lot more open space and potential flank angles to move around, and that's kind of where Peace wants to play. Although Santana and Hitori, we're playing like this little switcheroo with the Orissa's bowling each other down the stairs. Eventually, Santana has enough of it, got a hold of Dizzy, dropped down to the low ground, and explodes. All right, DK, no more tank to work with. That should just be the end of that push.
Yeah, it should be. The staggers will come through. Hitori again. Ivory finds one as well. Man, these staggers. I'll say Avidity maybe more than any other team. They love their staggers. Like just a little bit here. Like, we're just gonna drag you out a little bit longer. And the wave respawns kind of ruin it a little bit. Yeah. But it's still good overall. And already, Ivory almost has the bola. Scuff almost has the window. Z's, though, could at least bring something, even if they use it, just to heal up Santana when they're trying to push through either high ground or statue.
It seemed to be a little bit of a miscommunication on what DK was actually doing when Santana kind of came up, then wrapped around and dropped the point. The rest of the team wasn't quite sure where their tank was going or how to best support them. So hopefully this time that plan has been gone over at least 3 times. Will be both ample this exchange, but Santana was in front of it. Hitori did some parkour, leaped to the other side, and spun Z's into a corner.
Z's is like, I'm helping him, like, oh, I'm in a dishwasher. I'm in a dishwasher cycle. I'm screwed. Santana's able to find one. And
That's
if anything,
Scuffed.
it's the most valuable player you can get in Scuffed. But it's still going to be long. Is NY going to go back in taxi, I wonder? Avidity, though, honestly, Avidity, you kind of peak early. You try and gain some pressure, knowing that you're going to have to play this slower until your BAP gets back. And yes, it was a taxi coming in from NY. Scuffed is back.
Yeah, small little. I didn't really say anything bad. We're chill.
Yeah.
Avidity, though, bullet shot and a lot of stuff. Let's just go with that. 4 shiny buttons that I see that could currently be pressed have been disciplined with not dumping them so far, and assuming this will be the same case with how close DK are to theirs. We're seeing a very different outcome, but I mean, you can tell DK are struggling. If they don't know, do we push the high ground? Do we go for hotel? Do we push point? Eventually, Sentinel is forcing the objective, and perhaps the wrong decision. Ivory never cleared off the high ground, took care of Peace, and the ultimates might come to play. Bun in the back line with the Dragon Blade, slices through Z's, and is going to look for more. DK, 60 seconds left to go, Jesse.
60 seconds left. Is Bun barely able to get out, but at this point for DK, very quick comments like, yo, what are we going to do? I think easiest solution, Blade into the Terror Surge. Try and find something early. You have to worry, though. Hitori, she's been just an absolute nuisance this entire game. She may be looking to close it out right here.
Counter Terror Surge, absolutely a thing right now. Should these be layered on top of each other, and even then, Santana can't get in a good position to use theirs. Hitori goes first. Gonathan is dead. This Dragon Blade has yet to make an appearance, and Santana has been burned down. 20 seconds remaining. DK, they're going to attempt to get a full reset, but it's not going to be anything but with Cinnabar dying late.
Cinnabar dies late. Gonathan's going to try and find an early pickoff on high ground with the Widow. Window is used on high ground as well. There's nothing they can do. Nobody touches here. Maybe Cinnabar?
I don't know. Yeah, it looks like they have a touch. It must be the Cinnabar in the back line or Peace in the front. Perhaps Avidity bit off more than they could chew. Bun wins with these front spawns because she thought it was done, but it is far from over. Peace gets one with the Dragon Blade for a millisecond left of a touch. And my goodness, Jesse, DK, they're going to hang on by the skin of their teeth.
I won't lie, it's a little bit of a troll for Avidity. I'm not gonna
call him out.
That was a troll. Like, they get so aggressive, thinking that nobody can touch. I think it might have been Peace that actually got the initial touch, but they just are able to get the one. A lot of them track back. They punish those who are spawn holding. One gets stuck in hotel, and all of a sudden the series not done over quite yet. DK, never say die. And yes, they had used a lot during that fight, but so did Avidity in the fight before. It's Scuffed now. They give up on the back. They will go Juno.
Huh, okay. I don't hate it. I mean, it's more speed, but less sustain. With Avidity playing as fast as they have, I think it makes sense, but you just can't afford to stay in these long fights. That's what kind of needs to be remembered with this. shot out of Ivory first, and that's gonna do all the damage you were hoping for. DK, they want to round a corner so Z's can get an at matrix, but with Ivory and Mage getting as much work done as they have been on these DPS, just poking in and eventually diving in the case of Hitori and the Genji, I mean, that push was over well before it started.
Yeah, as soon as it started, it was really over. As Avidity know, they can just have this very close hold on Archway. They know, like, even if DK, they finish on time, they still need one hell of a third phase to even have time left. So they're playing with house money. They know they can be aggressive. Maybe not as aggressive as they were at the end of first phase, but maybe just dial it back 5%, and they're still going to be in a near perfect spot. DK, both support ultimates. They have the emergency button if needed.
It's there, but it's not an ideal situation to have to pull it out in more of a tempo situation. I mean, Hitori already just got the javelin kill. Jonathan was stable to a wall. DK, they're desperate. They're hoping for some strength to grasp onto, and the sound barrier is the complete opposite. Looking at 30 seconds now, DK have to regroup fully to give themselves the best chance.
They're trying to fight Cinnabar. She's just trying to get out, barely does. But sound barrier gone. Still have window to try and push up with. You just have to be careful with the deflect from Bun, but watch out, Avidity, they'll try and play this very quickly once again.
You have to play fast. Low on time, DK starting to feel the pressure and the panic. But you're face to face with an orbital ray. Surely Avidity can't mess this up. Look at the Terror Surge in the backline. Lives are exchanged, but it's now Peace. The Dragon Blade, it's been the final save before, but can they manage to clutch it out again? They've been forced away from the rest of the team. Each team has a tank alive, but then why? Instead, Peace has been kicking with this Genji in the payload. It's moving away from them. Peace is still getting the eliminations. They're just out on an island by themselves. Eventually, Hitori returns to the fight, but only for Peace to cut her down. What a clutch from DK.
Once again, able to win when absolutely necessary in overtime, and they still have that Amp Matrix to win. No, 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 no. Not like this.
Come on! This is terrible timing. I mean, okay, it could be worse, but wow. Why? This is, but we're final fight, overtime. Everybody's kind of staggered out. Honestly, because of where the payload is and the respawn timers, I mean, is there a good chance that they could just run it through without getting contested? Like a
No,
contest?
I think Hitori should be able to get there in time.
But she died last.
I know she died last. What, Cart is about halfway through. It's about to turn left. They're at, 79 meters. Hitori's probably spawns in, 2 seconds. They can pair the hyper ring with the sound barrier really well, but my issue is they have nothing. Like, 0 ultimates on the board. Maybe Bun is able to get a late blade? Well, that's really going to be about it. We are back from the pause. Hitori just spawns in, and now it's going to be a mad dash from defender spawn to try and at least get some sort of touch to at least maybe try and give them a chance to earn their grand final spot right here, right now.
The Avidity grand final spot on the line. One fight needed to do it. Touch is guaranteed. They're gonna have to win this in the neutral unless it gets dragged out long. Z's amplification matrix has been pressed, but it just zones out Avidity entirely. They're okay with taking their time to get the contest in. With Avidity already up in one player. Looking much better for the defenders to close it out now. Hitori, though, she doesn't have the health. Sees us on the high ground amplification matrix. It's so much to her overall point that Scuff couldn't pump in nearly enough healing. Bun pulling the blade, thinking this is still winnable without a tank, and it might just be the payload. It has since been forgotten. DK squeak it through for the second time and going to keep their heads above water.
Man, we only got 2? We got 2 tonight? Come on. As the fight was definitely going the direction of DK. Don't get me wrong, but Bun maybe that could have been turned around. But it is a minute now, and they get so much free space they can't hold first corner. Avidity, they have to play quick.
And then at Matrix, it is a scary sight to be seen, and DK thankfully able to kite fully, almost back to their spawns, just with how far that is. The speed boost of Cinnabar working wonders.
You can't wait too long though. You need to finish with time here, Molly. 45 seconds left. You still have about 40, 50 meters to go. You have to go quick.
and Hitori's not gonna let them get there. She's just walking into the back line, ignoring the team entirely. Santana is in the back, but so is Peace. Dragon Blade, it gets onto Ivory, but ends up hitting the wall. Can't get the second elimination, but that's why you have teammates to help you follow up. Hefty investment from DK, but they got what they needed to keep the payload moving.
And you at least pull out beat from Nenway. They do not have the sound barrier for this potentially final fight, but again, 15 seconds left. They need time to at least have a chance, but obviously if they cap an OT, they still give themselves a chance to stay at 2-0 Avidity. They got the ult combo to end it all.
Oh, but no, they lose Cinnabar, an early kill, but Jonathan is positioned on the high ground. This payload must get contested. That Matrix on the high ground, empowering Azure shots one after another. She's gotten 3 within this fight. Might lose out on the ultimate, but the damage has been done. The Freya remained uncontested, but these spawns, there's so much favoring towards Avidity. They can get the reinforcements back, but they might not even need them. Hitori is a one-woman army. She's gonna go ahead, clutch it up, and guarantee Avidity a spot in the spring season grand finals.
One grand finalist confirmed. It is Avidity who is able to get it in a 3-0, but not one that didn't have some punches thrown here and there from DK. They will be sent to the lower bracket. They will play the winner of Exo, Sakura, and Month Genesis in our second game next Saturday. But what a match for Avidity. They earned their grand final spot, and they do it in a spectacular fashion, even if, you know, a little bit silly at the end of first phase of Avidity. I will not lie, there's a little bit of the silly, but overall, it doesn't matter when it's a 3-0 result at the end of the day.
They had to give us an exciting ending.
There's a little bit of something.
Like, if it ended there, I'd be like, well, that was cool. It was a 3-0, but no, we were down to a nail-biter. I mean, that was almost clutched out by Azure, but we won't know until this time. This was the first time that these two teams actually played each other since their Swiss stage match was a forfeit in favor of DK. So Avidity now taking down the #1 seed. Jesse, this positions them in a prime spot to go ahead and take the spring finals, because they have now beaten every single team that remains in this bracket.
Yeah, they've beat everybody. Like, they have no doubts about where their journey has gone through so far. Now it is this question of don't let whoever gets the grand finals earn the revenge and get the vengeance. Like, that is the only thing on their mind. Now they have so much time to lay back. They can kind of watch how everything plays out over this next week, especially those 2 games of 4. Obviously, they're probably going to be in warm-up during that lower final, but they can kind of watch, like, hey, on the day, who is popping off? What are the small adjustments we need to make? It is such an advantage for an Avidity to go from upper side.
Yeah, Avidity showing us the strongest team play and discipline so far throughout our tournament. We can analyze it, we can break it down all we want, but it's so much better to hear it from the players themselves. With that being said, we're going to go ahead, throw it to a quick break, and get an interview from Avidity coming right up. our day here for the Calling All Heroes spring season playoffs is starting to come to a close with the conclusion of our upper finals match. Avidity managed to win their game against the number 1 seed DK and book themselves a spot in the grand finals. Despite being that number 2 seed, still managed to overcome the odds. And while it was an incredible match and something that, you see a 2 seed upset a 1 seed might have been a little bit different behind the scenes. And to give us that insight, we have Ivory here with us, joining for an interview, talking about the last match that we have just witnessed. So, Ivory, are you here with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We sure can. Hello. Ivory, so first of all, how are we doing? We just closed out the winners final, 3-0, number 1 seed. Like, how does that feel to you, especially as a part of the team that, perhaps some people were underestimating after the first Radiant 101 season?
For me, getting like integrated into the team, I think there's a lot of big expectations and a lot of, giant shoes to fill with, this roster having like Wisp, Senna, and all these other like amazing players prior to me. So there's a little bit of nerves, but I don't think they sweated at all integrating a new player. And I think they knew that even though we did have to FF that match due to OWCS in Swiss, resulting in us not being the number 1 seed, that we would totally be fine going into the tournament. We would be able to swiftly get through the winners bracket.
Yeah, so I'm curious. Obviously, yeah, you had to FF against DK over in Swiss because of OWCS. How are you guys kind of going into this game? Because obviously, haven't played DK in any officials leading up to this point. So obviously, maybe some scrims in the background. But what was the game plan and some of the win cons going in tonight?
Well, to be completely honest with you, we are like, especially in the COS scene and then just like Face It Masters and OWCS, we're all kind of familiar with each other and have played on either prior iterations of teams or have played against one another. So we kind of knew what their game plan was, like kind of like leaning into that Hazard character, trying to Santana. I'm actually on a team with them in Face It Masters, so being able to kind of like know how they play and understanding like what the win cons are for their comp really helped me like get more value. But as for the rest of the team, I mean, they were just all very high energy tonight, and regardless of it being like 6 a.m. with Hitori, she I think she had the most energy out of all of us and was screaming, keeping us like high tempo and just making sure everybody was locked in.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's a little bit of a rough start time for Tori, that's for sure. So out of everybody left in the lower bracket, whether it be Exo Sakura, Moss, Genesis, or now DK, is there any team you maybe wanted to play the most? Is there any team you're feeling the best against? Or are you guys not really worrying about that and you're just going to focus on who you're playing on the day of?
I think we're just going to focus on who we're playing. I'm really excited to see where Moth Genesis goes, Juno and Amity and all those other players. I think kind of not necessarily new to the scene, but new to the level of play that they are currently playing at. They've made amazing strides in the past, year or 6 months to really rise above expectations of people and, make a name for themselves, whether it be in this scene or Face It Masters again. So I think I'm just really glad the skill level of the tournament itself, and then just like all the players within are like, we're all pushing each other to get better each and every day. But as for like excited for someone to play against, not necessarily. I mean, at the end of the day, whether it's one of the 3 teams, like our goal at the end of the day is to go win. So we're gonna treat it as that and locked in for that day. So.
Hey, y'all are well on your way towards hitting that mark and potentially winning our spring season for Calling All Heroes. So if you keep playing like you did today, we'll look forward to the showcase that we have in the grand finals next week. But for now, we're going to go ahead. We know it's late. It's like 6 a.m. for Hitori too. So we're going to make sure that y'all can get some good sleep. But before we let you go, Ivory, do you have any final words, shout outs that you would like to make here while you're on broadcast?
Shout outs, I mean, just my entire team, taking a chance on me, as like, filling the shoes of, once again, Wisps. I think it's a big role to play, but I'm glad that they've trusted me with it. And I think they've been pretty appreciative of, just how I've been playing and how I've been treating like this tournament in general. And then probably the other shout out I would give would be my wonderful, wonderful girlfriend who has just been so supportive during like all the scrims and everything else like that. You know, sometimes she doesn't always get her date nights and stuff like that, but she's really understanding. And she always pushes me to be, you know, bigger than myself, you know, always contributing to the team and making sure that I take strides to not only better myself in the game, but also out. So I think she's a big contribution to my life and a big contribution to all the progress that I've recently made in Overwatch.
That is so sweet, Ivory. I'm glad to hear that you have this wonderful support behind you, both on your team and also through your girlfriend as well. So we're looking forward to seeing how that continues to grow. And by the way, I don't know why you think it's taking a risk on you. You have been playing out of your mind lately.
Lights
It's
out.
been a treat to watch you play. So we hope that we can keep seeing that level of performance from you in the grand finals next week. We'll go ahead and let you get your rest for the night. Thank you so much for joining us.
I appreciate it. Take care. Have a good night.
It's so wholesome. I love that.
Yeah.
mean,
I
like,
can't believe it's like, I get it sometimes, like the demons that like, oh, do I deserve to be here? Like, Ivory, yes, like absolutely yes. Like, you are one of the best players right now in CA, like period. I think at least this event, they've been one of the most consistent and they've been one of the best. So I'm really curious to see how Avidity do in that grand final. A lot of advantages, but obviously a giant target now on their backs.
Yeah, beating every team that still remains in these brackets, and you know, I do appreciate the respect that they have for up-and-coming teams such as the likes of Moss Genesis, but can they hold a candle to what Avidity have accomplished so far? The only team that's really managed to take a map off of them has been, actually that's the only map they've lost, has been Exo Sakura. So that team currently in the lower bracket. So we will go ahead and find out whether they get there once we head into next week. And before we close out, we're gonna take a look at that bracket so we know what we will be heading into that moment. Here in our upper bracket, we got to see DK and Avidity fight it out in the upper finals. Of course, that being a sweep with Avidity continuing their path forwards again as the 2 seed because they had that forfeit win. You know, it wasn't exactly something I think Avidity were expecting or a lot of other players, but still making it there as perhaps not the most favored on paper is a great achievement.
Yeah, the fact that, hey, you're in the grand final, you only drop one map to Exo Sakura, who's one of the big 3 quote-unquote teams that we're really looking at this event. It's still a massive accomplishment for Avidity, and now you just have one game to worry about. The rest do not matter. Just got to focus on what lies ahead, and if we go to the lower side, obviously had to send 2 more teams home tonight. Never a fantastic feeling, and we're curious and, you know, excited to see, you know, how quick Nova and Hive Baddies they're able to do in the summer season. But obviously for the others, you know, Exo Sakura, Moss Genesis, what a night it has been for them, guaranteeing money, guaranteeing top 4, and they'll battle it out in our first game next week.
Yeah, I will say it has been fantastic to see teams, especially in that lower bracket, that, you know, have been making a name for themselves, like players from Moss Genesis, Quick Nova. Like, you haven't necessarily seen them in Calling All Heroes prior to this current season, and it's been a treat to see so many of these new faces and names wanting to get into esports and see how far they can truly take it, and Moss Genesis being a prime example of those up-and-coming players who are continuing to prove themselves that they do deserve a seat at the top of the competition. But Exo Sakura will be the first matchup for our next week's game, and I mean, Exo Sakura, I think the team that a lot of people expect to make it towards those grand finals at this time, but I mean, Moss Genesis, DK, if they can continue to prepare for those games ahead of next week, we have the potential to see some very different outcomes.
As much as I would love the Dark Horse run from Moss Genesis, that would be insane, right? Like, if they're able to go on a run, they go up against Avidity, God only knows what's going to happen. Like, chaos could ensue in that grand final. I will say, Exo Sakura versus DK, if Exo is able to win that first game, it's a very intriguing game against DK. It was a 3-2 in Swiss in favor of DK. So a very close game last time around. We heard Regime talking about it a little bit earlier. They said it wasn't their best stretch during Swiss. They had a lot of issues, but that will be the time, if they get the opportunity, to fix it and prove that they deserve to be in that grand final against Avidity. But regardless, that Exo Sakura Moss Genesis game, winner, guaranteed top 3, guaranteed place in the championship at the end of the year. That is going to be a very impactful game.
It certainly will be. I mean, hey, all of these top 4 teams already guaranteed a portion of this prize pool, but the question always remains, how far can they manage to take it? That question won't be answered today. That shall be saved for next Wednesday. We're going to return with the final 3 matches of our Calling All Heroes Spring Season Playoffs at 8 p.m. Eastern or 5 p.m. Pacific time. We have so much action to go ahead and close out for the remainder of the season. We've had new players, we've had old rivalries, and of course, we must crown a new victor. It's been Tiny Shiny and Twin Salty on the broadcast for you today. We'll go ahead and see you back Wednesday evening for the conclusion of the Calling All Heroes Spring Season.